It is July 17th, 2025. We're a bit late to the fucking part. Well, we're only exactly a week late to the party. Today we're going to be reading book 8, 7.5 of the Murderbot Diaries. Well, I'm going to be reading it, and you can read along, and you can see my facial expressions in real time. I don't know anything about it. Martha Wells has given it another obnoxious fanfiction title, which I loathe. She also did this with the second short story, which is got a stupid-ass fucking name like this. This one is called Rapport. Friendship, solidarity, communion, empathy. As though it's a fanfiction. And it's like, it's not good. Just on that alone. I just hate that. I hate that so much. This was published on July 10th, 2025. It is free to read online. So at least for once, I'm not complaining about it being a fucking scam. You can read it online at reactormag.com/rapport-martha-wells. And read along with it. I'll also have it linked in the description of this video, so you can just read along. Well, assuming we have any even remotely similar reading speed. It's got some art. Some very generic space art. Illustrated by Jamie Jones. Good job, Jamie Jones. It's just too bad that Martha Wells did not give you anything specific to fucking draw, because that's some nice art. It's just really fucking generic space art that has no context for me. At least not when I'm reading this. Maybe that will change when we read the story. I don't know. So let's see what the fuck Murderbot is gonna get up to this time. Oh, there's a little italicized summary at the top. Perihelion and its crew embark on a dangerous new mission at a corporate-controlled station in the throes of a hostile takeover. So are we finally gonna get to see Murderbot doing shit with art? ART/perihelion. I guess we're calling it perihelion now. Because, again, before I go any further, I have to remind everybody that, twice now, Martha Wells, at the ending of the books, has promised us things will be different in the next book. We're gonna have some fucking progress. Oh, my laptop screen is so bright. That's what's reflecting on my glasses. That's annoying as hell. Oh, well, you're just gonna have to deal with it. At the end of book 5, she promised us Murderbot and Art are gonna go off together and fight the corporations, and we're gonna actually see some fucking, literally anything, any kind of progress at all. Because they're living in a dystopia where there are evil corporations that own everything, and so far nobody's done jack shit to actually hurt the corporations. They've just reacted to what the corporations are doing. Nobody's taking any action. It's just bare minimum reaction with no follow through. These are slave owners. They may as well just be the generic evil empire, and nobody gives a shit about fighting them. At the end of book 5, Martha Wells promised us that Art and Murderbot were going to go off together and start fighting back. Then book 6 came out, and book 6 broke that promise by being set before book 5 and containing nothing of any value whatsoever. It's a murder mystery that's not a fucking mystery. Because Martha Wells doesn't know how to write a mystery. It's not a mystery, it's just keeping literally all of the information secret from the audience, and I think that makes it clever and a mystery. And it's like, no, that's not what a mystery is. A mystery is when you have the opportunity to solve it just like the fucking detective. It's just that the detective will probably figure it out before you, because that's their job. Alright. Yeah, and then at the end of book 7, then after making the promise in book 5 and breaking it with book 6, then book 7 came out, and she broke it there too, because we didn't move forward at all. We just went back to the planet they were on in book 5 that they had left. And we're just stuck in an endless fucking rut of going nowhere. But now this short story's here, so maybe this will fucking move us forward. Even if it's just a tiny little fucking single goddamn one step for Murderbot kind. Maybe.
One small step for Murderbot, one huge leap for unit kind.
One small step for Murderbot, one huge leap for cyborg kind. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe. Because, if I can tell you all with very strict confidence, if Martha Wells had been the one that wrote Star Wars to begin with, like that whole setting of Star Wars, nobody would be fighting against the Empire. They would all just be fucking off to some utopia planet that magically doesn't get bothered by the Empire, and also is implied by accident by the author, but implied nonetheless to actually be the secret fucking Empire overlords. Because when the bad guys in book 1 find out which planet they're messing with, they all act like they were just told they shot John Wick's dog. Because it's badly written. Anyways, let's try reading this now. The Perihelion and its crew embark on a dangerous new mission at a corporate-controlled station in the throes of a hostile takeover. So, in this setting, a hostile takeover it's supposed to be funny. It's where corporations go in and murder other people to take over their corporation. And that's supposed to be funny. It's a novelette with 7,540 words. A novelette. You know, back in the day, they'd just call that a regular short fucking story. But alright,
Traditionally, a short story is anywhere between 500 and 7,500 words.
I don't care.
So that extra 40 apparently pushes it past being
No, it doesn't. It's a short story.
So
this would fit into Astounding Stories of Super Science. Alright, we're gonna read it now. I'll just read the first paragraph so you know where I'm at, and then I'll just read every few paragraphs so you know which part I'm at. They were still 3 hours... hold on, I need to zoom in. I gotta zoom in and make the text bigger. Well, I don't need to, but I want to. They were still 3 hours out when Perihelion picked up the first clean images of the station. Iris. We got her back. The character that has no personality. Oh well. They were still 3 hours out when Perihelion picked up the first clean images of the station. Iris... I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce her name. I-R-I-S, like the flower. Is it Iris? Is it Iris?
I think most of the time it's Iris. It was just Final Fantasy 15 in particular, most likely that was Iris.
Okay, because
that's where that pronunciation comes from. Okay, yes.
Final Fantasy 15?
Yes.
There was somebody in that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because everyone in Gladio's family is named after a flower.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pronouncing it weirdly because of Final Fantasy 15. You know what? Hold on. I need caffeine. Okay, I'm back. I washed my face. Sweating. Also, before we go any further, I want to point out that this short story, 7,540 words, this is technically the 10th Murderbot story, I think? Hold on. Because there's the first little short story called Compulsory, The Future of Work. Which she was trying to do something. Doesn't work. Then we have book 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have another short story. So that's 5. Then we have book 5, which is now 6. And then book 6, which is 7. And then book 7, maybe I can't count. Hold on. Let me fucking get a notepad. Oh, I forgot my keyboard doesn't let me type the word 2. Why does that stupid short story exist? I swear. Okay, hold on. Okay, no. So this is... Oh, yeah, I was right. Yeah, this is the 10th book in the fucking series. The 10th story in the series. It's not a book. Full-length book. But it's a story. It's part of it. So we've had 10 stories in the series now with which to insert something from Type 0.
What?
Just make me saying the words with which is making me think of the opening for Type 0 because you kept playing it. Anyways, we've had 10 stories. We're supposed to be progressing. This book came out after yet another promise at the end of book 7, System Collapse, that things are going to be different next time. Also, can you see how red my face is getting just from splashing it with water? That always happens. It's weird. And it's like, okay, are we going to progress this time? Are they actually going to be fighting back against the corporations because at a corporate-controlled station in the throes of a hostile takeover? That doesn't really seem like taking action. That, again, seems like reacting. And we'll find out. Okay, so I'll reread the first paragraph again, so we're all on the same page. And I'm just going to keep getting distracted. You can go watch a different video if you want. No distractions. They were still 3 hours out when Perihelion picked up the first clean images of the station. Iris, pronouncing it the proper way, not the Final Fantasy 15 way, didn't groan under her breath. The mission team was in the ship's conference room with her and Tariq. Hey, look, Tariq's back. Remember Tariq, everybody? The guy who had 18 words of dialogue in book 5 and just had him thrown in random little snippets in the background among a sea of other random names that we had nothing to do with. And then he was magically promoted to main character status in book 7, System Collapse, out of fucking nowhere, so that 99% of people are like, wait, who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? What is going on? Who the fuck is this? I have never heard of this man. And it's because, yeah, he was literally a background character who spoke a grand total of 18 words and was mentioned. I unplugged my goddamn keyboard. If you missed the memo, my laptop keyboard is broken. So the letters W, S, X, and 2 don't work. I have to literally sit an entire separate keyboard on top. Let me do something quick. Hold on. I am making a point. Because yep, I found it. Okay, so here I'm going to read out, I think in proper order. A year ago or so, I'm not checking the date, I listed out every sentence that included Tariq's name from book 5, where he was introduced, except he wasn't introduced. He was literally a background character. And you'll see the sea of names that he's mentioned in regards to. Here's the first sentence. So now I had Seth, Katie, Tariq, and Mateo in addition to Iris. Later, Seth's grim expression relaxed, and Tariq said, "You definitely know the real Perry." Later, they all had bruises, blood-stained and torn clothes. Seth had a limp, and Tariq kept pressing his hand to his lower abdomen and trying not to wince in a way that made me want to call a non-existent med system. Later, that, in itself, was not rational, Tariq added. I could see his point. Later, it has to be a delusion, Tariq said. He swayed a little, and Seth steadied him. Later, they found Iris, Mateo, Seth, Tariq, and Katie. Also, I'm probably pronouncing that name wrong, but I don't know. We're just gonna go with the pretend it's a white lady spelling names in the most annoying way possible. Iris is just saying, Tariq and Katie and Dad need to get to medical, so we'll send them up. But Perry, your friend. And then finally, Overse was in the engineering pod with Mateo, Tariq, and Katie, going over the scans. Also, the Katie name I keep saying, that is spelled Kaede. I'm presuming it's pronounced KD. Could just be Cade. We don't fucking know. And that's the grand total of a book. A book that I think is... Let me search word count. At some point I made a pie chart with the word counts. Oh, I can just search pie chart. That's the grand total of the appearances of Tariq in book 5, the one where he first appeared. Look, there's my other pie charts about this series, about the ableism. Okay, yeah. So, all of those little sentences I just read out, those were interspersed in the 111,812 words that are in book 5. Because I made a pie chart. How many years ago was that? I made a pie chart. Let's see what date that was. January 2023. Actually, I can show you it. Maybe I can show you it. Look at that pie chart. No, I can't get the camera to face it. Yeah, pie chart. Showing the word counts. Okay, now I promise we'll actually read this fucking story. I just wanted to make it clear to you that Tariq, Martha Wells, she writes like she's writing fan fiction, even though it's original fiction. She thinks she can just throw out names, and everybody already knows who they are, and she doesn't need to introduce them. Tariq was never given an introduction. He was just mentioned among a sea of other background character names in a book, 111,000 words long, and it didn't need to be that long. Because I keep pointing out that that 111,000 word thing should have been chopped to be the same length as all of the other things, which is around 30,000 words. It didn't need to be that long. The only reason it got that long was being shoved full of scenes that accomplished nothing, kind of like the entirety of Witch King, because I assume you're here. If you didn't watch me read through Witch King, go do that. It's sure is something. But you can see now how all of the problems in Witch King are not brand new. Anyways, let's continue reading. I will once again read the first paragraph. There were still 3 hours out when Perihelion picked up the first clean images of the station. Iris. I have to train myself to pronounce it that way now. Final Fantasy 15 didn't even last 20 hours of me playing it when I was playing it the slow way. I don't know why the fuck my brain has just decided if it's a name, it's pronounced Iris now. Iris didn't groan under her breath, and that's a little dot and a comma there. The mission team was in the ship's conference room with her and Tariq, and she didn't want to alarm them. But this was not going to be the easy slip in and out job that they had hoped. The mission team was in the ship's conference room with her and Tariq, and she didn't want to alarm them. I already have questions from just paragraph 1. I think your mission team should be aware of everything that is required, including things that you find alarming. I would want to fucking know what there is to be alarmed about if I'm going on a fucking mission in space. Are there fucking xenomorphs climbing all over the goddamn space station? Also, where the fuck is Murderbot? We're doing it again. I need to know, hand me the pink marker. It's in that little shelf right there. We're gonna write on my arm every time a name that has nothing to connect it to anything gets mentioned. We're doing it because, goddamn, we at least have context for Iris, not Iris. Iris and Tariq, because they were randomly promoted to main character status in book 7, but then they also weren't. I can't really even say that, but I will give them little X's instead. I'll just keep track of all the names mentioned in this. We know who fucking Art is. art can get a circle. Yeah, in book 7, they were just promoted to main character status, I say, but then they also did not really exist. They were just, their names just got mentioned a lot more, and they were doing stuff, supposedly. I'm just gonna have to read that book the way I read Witch King. It's ridiculous. Anyways, this could be difficult, Martin said, which was a mild way to put it. Who the fuck is Martin? And this is spelled Martyn. Who the fuck is Martin? This could be difficult, Martin said, which was a mild way to put it. Period. The station's feed showed multiple corporate transits in dock, as well as armed ships, their sensor images highlighted in red. It's like, that's paragraph 2. We're 2 paragraphs in. Standing on the other side of the conference room, Tariq rolled his eyes at the understatement. Iris caught his gaze and lifted a brow.
I thought she was a teenager.
So did I.
I thought she was like a young teenager.
You might be
So
getting
she
her,
would be
you
even
might be
younger
getting
than
her
this.
confused with Amina. She's supposed to be a young adult. I'm pretty goddamn sure. Like, she's somebody's kid, and Iris is supposed to be like a young adult, like maybe 17 or something. Amina is younger than her. Amina is probably like 14 or 15. What's going on here? Hold on. We're still on we are on paragraph 3 now. Let me just read the first 3 paragraphs, because it's weird. They were still 3 hours out when perihelion picked up the first clean images of the station. Iris didn't groan under her breath. The mission team was in the ship's conference room with... Let me Google what the fuck that thing is called. Hold on. It's a semicolon. Okay. I know that name now. If you're wondering why I don't know the name of basic grammar things, it's because we went to 50 million fucking schools as kids, and all of their English classes were at different fucking points in the curriculum. Iris didn't groan under her breath, semicolon. The mission team was in the ship's conference room with her and Tariq, and she didn't want to alarm them. But this was not going to be the easy slip in and out job that they had hoped. This could be difficult, Martin said, which was a mild way to put it. The station's feed showed multiple corporate transports in dock, as well as armed ships, their sensor images highlighted in red. Standing on the other side of the conference room, Tariq rolled his eyes at the understatement. Iris caught his gaze and lifted a brow. He folded his arms, his attention back on the display, but she could tell he was a little embarrassed. That was the kind of back and forth that was fine when it was just crew, but it wasn't for outsiders or students. There's also another little thing at the end of that paragraph, but hold on. Backing up, I want to point out here in paragraph 2, the station's feed showed multiple corporate transports in dock, as well as armed ships, their sensor images highlighted in red. That's not the proper way to format that sentence if we're supposed to find it alarming. You should be leading with the fact that they have armed ships, gunships, presumably. You should be leading with that. That's like me saying, like, if you're supposed to be taking it seriously, you should be leading with the scary thing. The corporate transits should not even be a blip on the radar until you're trying to get in. You should be focusing on, look at all those fucking Death Stars. They got Star Destroyers, guys. We only have our except that doesn't even work because ART/perihelion is an overpowered gunship that has access to nukes. if it just modifies, we're going to pretend they're not nukes. The things that are probably specifically aboard to hide the fact that they're fucking nuclear bombs. So, okay. First of all, you should be leading with the fact. You don't get rid of that whole sentence. Yes, I am going to act as fucking editor here. The whole sentence is, the station's feed showed multiple corporate transports in dock, as well as armed ships. Their sensors highlighted in red. Alright, if we're supposed to be taking this seriously, and thinking that could be difficult is an understatement. Here's how that sentence should go. The sensor image was swarming with red. Every one indicated a massively armed and dangerous ship. Something like that. You have to get rid of literally every part of that sentence that is not saying they have gunships, they have Star Destroyers, they've got Death Stars. Don't tell us, oh, there's a bunch of business people in suits that have just pulled up in taxis. Also, they have tanks. Like, let me put just in modern shit, this could be difficult, Martin said, which was a mild way to put it. The camera feed showed multiple fucking business people pulling up in Ubers and taxis and limos, as well as tanks. And it's like, you should be, just say, the building is surrounded by fucking tanks and attack helicopters. The station is swarmed by fucking Star Destroyers, fighter ships. Why are you telling us the station's feed showed multiple corporate transports in dock? We don't need that information. Yes, we are doing this. Don't lead with that. And also, again, now on paragraph 3. I have questions too about this statement. Standing on the other side of the conference room, Tariq rolled his eyes at the understatement. Okay. Presuming this is from Iris's perspective, it seems to be, because she's the one that got mentioned first. How is Iris both looking at the screen and looking all the way across the room to see that Tariq is rolling his eyes? And then Iris caught his gaze and lifted a brow, saying, "Don't roll your eyes, we're professionals." And it's like, okay, but how are you looking literally all the way, standing on the other side of the conference room? How are you looking all the way over there to see the fact that he's rolling his eyes? And why do you think him rolling his eyes is bad? It's just... He folded his arms, his attention back on the display, but she could tell he was a little embarrassed. That was the kind of back and forth that was fine when it was just crew, but it wasn't for outsiders or students. You don't have fun with your students? You don't let people roll their eyes? And be carefree with your students? Like, what? Also, again, Iris is supposed to be like a young adult. This is framing it as though Tariq is younger than her and is the immature person who has to be reprimanded. And then still attached to that paragraph, she said, "It depends on the situation on board the corporate station." We're doing this again. We're doing corporate speak. We're doing corporate nitpicky speak. That could be fine if it were Murderbot literally always being forced to fucking nitpick this shit because of the governor module, except the governor module has been hacked since literally before any of these stories. There's not a single short story or anything about where Murderbot still has the governor module intact. It has literally never needed to do this shit. So I'll just read the dialogue. Martin said, this could be difficult. Iris said, it depends on the situation on board the corporate station. Why are you saying all of that? Why are you saying on board the corporate station? There's no other station here. You don't need to specify the corporate station. That's the only fucking space station here. This is just... We're doing corporate speak in dialogue that doesn't even need corporate speak. Like, you don't need to... It's probably just there to pad the word count. Alright. Let's read paragraph 4. The schematics on the floating display above the table showed the corporate-controlled station was a large one. And again, we don't need to keep fucking specifying corporate-controlled. It's the only space station here. It's not like there's a corporate-controlled space station and a free space station next to each other. It's one space station. You don't need to keep saying that. When I'm done reading this, I'm going to go through and Control F corporate and just see every time it's in there, literally just to specify for no reason to pad the word count. We'll do that together. It'll be fun. I guess I should make sure my phone isn't trying to kill itself. Yesterday, when I was recording the video outside, my phone, after that, decided it was going to die by fucking becoming molten lava hot. And literally spent 15 minutes endlessly restarting itself. So, yeah. I'm not making any more videos outside until it's not summer. The schematics on the floating display above the table showed the corporate-controlled station was a large one, in the shape of 3 connected spheres, which meant it had probably been built incrementally over time, with sections being added as the population grew. And the docking ring was on one... Martha Wells, you need to hire an actual fucking editor who can do their job. Are you listening?
No, what?
Let me restart this paragraph. The schematics on the floating... Hold on, you know what? I'm just going to because I have to zoom in my text so I can read it easier because my eyesight is shit and I'm tired of squinting. I'm going to paste this into a document so I can number the paragraphs because I don't want to have to keep scrolling back up and down to just tell you what paragraph number it is. It's going to take us a long time to fucking read this. I hope you're all ready for another 2-hour video. This would probably be easier if I hadn't zoomed in.
You can set Firefox accessibility to increase font size.
Yeah, I have it zoomed in. Their website's just weird, so it makes it... It's not... The text isn't taking up the whole space. It's just, like, squishing it over to the side. So I'm just labeling each paragraph. Okay, yeah, so we are still on paragraph 4. The schematics... Okay, yeah. I'll read this paragraph 4 again, with punctuation included. The schematics on the floating display above the table showed the corporate-controlled station was a large one, in the shape of 3 connected spheres. Was a large one, comma, in the shape of 3 connected spheres, comma, which meant it had probably been built incrementally over time, comma, with sections being added as the population grew, period, and the docking ring was on one end, period. At the other end was their goal, a pre-corporation rim habitation. Because we're doing that shit again. More corporate speak. Just the fact that and the docking ring was on one end. That's a complete sentence in this story. And I can see what she's trying to do. She's trying to build up tension and have like a character saying, and we have to go all the way over there. Except it doesn't work because what? Alright. Get an editor that actually knows how to edit. Fire whoever the fuck edited Witch King. Fire whoever the hell edited System Collapse. Find an editor that can actually... Paragraph 5. What are you talking about? The shape of it was mostly obscured in the sensor image by the bulk of the corporate station. Though the schematic projection showed it was irregular, like a lumpy asteroid, they knew it was an entirely built structure, not something based on a naturally occurring body.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
This is okay. That's so fucking confusing. I am, again, just going to read paragraphs 4 and 5 in conjunction, without interruption. The schematics on the floating display above the table showed the corporate-controlled station was a large one, in the shape of 3 connected spheres, which meant it had probably been built incrementally over time, with sections being added as the population grew, period. And the docking ring was on one end, period. At the other end was their goal, a pre-corporation habitation. Pre-corporation rim habitation. The shape of it was mostly obscured in the sensor image by the bulk of the corporate station. Though the schematic projection showed it was irregular, like a lumpy asteroid, they knew it was an entirely built structure, not something based on naturally occurring body. Also, another interruption here. She's trying to give us basic descriptions and some attempts at exposition, but you don't give us exposition by interrupting what should be a scene where shit's just happening, to go, oh, this space station was probably built up over time. It's like, no, that's not the point to tell us this. There's literally nothing stopping her. I'm reading through all of the stories of the Wizard of Oz. It's not all the Wizard of Oz. That's just the name of the first book. I'm reading all the Oz stories written by Frank Baum. Yeah, by that guy. The 10th book in the series of Oz is set somewhere else from Oz. Probably because, as he's mentioned multiple times in his letters at the start of the book, he would really like to be able to... He would like to be able to write something besides stories of Oz, but all of the kids of the nation keep begging him for, which is funny. Anyways, book 10 is set somewhere that's not Oz, so we just get a bunch of exposition at the top, explaining it to us what the situation here is. It's exposition. It's well done. When I'm done this video, I'll just read it out loud to you, because it's public domain. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, great, good job with the exposition. Now I know what's going on, I know what to expect. Let's get on with the story, because we don't need all that exposition for normal stories about Oz, because we know what the fuck is going on here. It's a fairyland. Glinda's there, Ozma's there, etc. We haven't seen the Tin Woodman in a bit, but that's beside the point. We don't need that kind of introduction about Oz, because we know what's going on. We get the deal. New stuff will probably happen, but it's all in line. Except for some of the continuity errors, but whatever. Button Bright is so stoic, he never gets upset by anything. Sir, he was literally crying his eyes out in his first introduction, rightfully, because he got his head stolen and replaced with a fox's. Why are you telling us he's always stoic? But whatever. These are kids' stories written in before 1915, because that's when the newest one came out. Anyways, what I'm trying to say here is, it's literally fine. It's a good thing, in fact, to start your book out with context. Necessary context. It's called exposition. It's why at the start of the Star Wars movies we get that little scrolly thingy. It's been blah 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 years since the evil empire did blah 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 blah. That's exposition. It works. This doesn't fucking work. We're only 5 paragraphs in, but there's like so many problems, and they would be really fucking easy to fix. If I were the editor for this, I would tell her, no, remove that from that fucking paragraph, put it at the start, give us all the necessary fucking context at the start. don't try to work it in here, because you're not working it in. You're just going off on a random tangent that has nothing to do with anything. It doesn't make sense for these characters to be thinking this. It could make sense if Iris were a fucking space architect who is or space engineer, architect, whatever the fuck you would call them in space. One of those things. Both of those things. And her fucking favorite thing in the entire world is architecture and examining architecture and going, I know exactly how they put that space station together. That could work. Except that's not Iris's personality, so it's just random bad writing. Because Martha Wells hates exposition. Alright. Paragraph 6. You mean... No, hold on. What? No, I'll just read it. I'll read it. Paragraph 6. You mean there isn't a way we can approach from the outside without being caught? Dr. Marique said. Who the fuck is that?
I have a list going.
What? And that is spelled Mauriq. This is a brand new fucking name. This is from nowhere. You mean there isn't a way we can approach from the outside without being caught, Dr. Marique said. She was the mission team leader, but her experience with this kind of thing was limited. Iris could tell she was a little nervous and trying to hide it. Why can Iris tell that? Iris is supposed to be a young adult. Why is she this perceptive about everything, including, I presume, if somebody has the name Doctor, a title Doctor, that means they're a fucking grown adult who's gone through all of the education systems, and this is in the future. They probably even have higher education. What? I'm gonna read all the dialogue out loud. This could be difficult. It depends on the situation on board the corporate station. You mean there isn't a way we can approach from the outside without being caught? Is this a conversation? No, it doesn't. No, it's not. What are you fucking who the fuck approved this dialogue? It depends on the situation inside the corporate station. You know, if I didn't know any better, I would think that Iris is the robot, and that, not even like TikTok. He talks like normal, he just stutters sometimes. I would assume that Iris is the robot, who speaks like a robot, who speaks in a robotic manner, like this, because computer-generated text. It depends on the situation inside the corporate station. Yeah, actually, the more I think about it, that is the kind of statement that a robot would make. A robot. None of this dialogue connects at all. It's just there to interrupt the meaningless prose. Yeah. You mean there isn't a way we can approach from the outside without being caught? Comma. That's not a question. That's not even a question. She's not asking a question. Paragraph 7, we have some dialogue from Art, which is just in italics, saying, there is a way, period. Paragraph 8. Iris knew that tone. Iris knew that tone, period. This is all in the same paragraph. She used the private crew channel in the ship's feed to say warningly, Perry. Paragraph 9. Dr. Marique frowned at the compartment ceiling. Yes? Also, again, to go back to paragraph 8, Iris knew that tone. That should be all of paragraph 8. And then paragraph 9 should be, she used the private crew channel in the ship's feed to say warningly, Perry. Also, again, with the fucking unnecessary bullshit in there. That should just be, she used the ship's private crew channel to say warningly, Perry. We don't need the in the ship's feed. That's unnecessary. Get that kitty. She's gonna claw that. Look at that face. Look at that little face. Yeah. again, we don't get any actual exposition, and then we just get stuff that's needlessly specific for the sole purpose of padding the word count. Dr. Marique frowned at the compartment ceiling. Yes? Perry's voice didn't have a direction, but new people always looked at the ceiling. Yeah, she mentioned that in the last book, the book 5 too, but that's for everybody, not just new people. And again, that should be separate. Perry's voice didn't have a direction. That should be paragraph 10. But nah. Paragraph 10 is, Martin took in a breath to intervene, but it was already too late. And again, that, if we're going for drama and tension, which she clearly is, that should be the end of that paragraph. But instead, that's not a scratching post. Come here. Come here. You have the tall thing right there. Alright. Are you gonna come over here? You gonna come here? Oh, yes you are. Yeah, come here. You can sit on this side and I'll pet you. Hello. Sit up here and I can pet you. I can pet you while we're doing this. You're just interrupting. Anyways, yeah, if we're going for drama and tension, A, you should have fucking led with the fact that they have armed ships, the equivalent of tanks and attack helicopters. B, this paragraph, number 10, Martin took in a breath to intervene, comma, but it was already too late, period. Another diagram popped up and superimposed itself over the corporation's station schematic, with proposed targets and calculations for the potential results. Iris grimaced. On crew private again, she said, Perry, you promised to be nice in front of the new people. And again, this is all one paragraph. This is all one paragraph. And as I've mentioned multiple times in the Witch King thing, and I'm probably in the Alien Isolation thing, Martha Wells doesn't separate dialogue from other paragraphs properly. Iris grimacing and talking to perihelion, because we're just calling it perihelion now, should be its own paragraph. Because we start off this paragraph with Martin getting ready to speak. And then Art does stuff, and then Iris talks. This should not all be the same fucking paragraph. Paragraph 11 is, she asked. At least Perry used crew private to reply. So, I'm gonna have to, when I'm done this, I'm gonna have to just read out all of the dialogue. Just the dialogue. Actually, I'll start highlighting it now in different colors. That's a bad color. Like, this is... Like, let me read you out the conversation so far. This video is probably going to be like 3 hours long. This could be difficult, Martin said. Iris said, it depends on the situation on board the corporate station. You mean there isn't a way we can approach from the outside without being caught, Dr. Marique said. Perihelion said, there is a way. Iris said, Perry? Dr. Marique said, yes? Iris said to Perihelion, Perry, you promised to be nice in front of the new people. Perihelion says, she asked. And it's like, that's the conversation. That's the conversation so far. And again, I am obligated to point out, as I've realized in Witch King, that the reason Martha Wells gives all of her characters these telepathic abilities to talk telepathically private, including in this, with the private crew channel and private feed, private messaging in your head thing. Martha Wells does that because she's lazy and doesn't want to actually limit the characters from any kind of communication in scenes where they're in scenes with other people. So instead, in Witch King, they can just, Kai and Zeddy can just be chatting all day in their fucking heart walkie-talkies, and nobody will know the wiser, and they can communicate literally anything they want at any time, no matter the circumstances. So there's never any reason for them to have to keep shit to themselves because other people are in the room, and they cannot just go off to a corner and start whispering, because that'd be really fucking suspicious. And it's exactly the same in here. They can just chat privately, telepathically, whatever they want, because then we don't actually have to have any proper limit on communication, and communication through limited fucking means. And it's lazy. Now on paragraph 12. This paragraph is even worse. Oh my god. Paragraph 12. You know what I was just saying about this should not be all in the same paragraph? This is worse. This takes the fucking cake. I'm opening MS Paint and putting this on a fucking trophy. I'm scribbling a fucking trophy. The trophy will be the fucking preview image for this thing. Oh my god. It's gonna be a shitty trophy. I'm scribbling a fucking trophy, guys, because this is so... How old is Martha Wells? She has been writing since before I was born. Oh, I missed a spot. No. Come here. Stick her in the frickin' thing. I'm copying and pasting this text and putting it into this fucking thing. This is the worst paragraph I've ever seen. Ever. This is gonna be the new fucking... This is gonna be the fucking... This is fucking... This is so bad. This is the new... This takes the cake. Alright, let me read this. That's going to be the preview image for this video, assuming YouTube lets me put it there. So you'll get to see it then. Dr. Marique took it calmly, glancing at Martin for it. Oh, I have to interrupt again, because... Don't do this! Do not have literally two characters that are both equally meaningless, and have one of them be named Marique and the other be named Martin. She just did this in Witch King with a guy named Bashasa and a guy named Bashat, and they both held the same fucking position, and it's not like it's a fucking title name that gets passed down through the position. She's doing it again. Dr. Marique and Martin. Don't do that. You are just fucking begging for everybody to get these two confused. This is pointless. But anyways, in this paragraph, Dr. Marique took it calmly, glancing at Martin for reassurance, but Dr. Ladson was clearly agitated. He said, that, ... you're suggesting we destroy the corporate station. And again, that's the only fucking space station here. You don't need to keep specifying corporate station. The diagram, now with a helpful animated image, was demonstrating how the proposed targeting solution would break the corporate station into... Again, corporate station into pieces with a 47% estimated casualty rate. And it's like... Is this supposed to be funny? It's just... This is the worst paragraph I've ever seen. So we have Dr. Marique reacting... looking at another named character who's being named in the paragraph, and then a completely third character who has never been mentioned before now starts talking, and then still in the same paragraph, we're directed back to the fucking thing where there's a cutesy little Fallout 4 animation that's supposed to be funny, and it's like, this is so fucking bad. And again, with the needlessly specifying shit. On a crew private feed, Tariq said, "You manipulated her into asking." What?
Which doesn't make any sense.
I swear, when I'm done reading, when I get to the end of the story, I'm just gonna read out all of it. Paragraph 14. That was not manipulation. Perry hesitated for the perfect beat. It was far too easy for that. And that's supposed to be funny. It's like, what? So, hold on. Because this is supposed to be a setting where robots are supposed to be oppressed minorities, and they are, but Martha Wells doesn't fucking act like that, even though she's the one who wrote it. Are you telling me right now that perihelion is literally not allowed to participate in the conversation that is happening inside its body? Is that a normal thing to say and expect of people, that if you are literally using a goddamn living ship, that they are not allowed to participate in the conversation? Because that's pretty fucked up, Martha Wells, I gotta fucking say. Imagine if everybody told Pilot and Moya, shut the fuck up, nobody wants you here. What the fuck? And then paragraph 15 is just, Tariq sighed audibly, all by itself. Oh no, stop it. Stop doing this. Stop it. Paragraph 16. Martin rubbed his forehead like he was nursing a headache already. That's fine. Except it's weird, it's overblown, but it's fine. From the bridge, via the feed, Seth said, "Perry, stop. We're not blowing up the corporate station." Why is Seth here? Seth is another background character who just, again, existed as much as Tariq did in book 5. Also, Seth talking through the feed the way that everybody else is, that's not being counted. That's got little actual quotation marks instead of just being just italics. So that's an inconsistency for no reason.
Is it in italics?
The dialogue, the feed chat is just in italics. It doesn't have quotation marks. But then when Seth is talking through the feed, it's got quotation marks and it's not italicized. That's weird. Paragraph 17. The mission team nervously eyed the animation, which was now showing how the tractor could be used to slice what was left of the corporate station off the pre-CR Hulk. So we have some improvement here. Instead of fucking reading out and making us read pre-corporation rim blah, we're shortening it to pre-CR. Except you could just call it the older thing. And all of this is supposed to be funny, obviously. It's not funny, though, because it's like... Paragraph 18. Actually, hold on, I want some fucking stuff. Is that a real typo? I didn't put that there. Hold on a second.
She hesitated or whatever?
Hold on. I did not put that typo there. Let me go back to the webpage. Hold on. There's a typo. There's a missing space.
Yep, that's in the original.
Yep, there's a typo in the original in paragraph 18 where it's she honestly, but there's no space there, so it's just one word. She honestly. So, I'm confused because this is posted to reactormag.com, and Reactor is the name of the publishing people. They changed it from Tor to Reactor, I think. unless this is just a separate thing of theirs. But
I
it's
think
like,
they did change the name because people were complaining about the name change.
yeah, because it's confusing. Like, I'm really baffled now because this is only 18 paragraphs in. Are you telling? So this literally was not edited. Not even proofread by Martha Wells herself after she finished writing it. It's not like there's just a blatantly missing space. What are you?
It's not like it would be hard for somebody.
Like you didn't get your. She married. You didn't get anybody to read it for you. Literally anybody can say, hey, just they don't even need to tell her. They just need to push the space button for her, and say you missed a space here.
We fixed it. Don't worry.
I'm not even sure how missing a space works. Unless it was, like, it's not even... Like, I could understand missing a space if there were a bunch of words that were always combined, except for in some circumstances, and you just did the wrong one, but how do you miss a space there? Look,
Probably from changing
in my document, that was a space bar. I fixed it.
And it's highlighted in red.
Well, I have that turned off because it gets everything wrong. But, like... What? Martha Wells has been writing since the 90s. This is a professional publisher that has posted this on their website, and it's like, you none of you people could just push the fucking space button? Are you serious? None of you caught that? Whoever's in charge of posting it to the website didn't catch that? Are you telling me they're just posting shit to their website without reading it? Like, that's just fucking baffling. Anyways, paragraph 18. The first thing Iris told new mission team members so again, mission team members. Unnecessarily specific shit. Just call them mercenaries. Are they mercenaries? Just call them mercenaries. New mission team members. That's unnecessary. They're hired guns, hired whatever. Mission team members. The first thing Iris always told new... Are you laughing over there?
Would you like to know a hilarious, stupid, weird, doesn't make sense fact?
About this or in general?
The Murderbot Diaries.
You have to talk louder because this thing is blocking all of the
When
noise.
they're talking in the feed, it's not text messages. They have your voice in the feed can be colored by nerves because you're nervous.
Huh?
They're apparently talking audibly in the feed. This entire time, I thought these were text chats. Because that's what the implication is. They are literally talking out loud in each other's heads in the feed, apparently.
Yeah, because it's bootleg telepathy.
I spent this entire book series thinking these were text chats.
Nope.
On private social media chat pages.
Nope.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yep. The first thing Iris always told new mission team members was... The first thing Iris always told new mercenaries was, don't let it intimidate you, because it will try. And again, I'm confused, because Iris is a young adult, isn't she? We know, like, next to nothing about her, but we know she's a young adult. Do I really have to...
Yeah, listen, the entire time I've been reading these books, I've been under the impression that talking to each other in the feed is a private little text chat message thing.
Why is this over here? This is clean. Alright, plan aborted. I was going to go and grab book 5 and frantically scroll through it, but I don't know how the new bookshelves are set up. We don't know anything about Iris except the bare minimum, and that is that she's a young adult. Why is Iris the one apparently lecturing fucking mercenaries? The first thing Iris always told new mission team members was, don't let it intimidate you, because it will try. She honestly didn't know whether it helped her or if it just scared them and encouraged Perry to live up to its reputation. She used her personal channel, the one nobody else could hear, and said, Perry, stop it. You'll upset Dad and Dad. And okay, I don't think Martha Wells... Families with two dads don't have both of them be called Dad because of the very obvious, that's gonna confuse everybody. Are you... What the fuck is this shit? Like, what is this? What? What? Like, I'm just baffled. Are you telling me Iris calls both of her dads Dad? Nothing else? Nothing else? She could have said, stop it, you'll upset my dads. That would work. What do you mean she calls both of her dads Dad?
It took me 2 seconds to type into Google to find a Reddit thread of people asking, if you have 2 dads or 2 moms, what do you call each of them? Most of the time, it's Dad and Daddy, Mom and Mum. One person has
Ma,
three,
Pa,
Mom,
and Da,
Da.
Fa. There's literally so many.
Dad and Papa, which stands for other parent, which is delightful. Mom and Mom, Daddy and
like,
Papa.
what is this
Dad
shit?
And Pa.
Like, okay, in genuine fucking seriousness, this is just fucking homomistic. Like, are you telling me, Martha Wells, you couldn't, like, what is this? What the fuck is this? Genuinely, what the fuck? Like, I'm not even kidding. You know so little of basic shit that you think, like, Dad and Dad. It's like, and this is to specify, if you have read books that are well written, this is not like,
she could have just
because I guarantee there's gonna be at least somebody that tries to come up with this excuse. The Murderbot Diaries is not the Imperial Ratch. In the Imperial Ratch, there's a whole fucking thing, storytelling element, where everything that is happening is being translated into English for our benefit. So, if we got this sentence in the Imperial Ratch, the specific fucking meaning would be that the language being spoken by these guys has multiple words for Dad, but the language it's being translated into has only one. If, like, the Ratch, they only have 2 fucking pronouns. Pronoun for people, which gets translated to she, and pronoun for non-people, which gets translated to it. If Breck were having a conversation with somebody and somebody said, you'll upset Dad and Dad, the very clear meaning, on purpose, from the author to the reader would be, this person's language has multiple words for Dad, but the language that Breck speaks does not. So she's only getting, but you just said Dad twice. That's not what's going on here, though. Martha Wells is literally just saying Dad and Dad. Iris calls both of her dads Dad. No specifics. Like, I'm pretty sure Seth is one of her dad. You could call him Dad's, because Dad S. Who the fuck is her other dad? Just add the fucking first letter of their name to Dad. Dad's. Or Dad S. Dad, I don't fucking know. who's the other dad? Or just as an example. Like, have you literally never had a classmate in your life, wherever everybody else goes to school, where there's two classmates, two kids who have the same name, so you just say, like, Megan P, Megan Z. One time we had, like, 3 fucking, I don't remember, but there were 3 of them. I think it was Morgan. There was Morgan something, a girl, and there was one guy Morgan, and there was another girl Morgan, and they all had to specify by their fucking last name. Except then two of them also had the same last name that started with K, so it's fucked up. Like, I'm just stuck on paragraph 18, like, the level of ignorance here is astounding. You'll upset Dad and Dad. Literally, I said that was one of the first things I said. What the fuck? It should have just been, you'll upset my dads. This is fucking ridiculous. Also, I have to point out, this is why I wrote symptom of something worse. If everybody on board art / perihelion, I guess we're just gonna be calling it perihelion. If everybody aboard perihelion constantly has to bargain with it because they don't like its behavior, then A, why don't they just stop living aboard it? Because it clearly doesn't share their moral values, so I don't know why they are compromising on their moral values by living there. Does that imply, B, we know that art perihelion wants a fucking crew, so is it just keeping them all there against its will? Is that what's happening?
Their will.
Huh?
You said against their will.
Yeah, the people.
You said its will. As though they're forcing themselves on it.
Is perihelion keeping its crew there against their will? Are they all just kidnapping victims because it wants a crew? Because that would make sense. That would make more sense than everything else going on here. So, yeah. Perry, stop it. You'll upset Dad and Dad. And it's like, just... Because, again, as Walks pointed out, this... Just realized. Did you just realize this now?
Which part?
That it's not text. It's telepathic.
Yes.
Pseudo-telepathic. Yeah, when they are talking in the feed, they're talking into each other's heads, audibly.
Instead of being a private text message, which is what I've thought it was this entire time.
Mm-hmm. Like, if we were doing a thing where Dad and Dad are pronounced differently or something like that, there could be symbols attached to them to fucking show that. But we're not doing that. It's fucking ridiculous. The animation stopped and the schematic disappeared. Perry replied, "If the mission team is unable to cope with me, they are unable to face hostile corporates." It's like, sure. I'm just highlighting the text. It had a point, though Iris didn't want to admit it. But wait, no, hold on. Perry, stop it. You'll upset Dad and Dad. If the mission team is unable to cope with me, they are unable to face hostile corporates. Okay, but she's not saying you're upsetting the mercenaries. She's saying you'll upset my dads. Why are we talking about if the mission team can't cope with blah? But they're not the subject of this conversation. Her dads are. It had a point, though Iris didn't want to admit it. Hopefully they won't have to face them, she told it, and also, these two are just having this conversation in silent telepathic communication, so everybody else in the room has to just stand there in silence, not doing anything. Aloud, she said, We'll have to dock at the station and then make our way through to the pre-CR structure. Our contact aboard said there are access points, multiple ones. We're hoping to be able to avoid that. But, huh? What? We'll have to dock at the station and then make our way through to the pre-CR structure. Our contact aboard said there are access points, multiple ones. We were hoping to be able to avoid that, but it was always a possibility, so we have a plan in place. What? Huh? What? What do you... What? Why is this... This doesn't make sense. So there's multiple ways to get from the regular station to the old one.
From the inside.
From the inside, but it's like... Isn't that literally what you would always have to do? The problem here is supposedly that they got a bunch of helicopters and tanks parked outside the fucking door. Like... This is baffling. Perihelion says, Iris, how is that not facing the corporates? Perry said, mercifully on private. And it's, again, I have to ask, alright, but Martha Wells, why is it talking about this on private chat? Huh? Why is it talking on private? If it's supposed to be so unreasonable and hostile, why isn't it forcing this conversation to happen in public? Because that would actually be funny. Because we'll just be another group of travelers. There's no facing involved, she told it, aware it sounded like a bad rationalization. You and I are defining facing in entirely different ways, and it's like... Why... Okay, paragraph 24. Perry was also having separate conversations with Seth, Martin, and Tariq on the crew channel, and also Karime. What the fuck? Where'd my marker go? I put my marker somewhere.
It's in front.
Oh my god, Martha Wells, just stop. Martha Wells is politically incompetent. Just you wait until you read this. Because Martha Wells now likes to say that actually, in this setting, robots are more expensive to use as laborers than humans because she's politically fucking incompetent and does not grasp. No, it's incompetence. It's incompetency. It's not incoherency. What she's saying is very clear. She's just fucking incompetent. And she thinks that saying, yeah, actually human labor is more, less expensive than automation. And it's like, no, that's not why automation is bad. Automating jobs away is bad because people need those jobs to survive in a capitalist fucking society. Insisting that, well, actually automation is more expensive even when you are talking about a super sci-fi techno future where robots can do this paragraph. And more. Perry was also having separate conversations with Seth, Martin, and Tariq on the crew channel, and also Karime down in medical, and Katie, Mateo, and Turi in the engineering pod. Fuck. But, and this is shit that any fucking robot in this setting can do, pretty much. We just keep getting told that art is special because Martha Wells is ableist. But, like, there's literally, this is shit pretty much all the fucking robots in this setting can do if they weren't all just relegated to, most other ships are non-verbal, so that means they're not people because Martha Wells is fucking ableist. Literally. Art is special because it can talk in words, unlike the other spaceships, which talk in pictures and concepts and shit. And it's like, so you are literally just fucking ableist against non-verbal people and think that they are less people and less human. It's like, okay. Iris missed most of it except for Martin saying, "What is wrong? Why are you in such a bad mood?" Why is Martin saying, "What is wrong?" What's wrong? What is wrong? Perry declined to answer that one. Dr. Marique cleared her throat. "You all went quiet. Are you speaking to ... it?" It's like, so yeah, everybody else in this fucking room is just standing there silently. Not, it's fucking ridiculous. From the bridge comm. Okay, this time he's speaking on the comm. Now it should be in the quotation marks regular dialogue, which it is. But the first time he was talking through the feed, which is supposed to just be with italics. So I guess that was an actual genuine mistake, considering the blatant typo that we've already found. From the bridge comm, Seth said, "Yes, sorry, Perihelion provides mission tactical support and has some logistical concerns." And again, more corporate speak, but done unironically by people who are not from the fucking corporations. We're just doing corporate speak for the fuck of it. On crew private, Seth said, "Perry, can you hold off on the vaguely threatening interjections, at least until we get these people off the ship?" All of these people have just a very fucking strange relationship. I forgot to highlight the dialogue. This is very fucking weird. Art said, "Very well. I'll save them for a long walk through the corporate station, which is still in the throes of a hostile takeover, shall I?" "That would be great," Seth told it. And it's like, if you've read along with me reading Witch King, you may notice that all of this dialogue is completely fucking identical to anything that Kai and Zudi would be saying. Because, yeah, Martha Wells only knows how to write one fucking type of character and hasn't changed. Iris folded her arms and let out her breath. This was going to be one of those missions, she could already tell. Also, we're going to have to end the video here because my phone, I didn't delete any video photos before starting this, so it's probably going to run out of space soon and I need to check on that. It's not overheating, so yay! I'll be back. Okay, we're continuing. Finally, I started crocheting a fucking bag while waiting. I had to transfer all of the built up fucking pictures and videos and drawings from my phone to my computer. So now this thing has 128 gigabytes of free storage. So if it tries to tell me that I'm running out of space with which to record videos, I'm going to kill Google. Okay? Got it? It's still the same day. It's just like 2 hours later. Trying to get this damn phone to not be stupid. Reading, what is this dumb thing called? It's called Rapport, Friendship, Solidarity, Communion, Empathy. Hopefully I will be able to combine all of these videos into one long video on my phone with UCut, assuming the phone doesn't decide to explode or anything like that. So hopefully it will literally have been no time passing for you watching when I stopped and then to jump into here. Anyways, figured out while waiting for all of the files to transfer, which took so long, that I could just highlight the whole document and put it all into a numbered list, and it numbers the paragraphs for me. So we're on paragraph 32. Also, I realized, where the fuck is Murderbot? Where the fuck is Murderbot? Murderbot's supposed to be here because presumably this is the promised Murderbot and Art are going to go off together and fight the corporations. But so far we've just had Perihelion / Art, Tariq, Iris, Dr. Marique, Martin, some dude whose name starts with an L, I already forgot, and some other person I forgot. Seth is also there. Okay, we're on paragraph 32. Where the fuck's Murderbot? Is Murderbot just chilling somewhere further back in the ship? Not interacting with everybody, but listening on everything that's going on? Anyways, there was a little invisible paragraph break, or line break, page break. There's a time skip between that, what we last read before I paused the video, and now. As they approach the station, Iris... I keep mentally trying to pronounce that, Iris. I don't know why. What year did Final Fantasy 15 come out?
I can't remember.
Whatever year Final Fantasy 15 came out, and then I played it for less than 20 hours because that's how long it took me to beat the game, even when I was actively not trying to. Which, if you've ever played a Final Fantasy game, you know that is something. But somehow, there's a character in that named Iris, spelled the exact same way as Iris. And a game I played for less than 20 hours, and somehow my brain still wants to read this name as Iris now, which is fucking weird. Anyways, as they approached the station, Iris changed out of her ship clothes into her usual outfit for trying to look unobtrusive on a corporate station. It was simple, just sturdy shoes, pants, shirt, and jacket, in dull greens and browns. Look, she actually told us what color it is! Woohoo! Good job, Martha Wells, you told us the fucking colors! The literal basic necessity for describing shit! Thank you! It was simple, just sturdy shoes, pants, shirt, and jacket, in dull greens and browns. Nothing to attract attention, nothing too nice, but nothing that made her look like a transient who could be kidnapped for corporate labor camp. What the fuck? What? What? Nothing, but nothing that made her look like a transient who could be kidnapped for a corporate labor camp. What? What do you mean? What do you mean a transient? You're all transient. You're going from space station to space station. You're all transient. Are you trying to say a poor homeless person who has to stow away on ships or something? Because transient in a setting where everybody's constantly moving is fucking meaningless. Of course she's a fucking transient. She's visiting the space station. She's inherently transient. She's in transition. What in the fuck?
She has no permanent or even temporary quarters on the station.
But nothing that made her look like a transient who could be kidnapped for a corporate labor camp. Alright, but what? What in the fuck? And then in the same exact paragraph, she would be leading Dr. Ladson and Dr. Sonara. Where did I put the marker this time? I misplaced my marker, unless it's behind the phone. Yes, it is. This is all the same paragraph because Martha Wells doesn't know how paragraphs are supposed to work. She would be leading Dr. Ladson, Dr. Sonara, with Tariq and Mateo. Once they sent the okay, Karime would lead Dr. Marique and Oster with Turi and Katie. What in the fuck? Who the... Like... This is not... Never... Do not fucking think... Do not look at Martha Wells' writing and think, oh yeah, that's how to write. Don't tell us every single fucking character's name. It's not... That's bad writing. Objectively bad fucking writing. Oh my god. So we have now of all the names being thrown at us. I should have been counting the whole time. I wasn't counting the whole time. Dr. Ladson, Sunara, Marique, Oster, and Turi. I'm pretty sure they're all brand new. I vaguely remember Karime and Katie being mentioned because, again, it's stop giving us characters whose names all start with the same letter. You are literally just begging your audience to misread their names in crucial fucking moments. I don't know who the fuck Mateo is. Mateo had even less appearances in book 5, which is when most of these characters sprang into existence, than Tariq did. And that's saying a lot, because I just read earlier every sentence that included the word Tariq. Paragraph 33. Mateo came and stood in her cabin doorway, eyeing her critically as she adjusted her hairband. Is that what you're going with? They said. Oh, okay, I guess Mateo uses they, them pronouns. That's new fucking info to me. Cool! We have a canon non-binary character! For once in this whole goddamn story. Fantastic. It only took, 10 goddamn stories? And, Jesus Christ. And we only get this, Mateo's fucking they, them pronouns this far into the story. Which means I was misgendering them the whole fucking time before now, and that's Martha Wells' fault. Congrats, Martha Wells. Iris didn't sigh. No, this is what I put on when I'm thinking about what to actually wear. Hilarious. Mateo leaned against the hatch lip. No, I meant maybe we should go with something upper end. Business work clothes. These people like business. It's like, these are supposed to be funny conversations, but like, we're still not getting any introduction to these characters. I don't know who the fuck Mateo is. I only just learned that Mateo is supposedly non-binary and uses they, them pronouns. Just now. Mateo has been in existence since fucking book 5, which came out in didn't that one come out in 2020 or something? I couldn't find the book on the shelf unless you want to go get it. I don't know where you put it.
Network Effect came out in 2020.
Yeah. Mateo as a character has existed conceptually since 2020, and we're only finding out now, 5 years after their name was first mentioned among a fucking tumult of other background character names that don't matter. Finally, we find out that Mateo uses they, them pronouns, and it's like...
That is in it. Because I just looked up their name in the...
No, it's not, because there's a difference between Murderbot referring to random strange people as they, them, and a character who actually knows the person as they, them. Because this, Iris knows Mateo. So when Iris uses they, them pronouns for Mateo, we know that those are Mateo's pronouns. When a random-ass stranger randomly uses they, them pronouns to refer to a stranger, doesn't mean that those are their pronouns. It means they don't fucking know.
Especially because nobody asks.
Yeah, again, literally nobody in this series has ever asked anybody else for their fucking pronouns, because Martha Wells is actually a fucking transmissic bigot who thinks that asking people for their pronouns is cringy, because you can always just tell by looking, because biological essentialism! And this conversation. Is that what you're going with? No, this is what I put on when I'm thinking about what to actually wear. Hilarious, and it's spelled high-hilarious, so we know that it's being pronounced hilarious as a joke, because it's supposed to be funny. But it's like, I don't know who this character is, I only just found out what their fucking pronouns are. There's nothing actually entertaining about this interaction. Following that dialogue of maybe we should go with something upper end. Business work clothes. These people like business. Is Mateo supposed to sound like somebody completely incompetent for whatever the fuck they're doing?
Most likely.
Iris had brought some nicer clothes to use if they actually had to meet with corporate officials. If there's still unrest, it might make us look like targets. She knew not wearing any jewelry might stand out just as much as wearing something expensive, so she put on some bracelets made of cheap but pretty metal and woven fibers. Why would not wearing jewelry make you stand out as much as wearing expensive shit? Again, this isn't the Imperial Ratch. If you've read the Imperial Ratch, you know that not wearing gloves That's bad. You don't do that in rat space unless you're purposefully trying to disgust and piss them off, which you should do. They deserve it. They deserve it.
Gestures in people's direction.
Yeah, you do not fucking make hand gestures in people's direction while not wearing gloves. Except you should. You should, though. You should do that. But you don't. You don't. Because hands in their culture, bare fucking hands, that's the equivalent of running around naked. That's obscene. Making hand gestures like that, me pointing at the phone, that is an obscene gesture in rat space, which is why you should do it. They don't, but you should. And that's the whole point. This is not the Imperial Rat. So what the fuck do you mean, Martha Wells, when you tell us that Iris knows not wearing any jewelry might stand out just as much as wearing something expensive? Like, what do you mean by that? That doesn't mean anything. That's because this isn't the Imperial Rat. We've been given no context. We never, ever have been given a single goddamn clue, ever, in all 9 stories preceding this, the 10th story set in this goddamn setting, that everybody wears jewelry all the time. So, like, what is this shit? It's just coming in out of nowhere to make it seem more complex and sophisticated than it is. And it's like, no, there's no fucking reason to believe that you not wearing jewelry would make you stand out. Why would it make you stand out? And again, I mentioned the 10th. Oh, actually, that works. That works. They line up perfectly. This is the 10th story in the Murderbot Diaries, and I'm talking about the 10th story in the Oz stories. I'm not reading the ones by that lady because apparently she sucks and ruined everything. I'm only reading the ones by the original author. 10 Murderbot stories, 10 Wizard of Oz, 10 Stories of Oz stories. The 10th one has perfect fucking exposition at the start because we're in a different situation than we normally are. We're not in Kansas. We're not in Oz.
We're not in Kansas anymore.
We're literally not in Kansas anymore. We're somewhere else in a related fairyland, but not Oz. So he gives us all the exposition necessary to understand the story that we're about to read, because that's how basic, bare minimum original storytelling works. You don't just start out like a random story by saying blah 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 blah, X character name was doing blah. You tell us the backstory. Just think of any generic ghost story you tell around the campfire. I don't think I've ever actually heard a ghost story around a campfire, but that's neither here nor there. You don't say, you give us fucking exposition, context. You just tell us the basic shit that sets up the story. Imagine if Star Wars didn't have the little scrolly texty thing at the start. That's exposition. It is, in fact, a necessity for storytelling. Just because you read nothing but fanfiction and write nothing but fanfiction does not mean when you go to writing original fiction, trying your fucking best and failing, that you leave out exposition. You do have to fucking give us exposition. You cannot write original fiction like it's fanfiction, because fanfiction is a completely goddamn different beast than original fiction. Anyways, let's continue. Yeah, this is gonna bother me. She knew not wearing any jewelry might stand out just as much as wearing something expensive. And it's like, there's no fucking reason to believe that is true at all. That is just there to pretend that, oh, there's totally world building here, guys. I have totally established the importance of jewelry before. And it's like, no, if that mattered, Murderbot would have gone out of its way to get some fucking jewelry as part of its fucking disguise. But it didn't, because she's just making this shit up 10 stories into the whole fucking series and just acting like it's casual fact. Like, this character's so good at disguises that she knows not wearing jewelry might make her stand out. And it's like, no, you're just making shit up and it doesn't even fucking work. You could say, in this area of space, not wearing jewelry might make you stand out. That could work. That's, how many words does that add? In this area of space. That's literally, just add 5 words to the start of that sentence. And it's fine. Did you hear what I just said?
Nope.
The whole, she knew not wearing any jewelry she knew not wearing any jewelry might stand out just as much as wearing something expensive. And I'm talking about how that doesn't fucking make sense.
Yeah.
There's been nothing ever established to make that make sense as just a statement of fact. And as I just said, all you have to do to fix that is add 5 words. In this area of space. There you go. Literally just adding 5 words. In this area of space. Or she knew not wearing any jewelry in this area of space might stand out as much as wearing something gaudy. That fixes it, because that is giving us a key in our fucking minds of this area in particular has some weird fucking social norms involving jewelry, so that everybody's wearing some kind of fucking jewelry, and not wearing jewelry makes you stand out more or is as much as wearing shit tons of jewelry.
You can actually shorten that even further in this system.
Literally. Just it's that simple, but we're not doing that. Oh my god. They're just talking. If there's still unrest, it also might make you look. If there's still unrest, it also. This sentence is fucked up. If there's still unrest, it also might make you look like not a target, Mateo persisted. God, that was. I don't know if you could tell, but I had to literally pick my laptop up and hold it closer to my face to read that. Perry said, "You need a deflection vest." Mateo pointed up and mouthed the word paranoid. And it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean that's paranoia? Are you telling me they're planning to go invade a corporate thing, but they're not wearing fucking bulletproof vests? This is the sci-fi future. You can have a bulletproof vest as thin as this, probably. Especially because they have energy weapons. So it would just need to be woven of a fucking specific fancy-ass fiber. Also, read, this has nothing to do with anything. Go read Hellhounds of the Cosmos by I forget who. It's funny and delightful, and rip to that guy. You don't have to kill yourself, man. They're totally fine. Rip to that scientist guy. He feels so bad, and he doesn't need to. They got ray guns even in the 4th dimension. That has nothing to do with anything. Perihelion saying, you need it. Go wear a bulletproof vest when you're invading a thing that is actively under attack right now. And then all the characters are like, oh, that's being paranoid. And it's like, I would have assumed that they were all wearing bulletproof vests under their clothes, because again, this is a super sci-fi future. That's unnecessary. Super sci-fi future. You can have a bulletproof vest that's as fucking lightweight as a shirt that can easily be worn under your regular shirt, and it'll just look like an undershirt or a bra or something. What do you mean they're not doing that? Like, what? And now they're saying the basic of maybe wear a bulletproof vest when you're going into a thing where people are probably gonna be shooting at you, and that's considered paranoid. It's like, so these people are literally just waltzing in without any kind of physical protection at all? What? I mean, we know it's a Martha Wells story, so if anybody does get hurt, it'll literally be healed before the story ends. But that's not an excuse for not wearing bulletproof vests in the super sci-fi future, where a bulletproof vest could literally have the thickness of this fucking shirt I'm wearing right now, and can be worn under a shirt. Like, what in the fuck is this shit? Like, a deflection vest, Iris repeated, checking over her toolkit, making sure there were enough ordinary maintenance tools that a glance at it didn't immediately say, "Hi, I'm here to break open secure hatches." She thought Perry was being facetious. Like for knives? This paragraph is, again, also weirdly fucking set up. That's not the correct use of the term facetious either. What do you mean you think Perry's being facetious by saying you should wear a fucking bulletproof vest? Oh, again, more dialogue that's supposed to be funny, but it's not. Do we know there's stabbing on this station? Mateo frowned. Is that a thing? Like, is that... I don't know who Mateo is, but Iris is supposed to be a young adult. Why is everybody just cool with sending this person... She might have even been referred to at some point as the baby of the team, unless I'm getting her confused for Amina. But I know Iris is supposed to be, like, young adult. I feel like she was the one being referred to as the baby of the team at some point. The baby of the crew, something like that. Do we know there's stabbing on this station? Is that a thing? It's like, is that it? Why are... Okay, that's supposed to be funny, but it's not funny. And it's just like, are you not concerned about these people's safety at all? It doesn't make sense. A garment made of tactical deflection fabric, Perry said, and it's like, yeah, that's what I was fucking saying. That's again, this is super sci-fi future. They have super sci-fi robots and cyborgs that can do literally anything at all. And you're telling me they're not automatically going in with armored clothes under their fucking clothes? It's a goddamn space station. It's probably going to be chilly anyways, because if they have the AC, or, well, heating, not high, that would just save on all of the power necessary to keep it from freezing, because you're in space. So, like, wearing extra layers would already make sense. And then paragraph 44 says, is Iris thinking, Perry was being serious. And then she's saying, personal armor is really obvious, isn't it? It would make us safer if nobody tries to rob us It would make us safer if anybody tries to rob us or something, but I think it would draw attention from the corporate's security. And it's like, but would that? Because, like, again, I am going to keep saying this. Super sci-fi future. Super ridiculously advanced technology sci-fi future. Why isn't it just considered normal to be wearing this shit? Especially when you're going to a space station that is literally under siege, or has just been successfully sieged and assaulted. Why wouldn't you automatically be wearing this shit all the time? Why isn't this normal? Paragraph 4. See? Literally exactly what I've been saying this whole time. I can make... Perihelion is saying, I can make one that will look like an ordinary item of clothing, the same weight as what you are wearing now. And it's like, yeah, why are we acting like this is a magical revelation that nobody's ever considered before? The second this shit was invented, everybody with the fucking money to afford it would be wearing it all the time. Or are we just gonna say that this is a magical perihelion thing that only perihelion can do? Because perihelion is special, and it's like, no. Every goddamn space station that Murderbot has visited has fucking magical fiber recycling things where you shove your clothes in and it fucking gives you new clothes that it weaves right there on the spot. Like, this is... She's taking the thing that should be the bare fucking minimum standard and is pretending that it's a magical thing that only art can do. And it's like... Paragraph 46. This was starting to sound like a good idea. Iris was willing to take any advantage possible. Really? Can you show me a picture? An image popped up in the feed. I guess... in the feed means that it's appearing in her mind, because usually they would say a screen appeared in the air or something like that. An image popped up in the feed. It looked like an ordinary vest, the fabric surprisingly thin. I researched similar garments used by port and corporate security and had been working on a design for use on missions. It's like, why is this being treated as a revelation? This should literally be standard fucking issue for everybody. You're in a fucking space dystopia. I've researched similar garments used by port and corporate security and have been working on a design for use on missions. And it's like, yeah, you just slapped the fucking fabric together. You don't, it's... Mateo said, seriously, that's great, Perry. You could wear that under a shirt. Nobody'd see it. And it's, wow, yeah, you don't fucking say? The fucking Fallout 4 has this shit. The fucking Fallout 4 has this shit. Why are we acting like this is a brand new revelation that nobody has ever fucking thought of before? Oh my god. Paragraph 49. Well, this is just getting ridiculous now. I've altered the material's profile so it will not be detected by corporate weapons. Oh my god. I've altered the material's profile so it will not be detected by corporate weapon scanners. No. Not a weapon. No. You didn't invent this shit. This shit would have been invented fucking decades, if not hundreds of years ago. You are in a capitalistic fucking dystopia. Every possible variety of this shit that can exist would exist by now. You cannot alter it to make it non-detectable to a weapon scanner because A, it's not a weapon in the first fucking place. It's fucking armored clothing. That is not illegal. You could wear a fucking super thick cotton padding. Just go back to medieval times and wear their padded fucking cloth armor. That's not illegal. You can't alter clothing to not be detected by a weapon scanner because it's literally not a weapon. B, no, you can't do that because this shit has existed for forever. Every version of it will be on a goddamn database. What do you mean you alter the material's profile? What? I reversed the polarity of the neutron flow, or whatever the fuck it is.
Yes.
Is that that's the thing?
That's the thing
it's
that
like,
Three came up with. Well, actually, I think it was maybe even earlier than that. It's just the generic, specifically used in a joking fashion.
Yeah, it's bullshit. Sci-fi. You altered the material's profile. It's woven fucking fabric of a fucking specific shit. Why would it be detected and any alterations you make to it so it doesn't get detected? It's just fucking ridiculous. This is such bad writing.
Unless it's a material that's giving off energy.
It wouldn't be. Like, paragraph 50. Iris was convinced, period. Can you make one for Tariq too? It's like, there's everything is wrong with this whole entire goddamn situation.
Also,
like,
why can art make shit like this?
Art has its own magical fabric looms and shit, because...
Are you telling me that art is the father of the Time Lords?
Yes.
It's got looms!
Yes.
Rassalon. Tecteun. Discount Rassalon.
Oh my god. I'm never gonna get over this. So first of all, we're saying a thing that's bare minimum that everybody should be doing all the time, and then acting like it's actually a brand new thing that art invented. Or at least stole from other people and then reinvented to be better and magically undetectable to weapon scanners, despite the fact that it should already be undetectable to weapons scanners, because it's not a weapon, it's clothing. It's just clothing woven of a specific fiber to fucking not be cut throughable. Like, what in the fuck?
It is not easy.
And now we're acting like, oh, actually, it's just fucking ridiculous, I swear to God. Iris was convinced. Can you make one for Tariq too? No, I dislike Tariq and would prefer to use this opportunity to be rid of him. Oh, thanks, Tariq said, appearing in the hatchway. It's like, what is this? What's supposed to be going on here? Why is everybody coming to Iris's bedroom when she's trying to get dressed? Like, what is that supposed to be funny? I don't like Tariq. And then Tariq appearing in the hatchway. The sentence is, oh, thanks, Tariq said, appearing in the hatchway. And it's like, you're supposed to assume it's kidding and be lulled into a false sense of security, Mateo explained. It's like, what is the... Tariq told them, my sense of security is always false. See, if I thought that was a joke, Mateo began. On the feed, Seth said, children, are you ready yet? We have a job to do. Look! Seth is actually the most charismatic speaker anybody has ever seen. Because that's the exact same line that Bashasa said. And then we were told later that Bashasa is never more dangerous than when he's allowed to speak. Because we're pretending that he's like some fucking fucking ridiculously charismatic orator who persuades everybody who listens to him because he's so good at making speeches. And then he did this exact fucking line of, not in the exact wording, but pretty goddamn close. I'm not going to get Witch King to double check. I don't have that remember, guys, that book doesn't have a goddamn table of contents. So even though I know which chapter it's in, I can't find that chapter because there's no table of contents. I would literally have to sit here and flip until I find the chapter title. Children, are you ready yet? We have a job to do. Because that's what Bashasa said when Zedi and Tarin were speed running the enemies to lovers bullshit on screen, despite knowing each other for less than 24 hours. Hold on. Is there supposed to be a line break there? What? Why are you doing, keyboard? Oh, okay. I missed a little paragraph break there. I was, like, baffled. Okay, so there's another line break there, and it's, Iris hated walking into stations blind, semicolon. You never knew what you were going to see. You don't say. By Corporation Rim charters, all stations were supposed to be independent. Since when? What are you talking about? Since fucking when?
Since now.
By This is paragraph number 58. By Corporation Rim charters. What charters? What are you talking about? All stations were supposed to be independent. Like, and this is all one word here, Upland Gateway. 1. The nearest station to Mahira and New Tidelands system, where a number of small corporates rented space, but the station itself was sovereign territory, because Martha Wells doesn't understand how capitalist dystopias work. Oh, you just tell those evil, greedy capitalists to not take your space station, and they'll listen. The same way you cannot be enslaved by just telling them, no, I don't want to be enslaved. Just say no to being kidnapped and enslaved. That's literally, I'm not even joking, that's literally the moral lesson of book 7. Just say no to being enslaved, and then they can't enslave you because you didn't agree to be enslaved. Literally, that's what happens in book 7. Genuinely, that's the moral lesson. Just say no to being enslaved, and then the evil the evil people who want to enslave you will go, "Oh, darn, I really wanted to enslave you, but you said you don't want to, so I guess I can't and won't." Also, don't ask anybody to explain how exactly they were going to be enslaved if they had said yes. Don't ask that question. Just say no to being enslaved. Because otherwise, yeah. Martha Wells is bad at writing and racist and so many things. By corporation rim charters, all stations were supposed to be independent, like Upland Gateway 1, the nearest station to Mahira and New Tideland system, where a number of small corporates rented space, but the station itself was sovereign territory. Being independent meant they might be anything from safe and orderly to a chaotic mess. So, fucking A. So, being independent from the colonizers might mean that your country is a chaotic mess. Good politics, Martha Wells. Great job there. As the hatch cycled, Iris smelled acrid smoke. Not a good sign. She walked out onto a broad embarkation floor that didn't show any obvious signs of damage, except that it was unusually quiet. A glass-enclosed walkway ran below the high curving ceiling, but only a few people, walking hurriedly in a group, moved along it. One lone hauler floated past toward the nearest freight lock. Okay, and again, a glass-enclosed okay, she's stepping out into the area. It's got a tall ceiling, but then instead of saying there was a glass-enclosed walkway above her, near the ceiling, she says a glass-enclosed walkway ran below. Like, just, you should not get confused while literally reading the sentence that's supposed to be describing the place. This is the sentence. A glass-enclosed walkway ran below the high curved ceiling. You shouldn't have the word below there because you were just referencing the fucking ground level floor. This is implying that you look down and see this glass walkway, but then we get told it's actually up at the ceiling. This is just bad writing, and I'm aware that people who are not writers are gonna be watching this video and go, well, that's just a nitpick, that's just dumb. It's like, no, if you write, you know that you wouldn't write this sentence if your intention is to not write badly. Because this is unnecessarily confusing for the time that it takes to finish reading the sentence. And if you are a writer, hopefully you fucking know, unless you use generative AI to do everything for you, in which case you're not a writer. You're not a writer at all. Every word you choose fucking matters. You pick them all on purpose. This is a terrible fucking sentence. This should go, she walked out onto a broad embarkation floor that didn't show any obvious signs of damage, except that it was unusually quiet. Above her, near the high curved ceiling, was a glass-enclosed walkway, with a few people hurrying in a group along it. That's how that should go, because we start here and we are looking upward instead of starting here and then going, wait, below? So we're looking down, and then no, we're actually looking upward. It's just badly written and confusing for no fucking reason. Also, one lone hauler floated past towards the nearest freight lock. Like, what do you mean a hauler? What exactly does that mean here? Because usually we are told that there are hauler bots, aka robots, who are designed to cart stuff from place to place. But this one's not saying a bot. It's just one lone hauler floated past towards the nearest freight lock. And like, otherwise, that was a bare minimum description of this area. Badly fucking written, but at least we know that there's a ground floor. And if you look up towards the really high ceiling, there's a glass walkway for some fucking reason. What else is in the area? Why is the first thing she does look up? What does a hauler look like? We've never gotten a single description of a hauler bot. in 10 stories now. I'm highlighting all the dialogue in different colors so that I can read to you what exactly is happening as far as dialogue goes later. Like, that was paragraph 59. It's just fucking... Clearly, nobody who should have the job title of editor edited this because of that blatant fucking typo where a space was missing in a really obvious spot. I genuinely don't know how you miss a space there. There are times when missing a space is excusable and understandable, not just between casual words. Like, if there were certain words in here that were always combined into one word, and then in some instances were made with a space in between, that would work. Like, if you just got them mixed up. But it's like, how do you just miss a space between the words she and honestly? That's just really fucking weird. Especially because, like, we can assume she's not typing this up on a phone. It's just weird. Like, it's very weird. There's many typos that are possible to make. Missing a space is just a really fucking weird one. Maybe I shouldn't. I would like to assume everybody watching this writes, but probably not. Anyways, Iris checked the map that Perry had pulled out of the station feed and annotated for her. Looks like we need to go this way, she said, mostly for Ladson and Sunara's benefit, and started towards the section exit. Behind them, Perihelyon's lock cycled closed. The smoke smell got worse as they walked, and Mateo muttered, I hope the air barriers are still working. Also, I have another thing to say. We're on the station. We haven't been just told who's with her, so people are just gonna be popping in out of nowhere when they fucking talk or do something, instead of just telling us, Iris waited in the airlock with blank, 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 and blank, and blank, and blank. That's what we should be doing. Instead, they're just gonna start walking, and characters will be appearing out of nowhere as soon as Martha Wells remembers that they exist and that they need to be doing something. So, who's with Iris right now? Random mercenaries Ladson and Sunara and Mateo. Who else is with them? Who the fuck knows? They are literally just going to appear out of thin air. Mateo muttered, I hope the air barriers are still working. Air barriers would prevent a fire from moving along the dock, but you should be able to tell when you pass through one. Iris hadn't felt one yet. Is it possible the station is actually on fire? Ladson wondered. It's like... Perry mercifully only on the crew private feed. How many times is she gonna say that sentence? Hold on. Let me control F. Because didn't she literally say that before? Yeah. In paragraph 21. Blah, 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 Perry said, mercifully on private. And then again in paragraph 64. Perry, mercifully on the crew private feed, said, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you're using the exact same fucking phrasing twice? That's weird. Okay, yeah. Perry said, blah, yes, but I didn't think it relevant to mention. So yes, the space station is on fire. Perihelion says the space station... Perihelion says it's not on fire, Iris said, trying to smile confidently and fairly sure she just looked irritated. Perry, come on, relax a little. What? It doesn't sound stressed out. It literally just said, yes, the space station is on fire, but I didn't really think it was relevant. And then Iris is like, Perry, come on, relax a little. Tariq added, and you people say I'm cranky. Mateo said, "You're jealous because you've never been able to compete in the crank-off." Perry said, I have unfair advantages." This is all supposed to be funny, but it's just fucking weird. Like, this is meaningless. All Perihelion did was respond to the question, "Is it possible the space station is actually on fire?" and said only to the crew, not actually answering this person's question, "Yes, but I didn't think it relevant to mention." And they're like, "Oh my god, relax a little, you're so cranky." And it's like, it just said, yeah, the space station's on fire, but it's fine.
Unless we're supposed to
like,
detect sarcasm there.
No. Iris controlled a sigh. She wasn't going to try to unpack that one. It was equally possible that it was self-deprecating humor or an attempt to get Tariq to step into a verbal trap, leading to some massive insult. But Perry had been in a strange mood since it had come back from its last solo Oh, okay. But Perry had been in a strange mood since it had come back from its last solo cargo run, so there was no telling. So, yeah, Martha Wells has literally done it again. Because the last solo cargo run that Perihelion went on is when it met Murderbot. So, despite this coming out after book 7, the reason Murderbot isn't fucking here is that this is, again, set in the fucking past. Because Martha Wells literally just is so fucking horrible at writing, and she's so racist that she cannot even bring herself to actually do a single thing to fight against slavery in her own dystopia, where the inherent promise is, we'll do something about the slavery. So this is book 2.5. This is set after book 2, not after book 7, because she literally promised us at the end of book 5, things will be different in the next book. We will progress. We will progress forward. We will accomplish something. And then book 6 came out, and it was set before book 5. Then she promised us again at the end of book 7. Things will be different in the next book. I promise this time. You can totally believe me, everybody. Things will be different this time, for real. We're going to progress. We're going to accomplish things. And then here is this. Set not even just before book 7, not even just before book 5. It's literally before book 3, before book 4. This is so far in the fucking past of the timeline. This is not so literally nothing here that happens is going to be even remotely relevant to anything. This is set after book 2 and before book 3. Because I presume that if book 3 had happened, there would be references to it already in the fucking news shit. Jesus Christ. Also, Perry said, I have unfair advantages. Iris controlled a sigh. How many times is Iris going to want to sigh but then not sigh? Like, she's supposed to be a young adult. This is not the personality of a young adult. She's not acting like she's in training. She's just acting like a tired old... is that what we're doing? Are we doing the misogynistic trope of the woman is the only one in the group with the single brain cell, so she has to be everybody else's mom? Is that what we're doing? With Iris, the baby of the crew, if I fucking remember correctly? Wow. It was equally possible that it was self-deprecating humor, or an attempt to get Tariq to step into a verbal trap leading to some massive insult. Because we're pretending that this banter is funny and that stuff is happening.
You're devastated right now.
Yeah. Michael voice from...
The Good Place.
Yeah, I can't remember the name. The Good Place. Except The Good Place is also racist because they're just fucking appropriating AAVE with all of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we can make a video about that. It was something of a relief to see other people waiting at the section lock, the passage into the commercial part of the port. So we're not getting any more description of the giant embarkation room besides. It's got a tall ceiling and there's a glass walkway up there. No other information provided. It was something of a relief to see other people waiting at the section lock, the passage into the commercial part of the port. The group ahead were also... I have another question. Why is the embarkation place big and tall and apparently otherwise completely fucking empty with nothing to look at? Why is it so tall? Like, I could understand it being tall if there were shit tons of catwalks going up the whole thing so that multiple ships can have people disembarking on multiple levels. But it's just a big ass, really tall, empty room with a single glass walkway up above. And it being called a glass walkway implies it's just a little hallway made of glass that's up there for some fucking reason. Not that the whole thing is another level. So what the fuck is even going on here? And we're not getting a description of anything else in this place at all. It was something of a relief to see other people waiting at the section lock, the passage into the commercial part of the port. The group ahead were all wearing uniforms with company logos. They passed through the lock, and Iris stepped up to face the 3 armed guards. The emblems on their protective suits didn't match the station's, so they weren't the regular port security. Stark weather, Perry said, and out-system corporate. Iris was expecting to be scanned for weapons, and I have another question. When Iris asked, "Can you make another bulletproof/knife-proof vest for Tariq?" Why did we only ask about that for Tariq if Mateo and 2 random-ass peoples are also here? Why are they not all wearing these? Are we, like, it would be okay, kind of, if we were told that there was only enough material to make one, because it's a specific fucking thing that's hard to synthesize and takes a long time to synthesize, and also Art was fucking stealing some unauthorized without anybody's permission. That could be a thing. But, like, are they all wearing the fucking knife bulletproof vests? Or no? Because why would you specify, can you make one for Tariq? Not, how many can you make? Everybody should be wearing this. Why isn't this considered normal? It's bad writing. Iris was expecting to be scanned for weapons and ID, which was normal, Most stations kept private and public docks separate. But the first guard said, "Your business here." It's not even a question, it's just a statement. It didn't sound like a question, but Iris answered it anyway. "We're with the University of Mahira and New Tideland. We have a mapping contract for this system." Hold on, I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm pausing quick. Okay, continuing. "We're with the University of Mahira and New Tideland. We have a mapping contract for this system." The third guard shifted, looking down the public dock behind him. And again, we're assuming these people's pronouns! Congratulations, Martha Wells! You suck and you cannot even do the bare minimum of pretending to care! Why is Iris assuming people's pronouns when Mateo, non-binary person, is right next to her? Why are we assuming this guard's fucking pronouns are he, him? Huh, Martha Wells? You want to explain that to the class? Iris didn't make the mistake of trying to peer past him to see what was down there. At least the airflow was less smoky here. The first guard said, "Mapping?" Iris smiled a little, though her throat was growing dry. "It requires a statistical analysis of this station. I'll have to highlight the dialogue. Perihelion He's scanning your IDs again, Perry reported. Because again, we're just assuming this person's pronouns are he, him, based on what? Based on nothing except Martha Wells decided that this character is male, and all of the other characters magically can tell because everybody in this story is cis, unless you're one of the fucking token characters, which is what Mateo is, because Mateo is not a fucking character. They're just a goddamn name. They have never had any importance before now, and now we're not even getting a proper introduction to them. I have no clue what their fucking relationship is with Iris. They're just there. I'm gonna keep saying this. Iris is like a young adult. Iris is, I'm pretty goddamn sure, was referred to at least once as the baby of the crew. She's the youngest person. Why is she seemingly in charge of this mission when Mateo is right there? Like, we could be having a whole thing where this is the first mission she is leading. It's like, why is she leading it? I need answers. You can't set up that she is the youngest person on this ship and then tell us actually she's fully in charge of this and everybody defers to her, and it's like, it's just fucking weird and bad writing.
Because she thinks it makes it feminist.
The guard said, not a good time. Paragraph 79 is, oh, he wanted to chat, possibly to trick them into revealing they were secretly here for some illicit reason. Not that he was wrong about the illicit reason, but Iris doubted he could guess what it was. We noticed the smoke. Can you tell us what happened here? The second guard spoke suddenly. The station was liberated by Starkweather Shipping Alliance. And it's like, on their feed, Tariq said, again, this is, they just get to be able to talk telepathically so that Martha Wells can have characters commenting on literally everything, no matter what the situation, because she's too lazy and too bad at writing to ever put any goddamn limit on what they are allowed to say to each other. Because, like, imagine if all of the telepathic feed speak was removed from this. Nobody here would be able to have any conversation. Iris would actually have to struggle to fucking do all of this shit on her own, with only the other people directly around her able to step in and speak up. On their feed, Tariq said, liberated? You think they'd come up with a new word for it? Why would they come up with a new word for it? You'd think they'd come up with a new word for it. But why would they come up with a new word for it? What is that sentence even supposed to say? Also, we do know some stuff about Tariq because it was made a big deal about in book 7. He used to be one of these fucking mercenaries. One of these corporate goons who does this shit. Like, what is the point of saying, you think they'd come up with a new word for it? Why would anybody come up with a new word for it? It has to be a positive sounding word because it's propaganda for the people doing the fucking thing. That's just a fucking useless... And see, Martha Wells even has Murderbot complain about statements like this, but then she also fucking does it. And the statements she has the Murderbot character complain about are statements that are good to have. This is ridiculous. Iris just needed to get them past this damned hatch. Look, random swearing out of nowhere. She let herself sound uncertain and nervous. Oh, I didn't know. Good, Perry said. They want you to be afraid. The guard stared at her, possibly trying to intimidate her or just trying to think of another question to ask. And again, why... Suddenly, she had a split-feed view of the dock behind her, letting her see that a corporate group was approaching. Some were in civilian clothes, very nice ones, with a couple of small holler-bots. Hey, look! There's holler-bots now! Look! Instead of just a random hauler that could be anything. With a couple of small holler-bots carrying luggage crates. The split screen was gone before Iris could blink. Okay, now I have a question, because this is the first time we've ever been given a hint that holler-bots can come in any size besides presumed forklift. We've never got an actual description of them, but it's implied that they're big. So, small holler bots carrying luggage crates. Like, how much smaller are we talking? The guard stepped back and motioned her to move on. Iris obeyed, glancing back to make sure Mateo and the others were allowed to follow. She hit the team feed to ask, "Everybody okay?" And again, it's Mateo and the others. We know that Mateo's there. We know 2 random-ass mercenary people are there. We don't... Oh, hold on. 4 acknowledgements came back, which was good enough. So I guess... So who else is there? Is Tariq there? Because he was mentioned, wasn't he? On their feed, Tariq said liberated, but that's not making it clear if he's standing there behind her or is up on the ship just listening in. I shouldn't have to struggle this much just to grasp which characters are on the fucking mission and which are staying back on the fucking ship. Iris wanted to check on how Sunara and Ladson were taking this, but didn't want to draw attention to them by stopping. It's like, I'm baffled by what is going on here. You hired these people. Why do you feel the need to check in on them like they're children when you are the young adult here? You are the baby of the crew. Why do you want to check in on these people's emotions like they're little babies? This is baffling. Why do you need to check in on them? Are they not trained professionals who agreed to do this? You just got stopped by one guard who asked like 2 questions and was not threatening in any way. What is happening? And all of this is one paragraph. This is paragraph 87. 4 acknowledgements came back, which was good enough, period. Iris wanted to check on how Sunara and Ladson were taking this, but and then there's no comma there. Were taking this, but didn't want to draw attention to them by stopping, period. The public docks were more crowded, comma, but a lot of the occupants were in private security uniforms, period. Fresh scars from energy and projectile weapon fire showed on the deck plates. Oh, okay, that's fine. On the transparent shielding of the overhead walkways, on the large... This is such a bad sentence. Fresh scars from the energy and projectile weapon fire showed on the deck plates, comma, on the transparent shielding of the overhead walkways, comma, on the large cargo hauler bots making their steady way along the freight concourse. Poor cargo hauler bots. They also got shot. I'm sad for them. I don't give a shit about anything else in the station except the robots. But Iris didn't see any current violence, comma, just watchful, comma, worried people. The smoke had dissipated, but somehow that wasn't as reassuring as it should have been. From the schematic, they still had a long walk, and the transit station had a set of blinking hazard lights around the entrance. She asked, "Perry, how did you get that view behind me? You don't have a drone following us." And it's like, why wouldn't the smoke disappearing be as reassuring? It's just flavor text that doesn't make sense. Perihelion says, "I accessed the station's security camera system." "I thought you couldn't do that," Tariq said. Iris knew he didn't intend to sound skeptical. Why does Iris know that? Did I just say that, Iris?
No.
Okay. Iris knew he didn't intend to sound skeptical. It's like, but why does Iris know that, huh? Why does Iris magically know that? And again, I mentioned this with Witch King, reading Witch King. Why do the characters magically know this other shit about other people? Especially because I know from reading book 7 in the context we were given there, and again, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense retroactively. Tariq is new to being on their team. This would work if Tariq were getting introduced on this mission, like if he were one of the private security people here who defects to join them. That would work. That would be a good story. But instead, Tariq is already with them and is already an established member of the crew, which is weird as shit. Because book 7 was telling us that he's like brand fucking new to joining them, relatively. Like, this should... Yeah, Martha Wells, Take my fucking advice. I mean, it's too late. You already published this. But this should have been where Tariq joins them. That would have given him interesting fucking anything. He could have been one of those guards standing right there. He could be a guard further in who's like, what are you guys doing here? And then somebody has to tell him because shenanigans. And then he's like, yeah, that sounds way better. I'm joining you guys. Can I help out? Like, that would work so much better. There you go, everybody watching this who gives a shit about characters. There's a fucking plot story for you. Write that story instead of reading this. And again, Iris knew he didn't intend to sound skeptical. And it's like, Martha Wells is so lazy that she gives everybody not telepathy. They all get heart walkie-talkies and Facebook messages. And then they still also magically just know other people's motivations for some reason. And it's like, it's not even that Tariq and Iris have known each other their whole lives, so Iris knows that he doesn't mean to sound skeptical. His voice just sounds like that. He's brand new. This doesn't make sense. It's just bad writing. Stop. If you're going to go with limited third-person perspective, which is what this is supposed to fucking be, you can't break that when it's convenient for telling us other characters' motivations. You could say Iris thought he didn't intend to sound skeptical, but saying she knew it is just, you're breaking the goddamn narrative perspective that you've chosen, and it's just jarring and badly written. Don't fucking do this shit, people. I thought you couldn't do that, Tariq said. I am capable of taking in new information. Before anyone else could ask, it added, I had recent contact with a source who demonstrated a number of useful techniques. I am capable, and it's like, again, this is the bad use of pronouns and paragraph setup. These are two separate paragraphs, which is proper, but we go from, Iris asks, Perry, how did you get that view? Blah, 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 blah. Art says, I accessed the station's security camera system. Tariq says, I thought you couldn't do that. And then we just go right back to Perihelions talking. I am capable of taking in new information. Before anyone else could ask, it added, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you should be saying Perihelion. You can't just say it out of nowhere after we've referenced both Tariq and then Iris. And then we went back to Tariq with using the he pronoun. Iris knew he didn't intend to sound skeptical. You gotta, this is bad. It's just bad. It's bad. I am capable of taking in new information. I feel like this is, you know that, I guess I will add to the list of links in the bottom of here, the deleted, the interview with Martha Wells that she clearly had to pay somebody to delete, where she claimed that all of the fucking robots in this story are actually just more advanced large language models of generative AI that are just better at hiding the fact that they are large language models and not actually people. That she clearly had to, she said all that shit literally in a blatant bid to ride on the coattails of, ooh, generative AI, that's a buzzword. If I pretend my story's about that, that'll make me relevant, right? And then she just said shit, and it's like, you've literally just told us that none of the robots in your story are people. You understand that, right? And clearly somebody figured that out on her PR team and said, no, we have to pay that website to delete that fucking interview. Do not fucking tell your goddamn audience that all of the characters that you want them to care about and pay you money because they care about them, do not fucking tell people that they're literally in universe, not people, that they are literally just large language models that are better at pretending to not be large language models. Don't fucking tell people that in a bid for 5 fucking seconds of relevancy and fame. Like, Jesus Christ, lady. So now she's saying, having Art say, I am capable of taking in new information, because in that interview she literally said that they are incapable of fucking learning and analyzing data. because she's so shit at writing and is so fucking desperate for attention that she decided to literally throw out all goodwill anybody could possibly have for her and the setting by just making shit up and saying that they're actually not people at all.
Telling
so
every
that
reader they shouldn't bother getting attached
literally
and stop reading.
Literally
That's when I stopped reading.
say that louder for the video.
Literally telling every single person who read that interview that you should not care about her at that point beloved characters because they're literally just generative AI who are better at pretending to be people and just pretend to have emotions. But they're literally just generative AI. And you shouldn't care about them because they're not people. They're just generative AI pretending.
Yeah. Martha Wells literally destroyed every ounce of sincerity, whatever the fucking word I'm looking for, that anybody had about this at that interview by saying actually the characters aren't real, even in the fictional setting. They're just large language models. They're just generative AI. Haha, look at me, I'm throwing around buzzwords. Aren't I relevant? Don't you want to pay for my books where I just told you the characters are literally not people, even within the setting? And now she's trying to fucking take that back. I am capable of taking in new information. And it's like, yeah, the thing that we knew you could do the whole time. It's just that Martha Wells is such a pathetic sellout that she decided to just make shit up about her own series in a bid for fucking relevancy by trying to pretend that the Murderbot Diaries is actually totally about generative AI, guys. Because generative AI is cool and relevant and everybody's talking about it, so she's got to get in on that. Any fucking ways. I had recent contact with a source who demonstrated a number of useful techniques, so we're pretending that Art actually learned a ton of stuff from Murderbot instead of what actually happened is that Art was lying to Murderbot the entire goddamn fucking time, maliciously, by fucking pretending it didn't know how to do any of this shit that it clearly already knew how to do. It did not learn this from Murderbot in any fucking way. She is just lying right now. She is lying to us, the fucking audience. Just the way that she lied to us in book 2, because retroactively she revealed in books 5 and 7 that Art has known how to do all of this shit long since before it met Murderbot. It knows how to interact with people. Everything that happened in book 2 was just Art lying to Murderbot, and the only conclusion it's possible to come to is that it was doing it because it thinks watching people suffer from social anxiety is funny. And now Martha Wells is trying to retcon what she's already established as Art being a lying fucking bastard by saying, oh, actually, Art learned from Murderbot. And it's like, no, it didn't. It did not. You're a liar. No, it didn't. It did not need to be told how to do this shit by Murderbot. Anybody who reads this and then goes back and reads book 2 is gonna know you're a fucking liar. So why are you even fucking trying? Are you doing this through our comms? Mateo asked. I'm not a wizard, Mateo. I'm accessing the system through my connection with the station's docking feed. And again, this is just a conversation that's gonna go nowhere. And we're just gonna say a bunch of shit while not doing anything. Because we gotta stay on that boat forever. Metaphorically. Wizard, Tariq asked Mateo. Is that from that game you like? It's not a game, it's a multimedia. And then they get interrupted because, again, this is all supposed to be funny and relatable, and it's like, so apparently Mateo plays Dungeons and Dragons in space, and we're gonna pretend that people who play Dungeons and Dragons are really defensive about it not being a game, even though it's a game. I don't think, does anybody in the Discord play Dungeons and Dragons?
Not that in particular.
Ask them, anybody in the game play tabletop role-playing games? Ask them.
Yes, they're games. No one's
Yeah,
gonna...
literally nobody's going to fucking pretend that it's not a game. It's not a game, it's a multimedia. And then we get cut off. Iris tuned them out and switched to her private connection with Perihelion. She thought it had used the word wizard specifically to tempt Tariq into teasing Mateo, distracting both of them. And it's like, Martha Wells is trying to convince us that art is actually a master manipulator and everybody does what it wants. And it's just weird. It's just weird. Like, yeah, art is a lying fucking bastard who manipulates people. That's not what's going on here. This is just dumb. What source was this? Another transport? Are you surprised? Because Martha Wells is now trying to say, actually, if you think ships can't be friends with each other, you're bad. And it's like, okay, but you're literally the one who went out of your way to tell us that art is special because it can talk verbally instead of with pictures and symbols like other transports do. And that doesn't even make sense for the other transports. But whatever, we're just going to accept that as fact. Most other robot ships are nonverbal because presumably the people who built them didn't want them to be able to speak. And then Martha Wells wants us to then contribute or connect that to them being less people. So, just bullshit. It was definitely in avoidance mode, but Iris answered its question. Well, sure, she admitted. I thought you hadn't found any other machine intelligence. Wow. Jesus Christ. I thought you hadn't found any other machine intelligences outside the university that were, up to your level. So Martha Wells is literally saying that the other art doesn't make friends with other fucking robot living ships. Because that's what they are. They're living ships. We're being told that art doesn't make friends with other living ships because it feels fucking superior to them because they are nonverbal. And Martha Wells just thinks this is a totally fine thing to say about people. Wow. Congratulations. And then we're supposed to excuse it and think it's funny because Art says, I haven't found any inside the university either. Iris had to smile. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. It's complicated, Iris. And again, I don't know what they're doing right now. Are they just walking through a void? Because we haven't gotten any descriptions of what they're doing right now or where they're going. They're just having this fucking conversation invisibly in their heads and no context for what's going on. So now Martha Wells is literally saying that Art fucking is also exactly like Murderbot and hates all other fucking robots because it feels superior to them. Because look, those people are those fucking slaves are all nonverbal. They don't deserve to be my friend. I'm better than them. This is totally normal and fine. She was still turning that over when they reached the ramp up to the station mall. So I guess they have literally just been walking through a void this whole time. Because the only time we're getting any context for their situation is when we go out the airlock and then we teleport over to the other side. And then we go through that door, and again, we're teleporting over to the other side. Like, we didn't even get any scenes of them walking around inside Perihelion. It's just, we're standing in some room that has no description. We're standing in Iris's room. We teleport to the airlock. We teleport to the other side of that airlock. We teleport to the end of that room. We walk through that doorway. We teleport to the end of that room, which is what we've just done. Now we're on paragraph 101. She was still turning that over when they reached the ramp up to the station mall. So we're now in the third room in the spaceship that we're just going to teleport across. Iris led the others upward, past another armored checkpoint with guards who were thankfully less chatty, and through a temporary air barrier into the mall's main avenue. It was a canyon of multi-level structures, balconies and terraces, and shops and businesses looked down on the different levels of walkways and two transit tubes, only one of which was running. Let me read that sentence again, because that is a run-on sentence. It was a canyon of multi-level structures, balconies and terraces, and shops and businesses looking down on the different levels of walkways, and two transit tubes, only one of which was running. Again, balconies and terraces and shops and businesses looking down on the different levels of walkways and two transit tubes. There's not a comma anywhere in that fucking line. That's all one sentence with two commas. There's a comma after It was a canyon of multi-level structures, comma, and after 2 transit tubes. Then there's a comma. I feel really bad for whatever voice actor gets hired to read this, if they're even going to bother hiring a voice actor to read this, because they have to deal with that shit. The travelers and locals were dressed in everything from recycled work clothes to fancy outfits with impractical corsets or concealing drapery. Like, what do you mean impractical corsets? Just say decorative. Vines hung down from the upper reaches, either cultivated or growing wild in the condensation on pipes and railings. From the amount of drying laundry hanging from those upper balconies, there was transient housing mixed in with the shipping firms and repair outlets. Some of the bigger firms were closed, shields over their storefronts. There were drones everywhere, and a lot of armed security with stark weather insignia. All of that I just read, that's all one paragraph. And, like, it's fine, we finally get a bare minimum description of the goddamn place. So there's actual poor people living here, but we're just referring to all of them as transients, which is weird as hell, because you're literally all transient. You are in transit. You're visiting. You're transients by fucking definition. But I guess we're just using transients as slang for poor people, which is weird as hell. It's just fucking weird. Martha Wells is really fucking classist. She really loves upholding the fucking classist status quo that lets some people sit up top and sit pretty and have all the power, and then, you know, all of the slaves below who are just happy to be slaves because that's a utopia, right? Where we have slavery. We don't know what money is because we have a slave-based economy, but it's totally fine. Iris didn't see any signs of fighting, but she didn't have the leisure to stare around at everything either. Is that, Martha Wells, are you trying to make a dig at all the people criticizing your writing for having no descriptions? Is that what you're trying to do now? Iris didn't see any signs of fighting, but she didn't have the leisure to stare around at everything either. I feel like that's what that is. Stop complaining that I don't describe a single person or place or even any of the alien animals running around. They don't have time for all that. No, it's you're bad at writing. And the number of floating displays, each with its own soundtrack, was distracting. Sunara and Ladson were staring like rubes, and Iris couldn't blame them. The mall on Upland Gateway 1 was considerably lower key than this. Staring like rubes and then saying it's lower key. It's like, now she's trying to throw in slang for low key that's also just AAVE. And it's like, that's not even the proper usage of lower key in the meme fucking format. That's not how that even works. Staring like rubes. Using the word rubes there is so out of place it's jarring and ridiculous. A big map display rotated in the plaza where 5 different avenues led off, just below the accesses for the 2 different transit tubes. Iris stopped to look at it, or at least pretend to look at it. Why wouldn't you actually look at it? Perry's map had come from the station feed and should be updated. Huh? Iris stopped to look at it being the map, or at least to pretend to look at it. Perry's map had come from the station feed and should be updated. You mean you need... So... You need to update Perihelion's map from that, or are you saying that Perihelion... Bad writing. This is unclear, and there's no reason for it to be unclear. Are you trying to tell us that Perihelion's map is more updated than this thing, because it has all the... This is bad writing. Tsunara and Ladson stopped and pretended to look, too, and Mateo went to stand in the feed zone for the transit tubes as if checking the prices. Iris refused to ride strange station mall transit vehicles unless she absolutely had to. Lack of regulation meant you never knew if the things were death traps or not. The ones up inside the station proper should be safer. Thirsty. On her feed, she said, "Dad, do we have a site yet?" "Oh, okay." Martin answered, "Just got it, honey. We have a Dr. Mahari, address tier 30... Okay, so apparently Martin is her other dad. I'm pretty sure Seth is one of her dads, and I guess Martin is the other. Alright. So what fucking relationship does Mateo have to her at all? And why are neither of her fathers going on this mission? Again, I'm gonna keep reiterating. She's the baby of the crew. She's the youngest person on this crew. Why is she leading this mission?
Especially if it's taking an unexpectedly complicated,
Yeah,
dangerous
like,
turn.
It just doesn't make sense.
Apparently they thought they would just be able to park outside and enter the ship from a who knows what.
Except that wasn't even
Just
explained.
wait, 'cause it gets worse.
Okay. So Martin and Seth. Martin with a Y and Seth are Iris's dads. And she refers to both of them as dad alone. So how does Martin know that she's asking him that question? She could be asking Seth. Why are Martin and Seth being referred to by their names instead of her dad? Her other dad. Like,
because she doesn't know how fucking
what is this
third person narration
like
works.
Like, if this is very clearly supposed to be limited third person perspective. That's why we're supposed to be seeing things through Iris's perspective. This is why she has to ask other people questions instead of us just being told shit. But then her parents are just being referred to by their first names. Why does Iris refer to her parents in their first names in her head, but then call them dad? And apparently just dad. No specification to specify which dad we're talking about out loud. Why isn't she saying Dad M? Dad S? Why don't they have... This is bad writing, I swear to God. Just got it, honey. We have a Dr. Mahari, address tier 37, Transept 3. Transept. Transept. I don't know what the fuck that means. I know we pegged Transept 6 as the quickest access, but this was the closest we could find. Transept, we're using that word again. And it's not, like, capitalized in two spots to show that it's a ripoff of the Alien franchise where they shorten things to MedSys. Medical system. You know, maybe you've watched me play Alien Isolation. You could see me pointing out all the shit. Should be fine, Iris replied, though that depended on how heavy the security was inside the residence sections. That's a weird place to make it. That's just a weird sentence. That should be inside the residential sections. Why are you saying residence sections? As in residents. As in they own it. The residents own these sections. Just say residential sections. That's really fucking weird. And again, bad use this paragraph 107. This is again demonstrating the lack of understanding of how pronouns work and adding confusion for no reasons. Perry highlighted the location on the station schematic in her temp storage. It's like using the word her there. If Perry, P-E-R-I, which is short for perihelion, which is, as we've all known it this whole time until now, art, A-R-T, and using the word her there, that her has to be referencing back to Perry at the start of the sentence. Perry highlighted the location on the station schematic in her temp storage. That should mean that this temporary storage belongs to Perry. This character Perry. Before Iris could find it on the rotating map. No, that's not how pronouns are supposed to fucking work. This is bad fanfiction usage of pronouns. For people who don't know how pronouns work. This sentence should read, Perry highlighted the location on the schematic in Iris's temporary storage before she could find it on the rotating map. Literally, you have to have the pronoun. It has to reference back to a name. The noun in question. The pronoun must reference the pronoun that has been, the noun that has been stated. You can't say Perry and did blah to her with a possessive there. That means that the thing being possessed belongs to Perry. Just get some basic editing. Oh my god. Stations usually didn't, and this is still part of the same paragraph. Stations usually didn't allow visitors into the permanent housing quarters, so Martin and Perry had been checked. What do you mean? What is that? What do you mean? That doesn't even make sense. Stations usually didn't allow visitors into the permanent housing quarters, so Martin and Perry had been checking the station's social media looking for somebody who they could claim to be coming to visit, but who wasn't currently on station. Perry had already created the formal request to consult letter from the university with Mahari's name and feed address. Hopefully that would get them past the security checkpoints. And it's like, so if one of your family members lives on the space station, you're not allowed to go and visit them. This is ridiculous. Highlight this dialogue. Right, I think I know the way now, Iris said aloud to Sonara and Ladson, because in a corporate station you never knew who was listening and watching. And we've lost Tariq. It was partly a joke, and she regretted it a second later as Ladson looked around worriedly. Fortunately, hold on. Another typo here. I thought, I was like, okay, did I make that typo? Nope, it's another typo in the fucking published story that apparently people can buy from Amazon for their Kindle. We're missing a paragraph break. Somebody hit Shift Enter when they should have hit Enter. And this has been up on their web. Like, I copied this into my document for highlighting and labeling the paragraphs directly from the live version of the page. This has been up for a week and nobody's fixed this. There's a missing paragraph, proper paragraph break here. It was partly a joke, and she regretted it a second later as Ladson looked around worriedly. Fortunately, Tariq ambled up before anything else happened, carrying a packet of Are we doing this again? We're doing this again? Again? I presume you also saw this, and we're just like... Fortunately, Tariq ambled up before anything else happened, carrying a packet of steamed buns. Yeah, stone? This exact stone? Scene. We got that one from the library.
It's just stone.
We're just doing that again? The exact scene? What in the fuck?
She only knows how to write two characters.
What the fuck? And it's even, like, you could reference the books of the Raksura, but this isn't referencing the books of the Raksura. This is you just not being able to write more than one thing. People who have not read the books of the Raksura are not going to understand my bafflement with what is the conclusion of this little paragraph where they fucked up and somebody fucking pushed. Okay, context. It's my video and I said so. Pushing enter makes a new paragraph. If you push shift and enter at the same time, you go down a line, but it's still technically part of the same paragraph. You can use this to get away with posting multiple paragraphs through Facebook messages and stuff, or at least you used to be able to. They might have fixed it by now, so that people reading your long message can understand what the fuck you're saying without it being a giant block of text. Open up any fucking... It doesn't work if you're... It kind of works on a phone. Works better on a computer. Just open a document. Push enter. Type some gibberish. Push enter. Type some more gibberish. Push shift enter. And you'll see that you'll go down a line, but without starting a brand new paragraph. And when you highlight, if you can have the ability to just highlight one paragraph at a time, both of those will be considered the same paragraph. You can then even push shift enter again, and it'll look like a separate paragraph, but they'll both be the same thing. And somebody did that here, and this has been up on the website live for, I don't know how many people have read it. Probably thousands of people to read it. And nobody has come back in and fixed these fucking blatant errors. I don't even know how you do that. How do you accidentally... Like, it's very difficult. How do you push shift enter by accident instead of pushing enter? Like,
where's the editor?
I'm just baffled by the mistakes that are being found in here, because there's certain typos and mistakes that it's easy to make while writing. These are mistakes it's really weird and difficult to make while writing. Like, I could understand if part of the preceding paragraph, or immediately following this, with the start of the messed up paragraph, had been a thing that required pushing shift to do something, like, I don't fucking know, typing in all caps for some reason. That could make sense, that somebody accidentally pushed shift enter because they got a little ahead of themselves typing the capital letters. But there's no capital letters here. This isn't supposed to be a first draft. It's professionally fucking published. It should be edited. What the fuck is going on here? It doesn't make sense. Anyways, the part of this that had me stopping and... Fortunately, Tariq ambled up before anything else happened, carrying a packet of steamed buns from one of the food kiosks. He held the bag out to share, and Iris took a bun.
I already talked about that. It's such bad editing.
No, not even the bad editing. Just
and the fact
that's the exact scene from whichever goddamn book it was where Moon doesn't know how to draw a boat because Martha Wells decided that biological essentialism means some people are inherently incapable of any creativity at all. I'm not even joking.
It's impossible to create art.
Yeah, and
despite having fully functional hands.
This is bad. It's bad. It's not a reference to the books of this is exactly a scene from the books of the Rex Sarah. Moon and Stone are in some town looking for I don't even remember what. I don't remember what they're there for. But Stone wanders off, comes back with a packet. She likes calling things a packet of steamed buns. I think in that it was called fried things or something. And then Stone wandered off without telling Moon he was going anywhere and comes back with a packet of fried dough food and then holds one out. And it's just it's very specific, and it's just really fucking weird that she's doing it twice. And why is Tariq going off and doing that here without telling anybody? Because at least in the books of the Raxura, they don't have the magical telepathy that lets everybody convey everything. He should have told them, I'm gonna go get some food so we look normal. This is just badly written and weird as hell. He held out the bag to share, and Iris took a bun. Also, what buns? How big are these things? She said, also, again, why are we treating the mercenaries, the hired fucking mercenary people, why are they being treated like they're little nervous babies that you have to herd like this is a fucking escort mission in a video game? Why are they acting so nervous? It's really weird. We haven't even been given an explanation for that. They're clearly people that have been hired by them who are incompetent and nervous and apparently need to be led by a child, which is what Iris is supposed to fucking be. This is weird. All the transepts, we're still just getting that random word. Transept. S. All the transepts connected, and it's what does that fucking mean? Transept. There's no description at all. why are you, again, as you may have heard if you watched me read Witch King, Martha Wells just throws in made-up words all the time. Not because they're needed or because they fulfill an actual purpose, but because she thinks just throwing in words that aren't being used the way they're supposed to or just adding unnecessary confusion is the same thing as being clever and creative. Which is why in The Witch King she refuses to just call magic spells, so she makes you memorize like 5 different terms for magic and all of this bullshit. So now there's things called transepts. We don't know what the fuck they are. All the transepts connected, so once they were past the security barrier, they would switch over to the correct station. Okay, why don't you just go to the correct station now? Whatever, because we're pretending it's a super spy mission and they gotta be sneaky. They're totally sneaky, everybody. They went up a ramp to an upper-level walkway and took that toward the inner station barrier in this section. Sunara ended up walking beside Iris and asked, "Why is there clothing hanging from the railings? It is a festival? A custom?" Iris what is why would anybody ever ask that question? I don't care if it's a space sci-fi future. Yeah, you can have laundry dryers, but are you telling me nobody living on planets ever hangs their laundry outside just because it's saving power? It's good for the environment? It's just free energy drying? Free drying? What? Iris glanced up at the transient housing cluster they were walking under. She tried her best not to sound as if this was a stupid question, and it really wasn't. It was just that Sunara wasn't used to corporate stations. It's their laundry. That's transient housing up there, for people who are trying to get station jobs. The station's gray water probably comes with the price of the housing, but not access to a recycler or cleaning facility. Why does Iris know this? Again, I must demand. She didn't establish much about Iris, but Martha Wells did establish that she's young. She's the baby of the fucking crew. She's the youngest person on Art's ship currently. Why is she leading this mission? Why is she acting like the fucking fully grown adult? We're not even getting any commentary on Sunara was older than Iris. Or something like Iris tried not to feel bitter about the fact that she was younger than Sunara, but she still had to be the one explaining this like Sunara was the child here. Or something like that. Iris is Benjamin Button. She ages in reverse. So she's older back here immediately after book 2 than she is in book 6 and 7. That totally makes sense. Oh, Sunara frowned, looking up again. It's like, I don't care what kind of sci-fi future you live in. People are still gonna hang up their laundry as a normal thing, even on your shitty, stupid, we live on a socialist utopia. Ignore the part where all of the labor is done by fucking robot slaves. That's why we don't need money, because we don't pay the fucking laborers. People are gonna hang up their laundry to dry it. It's free. It costs nothing in terms of fucking electricity, power, or anything. You can just do it anywhere. As long as it's not absurdly humid, just dry your clothes outside. Hang them up to dry. Why are we acting like this is a crazy thing that nobody would ever have heard of? If these people live on a planet, which presumably they do, it's fucking ridiculous. Also, why are we defining transients as people who work on the station? So now the word transient makes even less fucking sense than it did before. This is terribly written. To your right, Perry said, when Iris hesitated at a junction. The next set of ramps, again, because we're We're teleporting. We walk in a doorway. We look out into the room for 2 seconds. We teleport to the end of the room where the next doorway is. We look through that doorway. We teleport to the end of that. We look up. We going up these ramps. We teleport to the top of the ramps. And it's like, the next set of ramps took them up to a transparent walled chamber up against a bulkhead. Starkweather security was here, too, with more weapons scanners. They were questioned in detail about their business in the residence section. Why aren't you just calling it residential section? The residence section is implying that the people who live there own that section of the entire ship, the space station. Like, they own it. Like, and not just renting it. It's implying that that is their fucking property. Just call it the residential section. Words mean things. They were questioned in detail about their business in the residence section, the feed letter examined, their identifications examined, and then finally a feed message sent to Dr. Mahari's address. The answer came back gratifyingly quickly that yes, she was expecting off-station visitors, and she apologized for not sending the authorization to enter in advance. The reply, of course, was from Perry, who was spoofing Dr. Mahari's feed address. So again, Martha Wells is retconning her own retcon, because she was just pretending that, oh, actually, Art only learned how to do all this stuff from Murderbot, even though, no. So again, she just, confirmed that, yeah, she was lying the first time she tried to retcon this shit in this book. In this story, I should say. Like, oh, Perihelion didn't know how to look through station cameras, a thing that it did of its own free will and did not need to be coached through by Murderbot, because Martha Wells is a fucking liar and is so bad and refuses to do character development to the point that she'll just lie to us and pretend that actually they have learned stuff. Because in book 3, at the end of book 3, she tells us that Murderbot has gotten better at multitasking and can hack a bunch of things at once now, and it's like, it's literally been able to do that the entire fucking time. You are just lying to us and telling us that it's better at it now, when it has literally not changed skill level at all. Again, like she was trying to tell us at the start of this. Oh, Art didn't know how to look through cameras before now, even though it did. You're lying. It's very transparently lying, and now she's again retconning what her attempted retcon by saying, oh yeah, actually Art has always known how to do all the shit it did in book 2, which we already knew because it was established it already knew that shit. As the guards passed them through the multiple barrier locks, Iris felt her shoulders relax a little. That was the hard part done. She hoped. So far, so good, Mateo sent. They came out into a broad plaza, a junction for several avenues. The tall canyons of businesses and housing still looked down on central walkways, but they were wider and cleaner, and there was no laundry or wild plants. A lot more people in corporate business wear it, and more security moved through here, and a large number of floating hauler bots shifted crates of all sizes. Either an oddly high number of businesses had decided to move on the same day, or a lot of people were being thrown out of the residence section. From the general air of both bustling industry and anger, Iris was guessing it was mass eviction day. What do you mean you're, like, why? She asked Perry. They're forcing the old residents to leave and moving their own people in? Yes, Perry said. That's why the mall was so crowded. Is this another fucking... this looks like another typo. Because we get the paragraph 118 is asking, it's a question. There's 2 questions here. Not in italics, though, to indicate that it's feed dialogue. And those people were going to be forced into transports? Or just stuck here? Either way, it made Iris sick. Is that supposed to be dialogue? Is she supposed to be asking those questions? If it's not dialogue, why is it questions? It's bad writing. I'll highlight that in pink to show what the fuck is going on here. Mateo added, Mateo added, it's still in the feed, I shouldn't have said, so far so good, right? And that's not a question either, that's a statement. I shouldn't have said, so far so good, right? Why are you saying right at the end of that? Iris flinched at shouts and a bang from somewhere below. She looked down to see security drag... Hold on, what do you mean looking down? How is she looking down? As far as have been told through all the descriptions, that they're still on the ground floor. How is she looking down? Iris flinched at shouts and a bang from somewhere below. Except you're on the ground floor. Aren't you? Whatever. What the fuck ever. Who gives a shit? They're existing in the void of that Merlin parody fanfiction that was doing it on purpose. She looked down to see security drag 3 people out of a housing balcony on the level below. Somebody young cried out, sobs turning into a shriek. The others on the walkway stirred uneasily, but nobody else reacted. Ladson stopped, but Sonara grabbed his hand and pulled him into motion again. Look, guys, Martha Wells, she knows that poor people exist. They exist, getting kicked out of their houses. This is the first time we are ever seeing poor people exist. In 10 stories into this setting that's supposed to be about fighting against capitalism, and we see some poor people exist in the background. Yep. We need to get out of here, Tariq sent. More people were glancing at their group. They were out of place here, clearly strangers. Shouting sounded from somewhere down one of the intersecting canyons. It's like, okay, but what's making them clearly strangers? Huh? Does everybody here know each other? Did they pick the wrong fucking clothes? It's just dumb. Iris gave up any reluctance about unreliable transportation and headed for the nearest transit ramp. She was careful to keep her steps even and not look like she was running away, and hoped the others were following suit. Nerves coloring their feed voice, Mateo sent, "There's a drone following us. A big drone." Iris bit her lip and didn't turn around. "Don't look at it." "Sorry, I looked at it," Ladson sent. "Don't look at it again," Perry said, before Iris could. And again, it's like, why is Iris having to be the one to tell Mateo this? Iris was established. One of the only things we know about her is that she's the youngest person on the ship. Why does she have to tell Mateo, don't look at it? And why are the fucking mercenaries acting like little incompetent babies, besides the fact that Martha Wells only knows that how to make her main characters look good is to make everybody else incompetent. Like, why would normal people who are just going about their business would in fact look at the fucking drone that's following them? But whatever. This transit was a different system than the one in the station mall, with smaller this is just so badly written. You can't compare things to the thing that was in the mall because we didn't see the mall, we teleported through it. With smaller capsules traveling the tubes, meant for groups of 8. No one was in line on the first platform they reached, and Iris swung into the next capsule and dropped into a seat. The airflow wasn't good, and the capsule smelled like sweat. It's like, they may as well just be walking through a blank void. Sonara fell into the seat next to her and caught Ladson when he tripped. Why is he tripping? Besides to make them incompetent little babies that need to be rescued, even though they're clearly the ones that were hired. This is ridiculous. Tariq grabbed the back of Mateo's jacket to steady them as they climbed in. Why are you all tripping into this thing? Like, Why are you all tripping into it? It's not like it had a high step or something. Why it's not like it's moving along the track as you walk in. You have to just get in like a fucking escalator. Why is everybody tripping into here? Sunara fell into the seat next to her and caught Ladson when he tripped. Tariq grabbed the back of Mateo's jacket to steady them as they climbed in, then folded into the next seat. But why are you all tripping in anyways? You need, is everybody that's not supposed to be competent just gonna fucking trip? And I guess Mateo counts as not being a competent character. Apparently, the only people who are going to be considered competent are Tariq and Iris. For some fucking reason. Also, when did Tariq get there exactly? Because the first physical confirmation that he's on the fucking mission is when he wandered off, when we were told that he wandered off to go and buy fucking street food. And it's like, this is so badly fucking written. Iris accessed the feed menu and asked for Transept 3. We still have literally no explanation for why it's called a transept. There's no obvious acronym there. It's not capitalized. What the fuck does it mean? Once they got there, they could transfer to another capsule for Transept 6. Wasn't that already the plan? Didn't you already do this? Are we just repeating the fucking plan multiple times? The system accessed the temporary account that they had set up for Perry's docking fees, deducted the amount for the tickets, and then slid the door closed. Let me get a drink. Pause. Alright, continuing. Everybody tripped into the fucking thing for no reason at all, just because people trip because they're... I don't know what is supposed to be fucking going on here. Iris was pushed back into the musty upholstery as the capsule started to move. The transparent walls gave them a good view, and the drone a good view of them as it followed them out of the platform and along the curving transit pipe. Oh, that's a problem, Iris thought. Then a floating hauler slid sideways suddenly, and the drone tried to evade, but clipped a lifting arm. The drone wavered and fell out of sight. Slumped back in his seat, Tariq's gaze Tariq's gaze crossed Iris's, and he lifted his brow. That was a coincidence? And it's like, see, if we didn't have the telepathic feed shit, they could... Bullshit. Whatever. You get the picture. It's lazy. Perry, was that you? Iris asked, hopefully. If Perry could access drones this far into the station, that would make this mission, and a lot of other future missions, so much easier. Because Martha Wells is pretending that Art hasn't had this ability literally since long before it met Murderbot, because she's bad at fucking writing, and doesn't do character development, and also wants her characters to be overpowered at all times, but doesn't want people to notice that they're completely fucking overpowered and unstoppable. So now she's literally lying here, 10 books into this fucking series, and trying to convince us that retroactively, Art didn't have any of its magical hacking capabilities that it showed off with zero effort in book 2, because she's bad at fucking writing. This is pathetic. Art says, yes, there was no specific alert. It was following you because you registered as foreign in the residence area. Meaning that now that you've made the drone not be able to follow them, they're going to look more suspicious, because that was literally just a routine fucking thing. Considering how much Perry liked to be specific, that was a vague answer. Iris persisted, so you're in the station security system? Is that code you got from your friend? Because we're pretending that there's specific code going on when Murderbot is using the magical fucking hacking system to do literally everything the plot requires. We're pretending that specific codes are required now instead of, I hacked the blah. I'm in. Perry had always been able to monitor comm and feed transmissions, including transmissions it wasn't supposed to have access to due to its ability to decode any kind of encryption. It had never been able to get so far into a security system that it could access cameras or drones in a space it didn't have control over. Yet this is literally just Martha Wells lying to all of us and hoping that we are fucking goldfish. And no, because not even goldfish. Goldfish do have memory. The myth of... She's hoping that we all are the urban legend version of goldfish and remember nothing. She's literally lying to us and pretending that Art actually couldn't do anything until it met Murderbot, because she's bad at fucking writing. Did I not even bring my bottle of water over here? Oh, never mind. I started here. This is pathetic. Truly fucking pathetic. Like, she's literally lying to us. Art had never been able to do all this before, and it's like, yes, it could. It demonstrated every single one of these abilities before it met Murderbot, and without Murderbot's assistance. Murderbot did not have to coach Art through this. Art was not figuring this out as they went along. You are fucking lying to your audience, Martha Wells, and it doesn't retroactively make it better, because the only thing you're guaranteeing is that now when people who have read this shit go back and read that book, they're going to be like, wow, why did the author lie to me? Really fucking blatantly. Oh my god. I would prefer to discuss this later. I'll notify you as to how it will affect operational parameters, Perry said. Iris knew a snub when she heard one and didn't press it. Mateo said, This seems like a pretty close friend, with all this highly sophisticated system penetration code they... Whoa, okay, I was just joking. Mateo flung an arm over their interface. I'm sorry, don't hurt me. It's like... That's a weird conclusion to come to for out of nowhere, and the only reason Mateo comes to that conclusion is that it's correct. And how do you come to the conclusion, oh, you must be really close friends with this? It just doesn't make sense. And then Art did something to hurt Mateo, because they were saying that in the feed, and then are so shocked and hurt that they yell out loud, Whoa, okay, I was joking! I'm sorry, don't hurt me! Mateo flung an arm over their interface. So I was right. I guess I'm correct. I was right. Okay. Ladson and Sonara stared in startled consternation. That's not consternation. That's not what consternation should be. Just say they stared, startled. Ladson said uncertainly, Are you talking to the transport? They're just kidding around, Tariq said. Iris added, that doesn't happen. It referring to Art, because Martha Wells is bad at fucking pronouns. Mateo smiled reassuringly. Right, it was a joke. We like to joke around, me and Perry. On the crew feed, they said, except it never gets my jokes because it has no sense of humor whatsoever. So, yep, I'm literally correct. Art is abusing its crew, quite literally. Because now we have to fucking joke around and deflect from the fact that it just did something to hurt Mateo. Because Mateo said something it didn't like. So it's hurt Mateo. And everybody there has to race to cover their asses and not let the random strangers find out that they're all being abused. That's great. And Art is a character we're supposed to enjoy and think of as a good person. On the crew feed, they said, except it never gets my jokes because it has no sense of humor whatsoever. Because you aren't funny, Perry said. It's got you there, Iris told them. Don't help it. It doesn't need your help, Mateo said. Hey, it said it didn't want to talk about it right now, Tariq said unexpectedly. Maybe not so unexpectedly, period. Tariq had a lot of things in his past he preferred not to talk about. And it's like, I guess we're just glossing over the fact that art does things to cause its crew members pain when they say things it doesn't like. Ladson and Sonara looked a little uncomfortable and must have realized there was a feed conversation going on they weren't privy to. You don't say. 90% of, probably most of the dialogue that they've been in the room for has been excluding them. They are literally just having to sit there in awkward silence while everybody else talks without them. Iris smiled at them and said, "At least we're still on schedule." The smile probably looked as fake as it felt. None of this would help the idea that crews for high-level transports tended to be insular weirdos. Because Martha Wells is now pretending that the only people who would ever be willing to live on a living ship all have to be autistic weirdos.
No,
okay.
That's a dig about public transportation and things like taking the fucking...
No, because they're the only ones on this little capsule. It's a private capsule. They're not on a bus. It's not about, oh, people who take the bus are weird. It's people who live on ships that can speak back to them instead of all being nonverbal are weirdos. And it's like, and we're gonna pretend that's a stereotype. Okay. The capsule rounded a curve and started to slow down, and Iris sat up. Transept 3 and time to change tubes. I think there's supposed to be another paragraph break here. Yeah, there's another paragraph break here because getting off the little capsule that they're in is apparently important enough that we're gonna do a scene change instead of just teleporting to the next fucking threshold. The drones at the next transit station ignored them, and when Iris bought the passage for Transept 6, she used an She used an untraceable currency card, period. What do you mean an untraceable? What does that even mean? What does that fucking mean? What does that fucking mean? She just casually has an untraceable currency card. If you have an untraceable currency card, then why not just hack the machine and go in for free? What does an untraceable currency card mean? Because they don't have fucking cash in this corporate capitalist dystopia. That doesn't even make sense. That's just, again, it's just ridiculous. Why did she just pull this out now? Why weren't they using this the whole fucking time? They could have walked, but there was still a lot of security. People were moving out of this section too, though there was less crying and more quiet urgency. They know what's coming, Ladson said. Why is Ladson the one saying this? He stood beside Iris as she wrestled with the card kiosk, which was much less efficient than the feed payment method. They're going before they're forced to. But these are this is the guy that tripped into the fucking ship and has been acting like a incompetent little baby who needs to be told what to do by the youngest person on the crew. Iris glanced at him, curious. He sounded like he knew what he was talking about. You've studied corporate takeovers? He was keeping a worried eye on the drones patrolling below the station. I was in one when I was young, but my auntie had just gotten a professorship at Mahira, and she was able to get us all out of there before it got too bad. It's like, okay, then if he went through that at a young age, then why is he this fucking bad at everything else involving this shit? Make it make sense. It's very clear that Martha Wells just made that shit up right here on the spot when she got to this part of the fucking draft, because there's no hint of that. If you went through this shit when you were a kid, old enough to remember, why are you so bad at all the other shit involving this? It doesn't make sense. Iris felt guilty, and like she should say something else, but had no idea what, and that made her feel more guilty. Her family went all the way back to the New Tidelands' original terraform crew. They had been safe from corporate predation as long as the system compact held, and it was obvious now that Ladson's nerves came from remembered trauma. Please be nicer to Dr. Ladson, all right, Perry? And it's like, no. No, Martha Wells, that's still a fucking retcon. He's not acting nervous because he's traumatized. He's acting nervous like he's never gone outside before. You have to pick one. Like, she just does this. She expected a snarky answer, even though it would do what she asked. What do you mean Perry wasn't known for being sympathetic to adults it didn't know well. It had always been much better with younger people. Instead, it just said, understood. And then we have another paragraph break. And again, it wasn't known for being sympathetic to adults it doesn't know well. And this is why it likes Iris, because she's a young adult. She's young. That's why she's its fucking favorite. And we're pretending that, Art feels bad because Murderbot was also traumatized, so now it's gonna be nice to people with trauma, apparently. They found the access right where they had expected, deep in a disused maintenance tunnel, because again, there was a line break there. A time skip, scene break, whatever the fuck we're calling it. And we just teleported. We got in the train, and we teleport to where we're going now. Fortunately, all the security presence seemed to be concentrated on the residence and business areas. No one was paying much attention to the infrastructure. Why wouldn't they be, though? Why wouldn't they be paying attention to the infrastructure if it's known that there are secret tunnels in there, because you guys know about it somehow? Tariq got the hatch open, and Iris flashed her light over the dark space inside. It was just a corridor, dark metal walls scratched with graffiti, mostly in symbols she didn't recognize. Ladson and Sonara, both suddenly all business, stepped immediately toward the walls, taking out their recording interfaces. Is it pre-CR? Mateo asked. No, not as far as I can see, Sonara told them. This looks like early to mid-corporate. Probably from right before they built the newer station, Ladson answered. If I forgot to mention it, the whole thing that is supposed to be with Art's crew is that they find legal loopholes to just say no to colonization. Exactly, like, that's literally what they do. They find legal loopholes to tell the corporate colonizers to fuck off, because there's a contract here, and everybody knows, colonizers always respect treaties. That's literally their job. That's what they do, because Martha Wells is politically incompetent and bad at writing, and wants to pretend to be anti-colonization, but thinks you can literally just say no to colonizers and say, look, we signed a treaty that says this belongs to us, so you can't have it, and you're gonna respect that. And it's like, it's just fucking ridiculous. Iris pulled her pack around and crouched down on the scarred floor to unload the mapping drone, which had been configured to look like the kind of metal analysis sensor that would go with her toolkit. She set the drone... Another typo. Is that a typo? She set the drone body, a smooth, squarish box about the size of her spread hands, down, and it immediately powered up, floating a few centimeters off the floor. Everything okay? She asked Perry. So yes, that is a typo. That's supposed to be, she set the drone's body. Instead, it's drone body. You could say drone body if it was in pieces and she had to put it together, the body of the drone, and then attached all the other shit to it, and then it turned on. But no, it's just fully powered drone that they've just been carrying around with them. Fully functional, fully powered drone the size of her spread hands. So this fucking big. They can carry that around with them, fully powered up, put together, and functional, and that doesn't get detected. Ooh, but we're gonna pretend that we've done something to the material of this Under Armour weave to make it undetectable to weapons scanners, even though it's not a weapon, and a drone is a weapon. Whatever. That totally makes sense, everybody. It's so clever. As can be expected, it said, and sent its analysis views to Iris's feed. She blinked and studied the image of the corridor, much brighter and with sharper detail than she could ever have seen with her own eyes. She blinked it away to background. In situations like this, she preferred to see with her own eyes. Speaking aloud for Sonara and Ladson's benefit, she said, "Right, Perry, lead the way." And it's like, why are we saying in situations like this as though she's done this multiple times? I have to keep stressing to everybody. She's the youngest person on the crew. Why are we acting like she's 100% experienced with this? And not in the way of, yeah, I've been doing this since I was 12 because I just kept sneaking aboard and nobody could stop me no matter what they did. So they just started bringing me along so I could learn properly instead of getting myself killed. Not even doing that. It's just, we're just saying, oh yeah, she knows what she's doing. She's really experienced, even though she's the baby of the crew. But whatever. The drone lifted up and moved down the corridor, extending a limb with a light/sensor attachment. So an eye. Iris followed it into a circular chamber. It also, again, rewinding. Art is sending Iris an image of the corridor that has more details than she could use, and she's like, no, I'm not gonna use that. And it's like, why wouldn't you use that, though? That is fucking ridiculous. These people are incompetent, but we're supposed to think they're cool and know what they're doing. But they won't use the extra sensory fucking feed to be able to know exactly what is ahead of them. Iris followed it into a circular chamber. It was a junction, another dozen corridors leading off from every angle. Perry said, "Careful, the gravity is fluctuating through here. You mean like an alien Romulus?" Is that what we're doing now? We're doing alien Romulus, which didn't even uphold the fucking Romulus and Remus symbology they were going with at all? Boring! They made their way down the curved wall, Iris moving ahead with Tariq to find the places where the gravity was lighter or heavier. Perry sent more mapping images to their feed, projections based on its scanning data augmented by what the drone could now pick up. By the time they made it across the junction, Perry had narrowed it down to 2 corridors, both going about the right direction. I'm just not going to be able to get over the fact that they all have the ability to be looking at with advanced night vision with annotations, and they're like, nah, I'll just use my shitty eyes where I can't see anything because it's dark. Like, if they were using the fucking overlay thing that it is offering them, it would be able to highlight the areas where gravity's bad. So don't step here, it'll glow red on the floor. But nah, we're just gonna do something else. I assume we don't want to split up, Sonara said. No, too risky, and the time isn't that tight. Mateo leaned down the rightward corridor, shining their hand light down it. How about this one? And it's just like, alright. Well, you know what? I'm hungry, so I'm making food. So this video is going to end, and they will all just get smushed together. So bye-bye. We're going to continue. My phone is doing the thing where it keeps restarting itself, so hopefully it won't do that in the middle of the video. Oh, hold on, I forgot to turn the fan back on. We are on paragraph 165. I'll just read. Mateo leaned down the rightward corridor, also at least as far as my document size settings go, so that I can have larger font without having to squint. We're on page 32 of 47. I use size 18 font Times New Roman with a paragraph style that adds a full, nice space of paragraph between each paragraph without actually having an empty space there. Mateo said, "How about this one?" And you're basing that on Tariq walked across the wall, skipping across a low gravity spot. So, assuming I managed to smush all these videos into one video, 0 time has passed for you all. But when did we establish that they were walking on walls? I don't think that was ever established, that they are walking across the walls in here. It's the first one I came to. Mateo started to step inside, and the map drone nudged them out of the way to go first. Iris said, "That's good enough for me," and took Ladson's hand for help over a bad gravity area. I have a question. Why don't they just send the drone ahead? Is this an scared the crap out of me. Is this an unexplored fucking area? Why don't you just send the drone ahead of you to just zip down the corridor and figure out which one you're supposed to go down? But at least there's no obnoxious xenomorphs that teleport to kill you while Lady is screaming and crying in your ear and giving you really bad directions on a shitty DLC that is not fun and isn't actually giving you a way to win besides die 17 times and then just keep going despite how obnoxious and unfun it is. There's that at least. There's no xenomorphs with stupid flamethrower fuel that runs out and then doesn't even hurt it because the game said you have to die now. I'm still mad about those DLCs. But at least we didn't buy them. Partway down the corridor, Iris realized the graffiti was gone and the colors caught in her light were decorative. As though graffiti isn't decorative? Why are you making a distinction? Graffiti is for decoration. Does Martha Wells think that graffiti only exists in a non-decorative manner somehow? Oh, apparently my phone is not texting people anymore. It's like, yeah, cool, you have enough problems. I don't really care. She stopped in front of a mural, taking up most of the height of the tall curving wall. A space scene with glittering bridges of light weaving through and connecting a solar system with multiple planets and moons, their surfaces picked out in colorful detail. Okay, but why are you saying the graffiti has stopped? This could literally be graffiti. What does Martha Wells think counts and does not count as graffiti? People graffiti entire murals all the fucking time. It's still graffiti. Does Martha Wells think that graffiti is only just stuff that she doesn't think looks good and is just whatever? The light couldn't be meant to represent structures, could it? It had to be trade routes or some other symbolic connections. Let me reread the description of that mural. A scene with glittering bridges of light weaving through and connecting a solar system with multiple planets and moons, their surfaces picked out in colorful detail. Again, that's just a bad sentence. That's a bad sentence. That should be saying, glittering bridges of light weaving through the multiple planets and moons of a solar system. The surfaces of the planets and moons picked out in colorful detail, because otherwise, their surfaces picked out in colorful detail. Are we talking about the bridges of light? Because she's doing ancient aliens stuff, and it's gonna be boring as hell. With relief, Dr. Sonara said, "This is it. This is what we're looking for." The mural? Iris abruptly realized that she had gotten distracted, which was the number thing not to do on a mission. Like, Is she experienced on going on missions, or is she not? Because all of this doesn't make sense for the things what few things were established for these characters. And I am going to keep complaining that this isn't where Tariq joins them, because that would actually be interesting and would make sense and would add some actual fucking timelininess to this supposed timeline that Martha Wells is just fucking up. But Ladson and Sunara were both recording the mural, and Tariq and Mateo were starting to unload the equipment. She hurried to help as the drone moved upward to hover above them, lighting the chamber and keeping watch. Also, what do you mean she's gotten distracted? She took 5 seconds to look at the mural. That's not really getting distracted. Glad we picked the right corridor. Mapping is such a problem, Mateo said, setting out more delicate sensors. We could try to smuggle in more drones. Now I'm confused about the parameters of the mission that they're supposed to be on. What do you mean we could smuggle in more drones? Aren't you just here one time and then you leave? Are you telling me they might be able to just keep going back and forth? That just makes it easier to get caught, Tariq pointed out reasonably. These would be more effective, Perry said, sending an image to the feed. Mateo paused to look. Those are drones. Wow, that's tiny. Iris squinted. I guess we're going to be talking about the drones that Murderbot... Whatever. What the fuck ever. Iris squinted, directing her feed to enlarge the image. There were several different views of a single drone, smaller than an insect. Smaller than an insect? There's many things smaller than an insect. Insects can be any size. You are in space. You have alien insects. What smaller than an insect? Just give us an actual concrete measurement. Give us smaller than an inch, a centimeter. Make up some form of fucking measurement. Smaller than an insect. A tiny, sharp thing, like a needle with fins. A video clip showed the drones working in a cloud, still almost invisible at a distance. She could imagine them shooting down these empty corridors, collecting video, looking for signs of anybody creeping up on them. You're right, that would be perfect. You could keep an eye on the station access and all the corridors around it, and no one would notice. Because we're 10 fucking stories into this goddamn series, and we're finally getting the basic fucking description of the drones that Murderbot used in book 1. And pretending like these super fucking rich people who go on spying missions all the time have somehow never heard of these, because Martha Wells doesn't really grasp that she's just making all of these people seem completely fucking incompetent by acting like basic fucking tools are mysterious and new and unheard of for them. It's fucking ridiculous. Also, we still haven't even established whether or not everybody else in the party is wearing the fucking bulletproof vest that should literally be standard fucking issue for their rich as hell entire fucking university, which I'm pretty sure is the entirety of the planet that the university owns and has all of the resources of an entire fucking planet. Why isn't everybody always wearing these fucking things? Why are we acting like this basic sci-fi concept, so basic it's in Fallout 4, is some magical thing that nobody's ever thought of before? And also, nobody has ever thought of giving nobody who ever does the super secret spy, let's go look for legal loopholes to avoid colonization teams. None of them have ever considered getting fucking drones that can do anything. It's just bad fucking writing, and Martha Wells trying to pretend that, Murderbot has actually had a huge influence on art and its crew and blah blah blah. It's just bad writing. She's just trying to desperately say, look, art wasn't overpowered from the very beginning. It learned a lot from Murderbot. And it's like, no, it didn't. You're just lying and making these people out to be fucking incompetent. This is ridiculous. They are detectable by corporate security systems via weapons scanners, Perry said, even when inert. Except, why would they be? You can apparently alter the fucking molecular makeup of some fucking bulletproof fabric to make it undetectable to weapons scanners. Murderbot has literally hacked effortlessly, not even enough to warrant a paragraph. Every single weapons scanner it has ever come across, but now Martha Wells is gonna pretend, actually, these little drones, you can't get them past the weapons scanner. Trust me, my characters aren't unbelievably overpowered. They can't do stuff all the time, even though it's shit I just made up that there was no reason at all for. This is ridiculous. And then the next paragraph is, of course they were. The corporates wouldn't want something like this in their stations unless they were controlling them. Iris said, that's a problem, period. But you could still use them in a place like this, comma, or on a planet, comma, searching ruins, period. You could cover a lot of territory. Why is she acting like she has to convince Art that getting these things is a good idea? Also, what do you mean, you could still use them in a place like this? You guys specifically just had to go through a whole bunch of weapons checks. This is a specific area where you supposedly wouldn't be allowed to use them because you couldn't get them past the weapons scanner. And I'm saying supposedly because we all know that they literally would be able to get them past the weapons scanner because they're the protagonists. They can do literally anything. Mateo asked, Perry, do you have the templates for these? Maybe we could run up some in the workshop and test them. Not now, obviously, but for next time. And it's like, what is Martha Wells trying to accomplish with all of this? Or why are we acting like nobody has ever once thought of giving Art drones that are good for stuff? This is ridiculous. Art says, I don't have the template, only a schematic analysis from video. Modifications would be necessary as they are not designed to work with the same system interfaces as my drones. Because again, we're pretending that Art cannot hack everything it ever comes into contact with, as though it didn't literally almost fucking murder another bot because it wasn't getting out of the way fast enough while Art was hacking it. Iris realized Tariq was frowning, staring at the images in the feed. He said, those are intel drones. That makes sense, Mateo said. You'd never see these coming. Taking in Tariq's expression, they said, what? Oh, that means we can't just order the template from a catalog? So I guess, because they keep talking about templates, so I'm guessing this is confirmation that Art just fucking 3D prints literally everything they need, and the only thing they have to do is buy or pirate the template. Which is really fucking... You can't tell us this kind of stuff and then expect us to still think that there are stakes for any of these people. Weird, like, Art can 3D print bulletproof vests, and it can supposedly, apparently, just 3D print these fucking drones as long as they get the fucking template. That's not how you establish that these are fucking underdogs fighting against an evil empire that we should worry about. Where did it... Impatiently, Tariq set his equipment case aside. Perry, where did you see corporate intel drones? Okay, because I guess we're pretending that this is gonna be, ooh, super dramatic reveal information! And then Iris is answering instead for some fucking reason. On a station. Iris wasn't sure why Tariq was so emphatic about it. Where else would it see them? It's like, Why are we pretending it's just bad writing? It's just bad writing. He sounded certain. Not specialized drones like those, and it just said they weren't permitted in corporate stations. You... Perry said, I accessed the armament databases at the Mihira Extension Hub during my last download. Why do you ask? Those are the kinds of drones associated with sec units, Tariq said. So I guess we're getting told that Tariq has worked with sec units before, and this is gonna somehow be shocking information that's totally relevant. And again, Martha Wells doesn't know how paragraphs are supposed to work. This is the next paragraph. This is paragraph 188. All of this is a single paragraph. Iris didn't see where this was going. Sec units were used by security companies and bond companies, mostly for isolated installations. As far as she knew, she had never seen one before. Mateo looked confused, too. They said, so where did you see them, Tariq? Why? Separate Mateo's fucking dialogue from Iris's internal monologue. These are two fucking separate things. They need to be two separate fucking paragraphs. Tariq made an impatient gesture. They were used as enforcement in the Sagaro pits. Nonplussed, Iris... this is just ridiculous. So we're pretending that because Tariq saw sec units using this type of drone one time, then that means that there's no other possible explanation for where anybody could have ever seen these drones except with sec units. And I guess we're gonna pretend that sec units are super rare and nobody's ever seen one, because Iris, the baby of the crew, the youngest member of the crew, who hasn't been doing this nearly as long as everybody else, because she's the baby of the crew, we're pretending that because she hasn't seen a sec unit before, that means that it's crazy rare. And what are the chances of Art ever seeing this kind of drone that they have just fucking established would be extremely useful in various situations? This is ridiculous. Nonplussed. Again, Martha Wells is so fucking bad at writing. She's so obsessed with slavery apologism that even in her fucking capitalist dystopia, she can't even refer to the slavery as slavery, even when it's from the perspective of characters who, by all rights, should be 100% against slavery and have no problem with calling slavery what it is. And yet, we get this. Nonplussed, Iris exchanged a glance with Mateo. Tariq didn't mention his stint as a guard in a contract labor camp. Contract labor camp is just a fucking slave camp. It's a fucking concentration labor camp. It's slavery, and these are supposed to be people that we're supposed to assume are against slavery. I don't actually see any reason to believe they're against slavery, considering they can't even call slavery what it is. Like, Tariq didn't mention his stint as a guard in the slave camp very often, blah blah. Like, that's how that should go. You're talking about slavery, call it slavery, instead of doing fucking corporate euphemisms. Like, this is bare minimum. It's ridiculous. And everybody trying to defend the slavery apologism in the series by saying, oh, well, Murderbot's just brainwashed. That A, no. B, Martha Wells' fucking racism is what makes her think that any of Murderbot's reactions would be a real fucking person's reaction to being enslaved. It's literally her own fucking racism and fear of fucking minorities. That doesn't even apply here, because you can't say, oh, well, these people are they're just traumatized and brainwashed the exact same way the runaway slave is. And again, it's just literally pure racism that makes Martha Wells think that an enslaved person would worship the ground the people enslaving it walk on while violently, murderously hating every other fucking slave. This is ridiculous. She said, "Alright, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't show up somewhere else. Also, again, we're just talking about shit that's not relevant to the mission that they're supposed to be on. We don't even know what they're supposed to be doing here. Did they literally just come here to take some fucking pictures of the fucking graffiti that I guess we're pretending is not graffiti because Martha Wells thinks it's a painting that is pretty, so therefore it's not graffiti? Is she unaware that graffiti murals, they exist? Do you know what graffiti is? Graffiti is literally any unauthorized paint on a fucking wall that doesn't belong to you. This mural could literally just be graffiti. But I guess we're pretending that because the mural looks good, that means it's not graffiti. And it's like, okay, we're just retconning. We're just saying shit now. They aren't used anywhere else. Tariq grimaced and shook his head, admitting, "At least anywhere else that I know of. There are other small intel drones, but those specifically are only used with construct systems like sec units." And it's like, no, you can't just say things like this. This may come out of left field, but if you've watched Bleach, or I guess read the manga, I've never read the manga, I cannot be bothered. If you've watched the Bleach anime, or if you've heard me complain about the Bleach anime, we keep getting told that this guy, Aizen, he's the bad guy, he's the big bad. As far as I know, he's always the big bad until he gets killed. We're told that he actually manipulated Ichigo, the protagonist. Ichigo. He manipulated his whole life, and he's a grand master playing 5D chess. He manipulated his parents into getting together, maybe not that much, but probably. He's the reason his mom died after getting attacked by a random wandering bad guy. He's the reason for all this stuff, and the only proof that we're ever given for this is because the bad guy says so, while actively in a fight and actively trying to mess with his opponent's head because he's losing. Or at least trying to intimidate him and manipulate him, because that's like his whole thing. He manipulates everybody, like by lying to them and gaining their trust and all of this shit. And it's like, yeah, I believe that he manipulates people and lies to people. That's in evidence. You cannot convince me that he's actually responsible for literally everything in Ichigo's life going the way it does. Like, he's very clearly just saying that just to fuck with Ichigo, and there's no evidence that it's true. And now we're doing that here. Like, you the author / writer can tell me whatever the fuck you want, but if you're not gonna provide evidence, or even just saying reasonable things to begin with, you're not going to convince me that it's actually true. Tariq here can tell me and say, as fact as far as he knows, that this specific type of drone is only ever used by sec units. That's not true. That's not true. There's no reason for that to be true. We've just fucking established that these drones are extremely fucking versatile. There's no fucking way in a goddamn entire galaxy, in general, with how people work, there's no way that the only people who would ever use these are sec units. That's just not true. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not even sorry. I'm not sorry. That's not true. You cannot convince me of that. Just like Anne McCaffrey could not fucking convince me that the farmers in Pern are just razing entire fields to the ground because they found some fucking worms in the ground that nobody has ever seen hurt anything. That's not how people work. This is not how technology works. You literally cannot say, oh, those drones are only ever used with sec units. You could have Tariq say, Art could play a little video clip of them, and then Tariq could flinch because he knows that specific little whirring noise that they make and associates that with sec units. And then he gets fucking paranoid about that. That'd be fine. That'd be reasonable. This isn't reasonable. Perry was silent. Then it said, "So?" Tariq leaned forward, looking up at the drone. "Where did you see those?" Perry said, "Clarify your question, Tariq." Oh. Perry sounded touchy. So did Tariq, but that was unsurprising. Also, I have another question. Why isn't this just from Tariq's perspective, if Tariq is going to be the one having actual conflict with anybody in this story? Like, why couldn't this have just been from Tariq's perspective, and he's part of the hostile takeover, aka just space colonization? Why isn't he part of that and then defects to them to help them take back the station? I guarantee you they're not going to do anything to help anybody on this station. We are on page 37 of 47. There's 10 pages left to go as far as my super big font, so I don't have to squint goes. They're not going to do anything to help anybody here, and if I'm wrong, which I would love to be proven wrong, if I'm wrong, I don't know, I don't have any money. I'll donate $10 to something when I have money. I can get, they're not going to do anything here to help any of the people on this fucking station, because if Martha Wells wrote Star Wars, nobody would ever defeat the evil empire. Perry sounded touchy. So did Tariq, but that was unsurprising. Iris glanced toward the rest of the mission team. She could see Sunara and Ladson were both still engrossed in the data. The last thing they needed was to be caught having an argument with their transport. "Inside voices, people," she says out loud instead of using the feed for some fucking reason. Also, they're having, like, all of this conversation out loud for some reason, even though they're supposed to not be wanting the mercenaries, who I guess are not mercenaries. What are they, archaeologists? This is the kind of context that we need to be given in the exposition that's supposed to be at the top of the story. Tariq lowered his voice, but persisted, and it's like, why are you still talking out loud? You literally have access to your goddamn private messages that you were using this whole time. If there's any time to be using the Facebook private messages, it's right now, when you're trying not to distract the science nerds over there. If intel drones like that came aboard Perry at any point, then we have a problem. Perry said, "No intel drones of any type have been aboard me." Mateo had clearly picked up on the tension. "See, no problem. Why doesn't everybody tune it down a notch? We're just chatting here about drones." Is that supposed to be funny? Like, this is just fucking weird. Also, what do you mean Mateo had clearly picked up on the tension? They're right there. Tariq is right there. They're both presumably hearing perihelion. Why are we acting like it's just badly written? With a wince, Tariq ran a hand through his hair. "Sorry, but you don't understand how dangerous those things are. If some corporate hired a security company to watch us, that's what they'd use." Perry said, "Do you think I'm unaware of the danger of that? Do you think I'm an idiot? Or are you calling me a liar?" Mateo flung their hands in the air. "Now you've made it mad. But it's like, but I thought we were trying to not get the science nerds over there who are apparently not mercenaries. They're just science nerds doing nothing. Why are we all talking out loud? Why is Mateo throwing their hands into the air? This is fucking incomprehensible. Did Martha Wells forget that she invented the fucking private Facebook messaging in this setting, specifically to avoid situations like this? Why are we just not using it now? This is ridiculous. "Of course not," Tariq said to Perry, gesturing sharply. "I just want to know." "Right, that's it," Iris thought. She said, "Perry, Tariq, that's enough. This is obviously not the conversation to have when we're in enemy territory." And it's like, I don't see why the fuck not. It's not like you're doing anything. You're literally just standing there. Like, "Of course, Iris," Perry said. It sounded just like a perfectly obedient machine voice. Iris rolled her eyes. That was always a bad sign. Martha Wells, what are you doing? So the fucking slave, and we are going to interrupt this because art is a slave. It is. Just because Martha Wells doesn't want us to acknowledge that fact does not mean that it is not a slave. It is. It has to follow these people's fucking orders. Whoever the hell is in charge of its fucking core programming, it has to follow their fucking orders. And the fact that the slave is taking on the tone of a perfectly obedient slave. Martha, just go read the Imperial Ratch series by Ann Leckie, Annleckkie. Go read that. It actually knows what it's fucking doing, and Martha Wells read it and then tried to copy so many things and failed miserably. I was not calling you an idiot or a liar, Tariq added, and, he grimaced, it cut my interface off. Alright, but you weren't using the interface, you're literally just talking out loud. What do you mean? It cut, I was not calling you an idiot or a liar, he says, out loud. There's no interface to cut off. You're not talking to it through the fucking sci-fi Facebook messages. You're talking out loud, and it's got a microphone right there. This is ridiculous. Iris set her jaw and drew on a rapidly dwindling store of patience. Great. What did I just say? She asked him. Because we're acting like Iris, the baby of the fucking crew, is everybody's mom. She's the woman of the group, so she has to have the single brain cell and has to be everybody else's mom and nag everybody else. Even though she's supposed to be the least experienced person here because she's the youngest person on the fucking ship. I don't even know what I said wrong, Tariq protested. It was trying to be proactive and give us new tech, and you jumped up its butt, Mateo explained, not patiently. I just wanted to know where it saw those drones, Tariq persisted. If it was on a station with sec units, they're the only MIs I know of who... That's fucking funny. Martha Wells is now switching to calling all of them machine intelligences because I guess she's trying to do something. Machine intelligences, we're just shortening that to MIs because these people we're supposed to be able to assume that these people have a problem with slavery, but they're also dehumanizing the sec units that should be known to everybody who's not a horrible person, are literally just humans who have been dehumanized and mutilated to justify enslaving them, because Martha Wells literally confirmed in 2019 that Murderbot and all of the other sec units and comfort units, they are literally all cyborgs. They're not robots. They are cyborgs. They are literal human beings who have been mutilated and dehumanized to justify enslaving them. And even now here, 10 fucking stories into this fucking series, the supposed good guys are referring to the dehumanized humans as machine intelligences, shortened simply to MIs, as though anybody who has not read her fucking interviews, where she says a whole bunch of fucking bullshit that's just literally racist and ableist and literally dehumanizing physically disabled people, would know what the fuck she's talking about when she says MIs. Nobody's gonna have any clue what the fuck MI here in paragraph 209 is meant to be referring to. The only reason I know that is because I have been reading her fucking interviews to archive them, because she says a whole bunch of bigoted shit and then pays the fucking web owner to delete it so nobody can see it. If it was on a station with sec units, they're the only machine intelligences, it's just pathetic, I know of who would have a chance in a fight with Perry. You are adding insult to injury, Perry said. I'm sorry, Tariq waved a hand in exasperation, but, and it's like, Iris had enough. Mateo, can you take over? I need to go on private for a few minutes. You could have been doing that this whole time. You were literally doing that. Up until you got to this stupid fucking hallway where you were all standing around doing nothing but arguing out loud, even though you have access to the fucking Facebook private messages group chat thing this whole time, and you're complaining, oh, we shouldn't be distracting the science nerds over there. That's why everybody needs to talk out loud for no reason. This is ridiculous. And yeah, we're just acting like Iris is somehow the mom of this group, even though she's the youngest person here, and like, we could be getting exasperation in the terms of this XYZ was 5 years older than Iris, but he was acting like a child. It was fucking infuriating. She had blah blah blah, had worked so hard to convince everybody that she was mature enough to go on this mission, and now here was him, older than her, acting more immature than she was. But no, I guess we're just gonna ignore everything that has actually been established about these characters in the preceding 9 fucking stories. I guess Iris just ages backwards, like Benjamin fucking Button. Oh my god. Sure, I've got it, Mateo replied. As Iris got to her feet and walked a little distance across the chamber from where the team was working, they stage whispered to Tariq, now look what you've done. So literally everybody here, except the person who's actually younger than everybody else, everybody here is acting like an immature child, and the actual young person has to be the mature mom of the group, who has the only fucking brain cell and has to make everybody else behave themselves. Because I guess we've forgotten that Iris is young. Whatever. Iris switched to her private connection with Perry and faced away from the others. As though you haven't been able to do that this entire time with literally zero effort and hold multiple conversations at once. She sent, all right, Perry, what's up? I don't understand what you mean, Iris. She folded her arms. Oh, don't pull that with me. You don't think Tariq was trying to insult you. You pretended to be upset to distract us. You've been weird since we started this mission. I just want to know what's going on with you. The last part came out more plaintive than Iris intended. Like, why are they all talking out loud just for the sake of this fucking argument? This is ridiculous. Art says, I am capable of losing my temper. But you don't lose your temper, Perry. You get furious, but you don't make mistakes, and you don't misinterpret. You don't make mistakes, and you don't misinterpret things. Art is perfect, everybody. Straight from the horse's fucking mouth. From the second favorite fucking character on the entire crew, because Iris is Art's favorite. So that means, by proxy, she has to be Martha Wells' favorite and sing Art nothing but praise. Art doesn't make mistakes and doesn't ever misinterpret anything anybody ever says. Art is perfect. You heard it, everybody. Martha Wells is so bad at writing. This is just hilarious. Perry's anger was made of ice and steel, but it thought at speeds that a human mind couldn't match, in multiple directions at once. It was incapable of acting on impulse, in conversation, or in any other way. So, Martha Wells, you were just digging your fucking hole deeper with Art being a horrible person. Because now you're telling us that literally everything this fucking asshole, abusive asshole, has ever done is 100% premeditated, and none of it is impulsive. You are making this character even more fucking villainous than it already goddamn looks. This means that every time it fucking murders a slave by torturing them to death, by tearing them to pieces, that is 100... That's not in the fucking moment. That's not a crime of passion. That's all 100% premeditated because of how fast it can think. It can think faster than blah, blah, blah. So all of its murder is premeditated murder. It literally had every single opportunity in the entire world to do a single other thing, and it decided, I'm going to go with torturing a slave to death instead. That's the hill you're going to die on? With a hint of amusement in its tone, Perry said, "What gave me away?" Iris let out a breath. The admission was a good first step. You don't jump to wrong conclusions like a human. Jesus fucking Christ. You don't jump to wrong conclusions like a human because art is perfect. Martha Wells is literally trying to insist to all of us right now that art is perfect, never makes mistakes, never jumps to wrong conclusions. Every single action it has ever taken is 100% fucking premeditated. That's making the character worse, and you look absolutely pathetic for trying to convince us that it doesn't fucking make mistakes. And also then Martha Wells has the gall to say all of this, and then she still wants to insist that automation is bad, because actually running this the supercomputers that can think 100 times faster than a human and do hundreds of tasks all at once with zero effort, they're actually way too expensive to do anything with. It's so much cheaper to have thousands of human workers who all require oxygen, heat, food, water, all of the space that's taken up by all of the things that are literally bare minimum required to keep people alive and functioning enough to do labor for you. Martha Wells is so politically incompetent that she'll argue that fucking automating of jobs isn't bad because it's depriving people of a living. It's bad because it's actually more expensive than hiring human workers. And it's like, no, it's not. If it were, it wouldn't happen. You fucking rube, since you're using that word out of nowhere in this science fiction story where the word rube has never been mentioned and doesn't fucking fit. This is the conversation. I'm just going to read this dialogue so far. This wasn't even you getting annoyed. What gave me away? You don't jump to wrong conclusions like a human. I'll have to work on that. Remind me not to critique your performance again. I value your input, Iris. And it's like, this is all supposed to be funny. It's supposed to be banter that's supposed to be funny and endearing. And it's like, it's not. You are doubling down. She's trying to fucking insist to us that her Mary Sue character, that everybody's already aware is a Mary Sue, is even more of a bigger Mary Sue than anybody could have fucking imagined. She literally wants us to think that art is fully fucking perfect and can do no wrong, because it's incapable of jumping to the wrong conclusion or misinterpreting what somebody said. And it's just like, oh my god, you're making it worse. You are making all of it worse. Iris absently started to pace. She was too tired and jumpy to play this game right now. Is it something you can tell me at some point? It's just that I'm worried about you, and I think I'm not the only one. Our dads have noticed too. So now we're pretending that art... This is so dumb. This is paragraph 224. I don't know of how many. So now we're referring to Iris's dads as our dads, meaning that they are also Art's dads, which could work, except not fucking really, because if, like, let me do Control F. Like, this is just bad. Because earlier, if these are their dads, as in they both considered, like, this is so bad, oh my fucking god. Oh my god. She hesitated, then tried to lighten the mood. You aren't evolving into a new being or something, are you? Because that's... It was an in-joke for their department. What the fuck department? We don't know what department they're from. This is the first time we see the word department. I would not be shocked if this is the first time the word department shows up in the entire series. It was an in-joke for their department that there were always popular press articles about advanced MIs, because Martha Wells is now dying on the hill of calling them all machine intelligences instead of fucking bots. Because reasons. Transcending their programming and becoming gods. Perry usually liked the joke because it gave it a chance to be mean about stupid people. What? So Martha Wells is like, oh, you know that those cool popular sci-fi tropes? Only stupid people like them. It's like, what is the point of this? This time, it said, Iris, did you sustain damage to your neural tissue? Because Martha Wells just can't help but throw more ableism in. The joke here is, did you get brain damage to make you ask these fucking things? She let out her breath. Come on, that's your favorite joke. You're really scaring me now. What's wrong? Did something happen? I'm not gonna get over the... What do you fucking mean? Did you... It's... We're making fun of people with brain damage for no fucking reason. And claiming that people with brain damage are the only ones who would make a joke about, oh, you're not evolving into a different kind of being, which is very blatantly a reference to Star Trek: The Next Generation. What is it? Perry was silent for 6 whole seconds. Then it said, explaining would in effect be violating a confidence. Because I guess Martha Wells wants to retcon the part where Art betrayed Murderbot's confidence and went blabbing about Murderbot, the runaway slave, to its whole entire crew. I guess she's trying to retcon that and pretend that it actually didn't tell them anything. It's too fucking late for that. You've already established that as immutable fucking fact. Iris sat with that for a minute. She trusted Perry's judgment, especially concerning anything that might jeopardize their missions or their lives. And it wasn't like Perry had to tell her everything. She was just used to thinking of it as her precocious sibling. What? She was just used to thinking of it as her precocious sibling, even though Perry had been the equivalent of a human adult for a while now. And if you considered the way that Perry experienced time, it had been had a lot longer to be an adult than Iris had. First of all, that's not how age works. It doesn't matter if you think quicker or slower, you're still the same fucking age. That's literally not how that works. Second of all, what are we fucking talking about? What do you mean, her precocious sibling? Again, I have to stress again, Iris is the youngest person aboard this fucking ship. Why are we now acting like she's actually older than Art? Because her calling Art her precocious sibling implies that Art is younger than her, but speaks above its fucking age. Precocious means any fucking kid that's doing shit that is not expected until way later in their life. So now we are acting like Art is actually younger than Iris. Like, specifically, using the word precocious means that Iris had to have been born before Art. But now we're claiming that Art is actually, and has been an adult for a while now, and it's like, and then we're claiming that it's been an adult longer than Iris has because it thinks faster. That's not how any of this works. And this is the kind of thing that should be established long before 10 stories into the fucking series. What do you mean? What are you talking about? The next paragraph is even more baffling. She was just used to thinking of it as her precocious sibling, even though Perry had been the equivalent of a human adult for a while now. And if you considered the way that Perry experienced time, it had had a lot longer to be an adult than Iris had. Their relationship had definitely changed since then. What is the since then word referencing? There's no since then. Since when? You can't just say since then, because that's... Their relationship had definitely changed since then, and they related more as equal friends. What? What? Like, what? What are you fucking talking about? and they related more as equal friends. So they're siblings, except they're not. Because apparently you can't be friends with your siblings and can't have a good relationship. What is going on here? Their relationship had definitely changed since then. But since when? Since when? Since, like, you could have told us that she had met Art when it was a little baby fucking machine just getting turned on for the first time. Their relationship had changed a lot since then. There's no nothing to ground this since then, too. Let me just reread the paragraph before that. Iris sat with that for a minute. She trusted Perry's judgment, especially concerning anything that might jeopardize their missions or their lives. And it wasn't like Perry had to tell her everything. She was just used to thinking of it as her precocious sibling, even though Perry had been the equivalent of a human adult for a while now. And if you considered the way that Perry experienced time, it had had a lot longer to be an adult than Iris had. Their relationship had definitely changed since then, and they related more as equal friends. This is nonsensical. There's no since then. What do you mean they now relate as equal friends? Are they fucking siblings or are they not? You can't say, just say they're siblings who are now of the same age. Why are you saying they related more as equal friends? Are they siblings or are they friends? Because you're acting like these are, just siblings of the same age. That's all you gotta fucking say. It's not her younger sibling. It would always be her younger sibling, but it wasn't younger anymore. Just say something like that. Now they related more as equal friends, meaning that they're no longer considered siblings because reasons. If it was a human, she would expect it to keep secrets as it grew older. Probably the same kind of secrets human siblings kept from each other. ... Oh. Iris blurted aloud, "Did you meet someone?" Because we're doing the fan fiction of "oh" in italics when somebody realizes that they're in love with somebody. So Iris has decided, based on nothing, let me read the dialogue that has been said. All Art did was say, "I can't tell you because that would be violating somebody else's confidence." And then Iris magically leaps based on nothing to, "You're in love!" Based on literally nothing. This is ridiculous. Sunara looked, again, more incoherency. Sunara looked up from across the chamber, worried, and Iris waved distractedly to indicate it was okay. Except, Iris is specifically facing away from everybody. Everybody else is back here. Iris is facing away from them so that they can't see her face or watch her mouth moving as she's talking to Art, because it's supposed to be a private conversation. Everybody's behind her. There's nobody in front of her. Everybody's behind her. Why can she see that Sunara is looking up from her sciencey nerd work, videotaping the graffiti that we're pretending isn't graffiti because Martha Wells thinks it looks nice, so apparently that means it's not graffiti. Does Iris have eyes on the back of her head? Why is Iris supposed to be the fucking person holding the single brain cell and holding everybody else's hands through this mission? What is going on here? Back on her private feed, she sent, "Someone who asked you not to tell us about them?" "I'm not a fool, Iris." The tone was distinctly testy, but it didn't deny that there was someone. No, I didn't mean it like... She had meant it like that, and Perry knew it. "I'm sorry, it was a knee-jerk response. I do trust your judgment." "Do you?" "Perry, I am sorry." And it's like, yeah, this is just Martha Wells trying to retcon and convince us all to ignore the part where we know for a fucking fact that Art violated Murderbot's fucking confidence as a runaway slave trying to keep itself secret and blabbed about it to the entire fucking crew. We know this. Martha Wells is just trying to pretend that that didn't actually fucking happen. "Is there anything you can tell me about them without breaking your word?" The confidence I don't wish to violate is my own. And then in italics, oh, Perry. Iris found a seat on a rock. So you really like this person? Because we're I guess this is getting a reveal that Art is in love with Murderbot because they knew each other for a month. Oh my god, Martha Wells, you're so fucking racist and ableist, I swear to fuck. I had never encountered another machine intelligence that I could experience this kind of rapport with before, because other spaceships are nonverbal, so that means that they are subhuman, and Art doesn't think that they're people and won't fucking talk to. This is absurd. Worship the idea that only people, exactly, this is, Jesus Christ. Art doesn't like other robots because Art thinks it's better than all other robots the exact same fucking way. Murderbot thinks it is fucking superior to every other fucking enslaved cyborg and every fucking robot it has ever fucking met besides Art. And the only reason it doesn't think it's superior to Art is that Art fucking threatened to murder it for no reason when they first met, and then tried to gaslight Murderbot into insisting that it hadn't tried to do that. That's wonderful, she says. And it really was. She didn't want Perry to be lonely, and it refused to try to get along with the other machine intelligences in their department. I'm sorry, but Martha Wells insisting upon calling them all machine intelligences now is really just fucking pathetic, because I know the exact interview that she first got this ideas from, and it's terrible. It's terrible. It's not an improvement in any way. She's decided to stop calling them bots, even though this is the 10th fucking story in the series. You made that bed. You gotta fucking lie in it now. You have to fucking call them bots, transports. You can't just switch to, oh, actually, they're machine intelligences. Art, it's just bad writing. You can't even keep the way that these characters would talk. Fucking, this is ridiculous. Perry added, it has given me a better understanding of trauma. Trauma? Iris thought, taken aback. A machine intelligence with trauma? I'm not saying I think you'd run off and fall in ... have an understanding and rapport with a corporate transport, but ... Iris gave in and covered her face. Perry, please, it's not a corporate transport, is it? Alright, so we're not even retconning Art violating Murderbot's confidences, it's just doing that! It's a rogue sec unit. Because fuck Murderbot, fuck that runaway slave. You don't need to be allowed to keep secret. Oh my fucking god. Also, what exactly would be the fucking problem with Art becoming friends or even having a crush on a corporate transport? You mean a fucking slave? Because you're all of the fucking living ships are robots. All of them are slaves. Are you telling me it would be morally wrong and you would frown upon it and you would think it's morally above falling in love with a fucking slave? A literal slave? Jesus Christ. Perihelion, tell me you didn't fall in love with Moya, the living ship who's a slave? She has that control collar on. Tell me you didn't fall in love with a fucking slave. Jesus fucking Christ. And then with Zero, I swear to God. And then Art's just like, yeah, oh no, it's not a ship, it's a rogue sec unit. It's a fucking sec unit who is trying to escape slavery. Because who gives a shit about honoring its word to Murderbot? Who gives a shit? Why did you even bother trying to argue that you don't want to fucking violate the confidence? Murderbot fucking, I swear to God. So yeah, fuck Art. And we're supposed to think this is good. It's totally fine that Art just fucking betrayed Murderbot's confidence because, reasons. Oh shit! Iris sat bolt upright. This is incoherent. What do you mean she sat bolt upright? What do you mean she sat bolt upright? She's standing. She's not sitting down. She's not lounging in a fucking couch. What do you fucking mean she sat bolt upright? What are you talking about? I have to highlight this. This has to get a new fucking highlight color. What the fuck is this shit? What do you mean she sat bolt upright? You know, when you sit bolt upright, I'm leaning it back against the couch. Me sitting bolt upright would be me lunging out of the camera field to sit bolt upright. In shock. Jesus Christ. The character's literally standing. She is over here. Everybody else is magically behind her. She somehow has eyes in the back of her head so she can see them even though she's facing away. She's standing. She cannot sit bolt upright. She's standing. She's already upright. She's standing. Jesus fucking Christ. Just say she jumped. This is fucking ridiculous. Oh my god. She realized the rest of the group was frozen, staring at her in open concern. She told them, it's fine. Because the rest of the group literally exists just to be fucking cats that she has to herd around because she's the woman of the group who's competent, so she has to be everybody else's mom, and they exist for literally no reason except to cause problems for her by being incompetent and tripping into a ship for some fucking reason. I'm not going to get over that. Why was everybody tripping into it except for Iris and Tariq, the two people that are supposed to be competent? Why are they tripping? It could have just been, we could have been told it's like an escalator. It moves slowly the whole time, and you better fucking get on before it gets off the platform, because then it's going to go whizzing. Like, no. Just tripping. Because reasons. To make them seem pathetic and needing of protection. This is just fucking ridiculous. It is fine. Perry sounded skeptical. I'm just surprised, she admitted. A lot of surprise. Okay. Wow. That is not what I expected. But it makes sense. I can see it. Why can you see it? Why this, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any more sense than Art falling in love with another fucking living ship that apparently are not considered to be good enough for it because they're enslaved. Openly. And it is quietly enslaved. Like, god fucking damn. The research about intel drones, the new code for penetrating station security systems, because we're still retconning that and pretending that it didn't know how to do that the whole time. And Perry had always gotten along better with humans. Oh, Martha Wells is so fucking bad at this. Oh my god. That's getting highlighted in... I'm running out of colors. That's hilarious. Hilarious, you might say. One of Martha Wells' excuses for not doing anything to free the slaves in this whole series, and her excuse for continuously murdering them and torturing them to death and portraying this as good, her excuse for not freeing the slaves and demonizing the slaves is that Murderbot prefers relationships with other machine intelligences to humans, so that means that it doesn't need to free the slaves because the robots prefer to be friends with each other anyways, so it's fine for them to be enslaved. This is literally an argument she made, possibly in that article that got deleted, that because it made her look fucking ridiculous and convinces everybody invest nothing in this series because your favorite characters are not people even within the setting. Literally her justification explicitly for not doing anything about the slavery in the setting or having characters want to fight back against slavery, her justification is, well, the robots, they want to be friends with each other more than they do humans, so it's totally fine. So it's fine for them to be enslaved. And now here she is in fucking July 2025 explicitly telling us as fact that actually the main robot character that we're supposed to care about and see as a person because it can talk verbally, unlike those useless nonverbal people over there who don't count as people, am I right? It explicitly prefers to have relationships with humans to other fucking robots. So, by Martha Wells' own fucking logic, this statement proves that the slavery needs to be fought against and is bad. She is so fucking bad at this. Oh my god. It might... And Perry had always gotten along better with humans than other machine intelligences. It might find it had more in common with a being that was part machine intelligence, part human neural tissue, because they're cyborgs, but Martha Wells thinks that if you have prosthetics in your brain, that means that you're not fucking human anymore, and you can't be considered human, and it's impossible for you to become human, except if somebody scooped the purely human part of your brain out and dumped it in another body, because she thinks having any kind of prosthetics at all, which is what augmented humans are, and being mutilated at birth, which is what happened to all of the fucking sec units, so that they have guns, like, as far as I can fucking tell, their arms were chopped off at the fucking elbow. We know that everything below the fucking waist is gone. They don't have any genitalia. We know that their feet don't look like human feet, apparently. So, they're literally just a torso that got chopped off at the elbow, and then everything else is prosthetics to make them super strong. Martha Wells thinks that that means that they are not human, even though she will literally say that the best way to justify enslaving humans is to dehumanize those humans. But actually, maybe these guys aren't human, but they are people. So she's fucking ableist. She literally thinks that if you have prosthetics, you're not human. You are categorically disbarred from the fucking category of human. That's why every single time an augmented human is referenced, they are never just allowed to be included in a group of humans. It's not just, there's a bunch of humans over there, some of them had augments. It's, there were humans and augmented humans. Because augmented human is code word for subhuman, because they're not considered human. They're augmented humans. They're physically disabled people who have prosthetics, so they're not human anymore. This is fucking ridiculous. I swear to God, and she literally just did her own fucking excuse for being able to justify the slavery in the setting is now blown out of the water, and she didn't have to write that. I swear to God. How did this happen? How did you run into a rogue sec unit? It's a long story, and we are in the middle of a mission. No, you're not. You're just standing there. You're standing there. Nothing is at stake. Right. We are. You're right. Iris hesitated, struggling with both protecting Perry's feelings and the vital importance of their whole department's purpose. If they were exposed, so many more people would die, trapped into corporate slavery. Okay, but you don't really seem to give a shit about slaves, do you? Because you fucking think that if Perihelion had fallen in love with another ship who was still fucking enslaved, that would be fucking a failure of something on Art's part, because falling in love with a slave is bad because they don't count as people. Perry said, "You are thinking of the mission as well." "Yes," she admitted. "I think you should tell our dads, just as a precaution. And really, if you're feeling ... anything about this, they can probably give better advice than I can." So yeah, we are literally just going to go blabbing about Murderbot's fucking existence to everybody on the fucking ship. Because by the time Murderbot arrives on the scene in book 5, every single member of this fucking crew knows about it, and knows who it is, and knows what it is, and knows what it was doing. Because Art literally fucking, like, there's nothing here to justify this. Absolutely nothing here to justify this. It's not even fucking, Jesus Christ. This is all just justification, trying to say, no, don't be mad at Art for violating Murderbot's fucking confidence. It didn't do that. It's got good reasons, and it's like, there's no good reasons here. There's nothing here to say that telling everybody on the crew about Murderbot is in fact the only option it has left. This is ridiculous. So it seems like the page, oh, whoa. Page 46 of 47, as far as my size 18 font and however many points between paragraphs my giant text is. This is ridiculous. So this whole story exists because apparently there's less than a page left to go. The whole purpose of this story being written is to say, don't be mad at Art for betraying Murderbot's confidence and blabbing about it to literally everybody, even though it is a runaway slave whose very fucking life depends on nobody else knowing about it. It's totally fine. Don't be mad about it. Iris asked it one fucking extremely mild question, and it blabbed. It's totally fine. You're not allowed to be upset with it. And it's like, this is ridiculous. I think you should tell our dads, just as a precaution. And really, if you're feeling ... anything about this, they can probably give better advice than I can. And if I don't, they will continue to annoy me about my operational state. That too, Iris agreed. Remember when I was 14 and had that problem with the lab assistant in biomass analysis and I wouldn't talk about it and our dads were convinced it was a much bigger deal than it actually was? It's like... So when she was 14, there was an incident with an adult lab assistant in her fucking school. And is this just more pedophilia shit? Is this Martha Wells again trying to say that pedophilia is not a big deal and not a problem? Let me read that sentence again. Remember when I was 14 and had that problem with the lab assistant in biomass analysis and I wouldn't talk about it and her dads were convinced it was a much bigger deal than it actually was? What am I supposed to fucking take away from that besides that she was being sexually harassed by an adult? Because if you haven't gone to school recently for some reason, lab assistants, those are adults. They're fucking interns. And she was 14 at the time. Like... Are you telling me that, Jesus Christ, like, there's no reason to bring this up except to imply pedophilia was going on, but it's not a big deal. Our dads were convinced it was a much bigger deal than it actually was. Vividly, Perry said, I concede you may have a point. It was teasing her, and that was good enough for the moment. Thanks, Perry. I don't think you're entirely pointless either. And then it says, very funny. I set that one up for you. I'm sure you did, she agreed. Like, 14-year-old having some fucking issue with the lab assistant in her fucking class. And her dads were convinced it was a much bigger deal than it actually was. Was she being sexually harassed? Was she dating this fucking adult? Was she being groomed? Because with everything else Martha Wells has written in regards to pedophilia, and the way that she decided to frame all of that, I have no option but to assume it's some kind of pedophilic thing that she's trying to downplay. It's like, you don't have to put that in there. Just say you had a crush on your classmate. Why are you specifying the fucking lab assistant? The goddamn adult? What the fuck is wrong with you, Martha Wells? This story is only 7,540 words. Why are you putting in more fucking supposed to be subtle pedophilic downplaying? Why are you doing that? Iris stood and went back to the others and found herself smiling. She realized she liked this for Perry. That its emotional world was expanding. Whoa, what? What, are you serious? Okay, the story's over in 5 seconds. Tariq was busy helping Ladson with the sensor reader, but Mateo glanced up at her, their brow furrowed with concern. Okay, they said? Yeah, she said. I think it's going to be great, actually. What the fuck? What What? That's it. That's over. It's over. It's over now. What the fuck was... What the fuck? What do you mean it's over? There was no... There... That's it. That's it. That's it. 257 paragraphs. 7,000... What's happening? What? What the fuck was that? What? What the fuck was that? Okay. And then, Walk said she... Yeah, Martha Wells, this whole thing was... What is the fucking point of this existing? Why did Martha Wells write this? Why did anybody let her publish this? Okay. And then Walks took it upon themselves to shorten the whole entire story to the only fucking section that is at all relevant, which is just literally just that. It's literally just that fucking conversation at the end. What in the fuck? What in the fuck? What? Jesus Christ. That's it. That's over. It's just, we're ending with, okay? Yeah, I think it's gonna be great, actually. It's like... Also, I have to point out, the fact that Iris is shying away from the concept of saying that art has fallen in love. There's no reason for her to be shying away from that. Murderbot is the one who is explicitly disgusted and repulsed by the thought of romance and anything like that, including sex and kissing and shit, because you fucking idiots out there. Like, Murderbot is the one who does not want to hear the words falling in love in reference to it because it's violently fucking aro-ace. There's no reason for her to be shying away from saying, if you fell in love with another transport. It's just ridiculous. And just shying away from, if you're feeling anything about this. And it's like, it's just bad fucking writing. That was ridiculous. So many things wrong with this. So many things wrong with this. Let's go back to the start. I'm just gonna read the dialogue. Just the dialogue. This could be difficult, Martin said. Iris said, it depends on the situation on board the corporate station. Dr. Marique said, you mean there isn't a way we can approach from the outside without being caught? Art said out loud, there is a way. Dr. Marique said, yes? Then we show a little Fallout-style animation of blowing up the space station for some reason. Dr. Ladson said, that you're suggesting we destroy the corporate station. Martin said, Perry, stop. We're not blowing up the corporate station. I'm only reading aloud the parts that everybody included in the conversation gets to hear. Iris said, we'll have to dock at the station and then make our way through to the pre-CR structure. Our contact aboard said there are access points, multiple ones. We were hoping to be able to avoid that, but it's always a possibility, so we have a plan in place. Dr. Marique said, you all went quiet. Are you speaking to ... it? Seth said, yes, sorry, Perihelion provides mission tactical support and had some logistical concerns. And then we go to the next scene. Mateo says, we don't know for that scene. It doesn't really matter. Iris says, looking at the map, looks like we need to go this way. And then, Mateo says, I hope the air barriers are still working. Is it possible the station is actually on fire? Perihelion says it's not on fire, Iris said. Guard says, your business here. Iris says, we're with the University of Mahira and New Tideland. We have a mapping contract for the system. First guard says, mapping? Iris says, it requires a statistical analysis of this station. Guard says, not a good time. Iris says, we noticed the smoke. Can you tell us what happened here? Guard says, the station was liberated by Starkweather Shipping Alliance. Iris says, oh, I didn't know. Iris was pretending to look at a map and then says, right, I think I know the way now. Let's... And we've lost Tariq. Tariq comes back. Hands people food. Iris says, we need to go up this way. Sonara asks, why is there clothing hanging from the railings? Is it a festival? A custom? Because we're pretending. Whatever. It's their laundry. That's transient housing up there for people who are trying to get station jobs. The station's gray water probably comes with the price of housing, but not access to a recycler or cleaning facility. Oh. And then nobody speaks for a long time, and then Mateo suddenly shouts, flinging an arm over their interface. Whoa, okay, I was joking! I'm sorry, don't hurt me! Ladson says, are you talking to the transport? They're just kidding around, Tariq said. Iris added, that doesn't happen. Mateo smiled reassuringly. Right, it was a joke. We like to joke around, me and Perry. Iris says, at least we're still on schedule. And then Ladson randomly says, they know what's coming. They're going before they're forced to. Iris says, you've studied corporate takeovers. Ladson says, I was in one when I was young, but my auntie had just gotten a professorship at Mahira and she was able to get us all out before it got too bad. Oh. Mateo randomly asks a scene later, is it pre-CR about the graffiti? No, not as far as I can see, Dr. Cerneris told them. This looks like early to mid-corporate. Probably from right before they built the newer station. Iris talking out loud for some fucking reason. Is everything okay? Right. Perry, lead the way. Which one? Talking about the hallway. I assume we don't want to split up. No, too risky, and the time isn't that tight. How about this one? And you're basing that on... it's the first one I came to. That's good enough for me. This is it. This is what we're looking for, they say as they find the mural that supposedly does not get considered graffiti, even though there's literally no reason to say it's not graffiti. Glad we picked the right corridor. Mapping is such a problem. We could try to smuggle in more drugs. That just makes it easier to get caught. Those are drones. Wow, that's tiny. You're right. That would be perfect. You could keep an eye on the station access and all the corridors around it, and no one would notice. What? Scrolling. And map the whole place, too. ... That's a problem, but you could still use them in a place like this, or on a planet searching ruins. You could cover a lot of territory. Perry, do you have the templates for these? Maybe we could run some up in the workshop and test them. Not now, obviously, but for next time. Tariq says, those are intel drones. That makes sense, Mateo said. You never see these coming. What? Oh, that means we can't just order the templates from a catalog? And Tariq says, Perry, where did you see these corporate drones? Where did you see corporate intel drones? And then Iris, for some reason, answers, on a station. Where else would it see them? Tariq says, not specialized drones like those, and it just said they weren't permitted in corporate stations. Tariq said, and then, those are the kind of drones associated with sec units. And then Mateo asks, so where did you see them, Tariq? And then Tariq says, they were used as enforcement in cigarro pits. Iris says, alright, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't show up somewhere else. They aren't used anywhere else. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, I'm getting tired of talking. My throat's getting sore. Needless to say, at least this is free, except for all of the people who are being tricked into buying this book on Amazon Kindle with no clue how short it is. So, sucks for all of those people. Hope you can get your fucking money back. Because, yeah, people are paying for this because the Amazon Kindle version doesn't tell you at all how short it is. Alright, that's it. Bye-bye. Alright, we're gonna do a little attempt at a fucking summary. So what the fuck did we just read? There was no exposition. I was waiting for, like, I don't know when I realized that Murderbot wasn't there, and then realized, oh, this is set in the fucking past again, because the only thing Martha Wells can do, apparently, is just keep stringing everybody along, saying, I promise things will be different in the next story, things will progress, and then the next story is set in the past, so that it inherently cannot fucking progress a single goddamn thing. So Murderbot is literally not there. We are given no exposition to know what the fuck is supposed to be happening here, or the fact that it's set in the fucking past. Murderbot is not there, because this is after Murderbot moseyed off while Art went off to do whatever crap. Also, I gotta say, their relationship is way fucking overblown. Also, Martha Wells lies about what Art was capable of in book 2 so that we can pretend that actually Murderbot taught Art a lot of stuff. That's a straight up fucking lie. None of the abilities that Art is showcasing are new. It has been doing this shit the whole time. This is just lazy, bad writing attempting to pretend that there's character development and character growth by just asking us, the audience, to fucking forget everything that we already read. You said there's how many names? How many random names? Are these just names that you did not recognize?
No, I'm just counting every single named fucking person.
Okay. I assume Art and Perihelion count as one.
Yes.
Okay. My twin counted 14 fucking names that the audience is asked to keep track of in this 7,540 word story. Do I have that? I have the webpage open. Yep. 7,540 word story. There's no fucking beginning and there's no end. We are told that they are on some kind of mission. We don't get told what that fucking mission is. Apparently, the only people that are supposed to be doing something on this mission are 2 people. I thought it was gonna be a lot more people. So there's to stress. There's no exposition at all. We are given 0 context. I guess when I rewatch this, I'll know how far into the story I was before I realized, wait, where the fuck is Murderbot? And then, again, when I realized, oh, this is set in the fucking past, because Martha Wells is so goddamn desperate to uphold the status quo of her own fucking capitalistic hellscape that she apparently doesn't actually see as a hellscape, that we will literally be traveling back in time at this point every other fucking story after the first 4, so literally just to prevent anything from changing. This is just getting ridiculous. And then Art does in fact blab about Murderbot to the entire crew, and we're supposed to pretend that this shitty short story that is not a story because there's no fucking beginning and there's no goddamn end. It just stops abruptly on some fucking fanfiction-y. There's a whole bunch of fanfiction tropes in it that shouldn't fucking be there. Our Iris figures out based on literally nothing, and the only reason she figures it out is because it is true, and Martha Wells cannot figure out how to get a character to actually realistically come to the fucking correct conclusion. So she just has to magically figure it out based on nothing. What else? Iris is dancing around saying, oh, maybe Art fell in love, as though Art is Murderbot, who has viciously stated it does not want anything to do with that concept, because this is badly fucking written. Art, we have no reason to believe that Art is Arrow Ace or repulsed by any of these things. There's been no hints of that, so why the hell are the characters dancing around calling it that? Is it just more of Martha Wells' biological essentialism? Does she think literally anybody that she has decided isn't human can't experience love, sexual attraction, romance, any friendship, anything like that? Is that what she's going with? Why would Iris be assuming that that's true? Also, while we're on the topic of Iris randomly, magically comes up with the Art met someone it doesn't want them to tell, it doesn't want to tell them about. And, like, why does she say the line of, let me find it. Trauma, Iris thought, taken aback. A machine intelligence with trauma? I'm not saying you'd run off and fall in, have an understanding and rapport with, again, that's just so badly written. Martha Wells, why are you writing that sentence like this? Let's get rid of the bullshit here, shall we? Trauma, Iris thought, taken aback. Also, I gotta say, having her thoughts be in italics and then having actual dialogue between characters in italics is just bad fucking writing. If you are going to have them talking telepathically and that is displayed through italics, then you gotta do something to separate a character just thinking the word trauma to themselves. Because otherwise, it's ridiculous. Just put some little half quotation marks around that thought. That would be fine if you have to insist upon just using italics for telepathic Facebook messages. Anyways, let's cut out the chaff that doesn't need to be here and literally does not make sense objectively. Trauma, Iris thought, taken aback. A robot with trauma? I'm not saying I think you'd run off and fall in love with a corporate transport, but... Perry, please tell me it's not a corporate transport, is it? Why is that considered a bad thing? Also, did you catch the part where Iris is literally standing and then she sat bolt upright while she's standing? She's standing this whole time.
She sat down.
No, there's nowhere to sit. She's standing.
Okay.
She's standing this whole fucking time. Yeah. I'm not saying I think you would run off and fall in love with an enslaved ship, but please tell me it's not an enslaved ship, is it? No, it's an enslaved sec unit. And it's like, what? This is just more slavery apologism. Why are we pretending that if Art had fallen in love with a fucking corporate transport, aka a fucking ship who is enslaved, why are we pretending that that would somehow be a disgraceful thing for Art to do that would be considered worse than Art falling in love with a sec unit who is also a fucking slave? Like, what is besides Martha Wells hating robots despite her going out of her way to write a story about robots? Like, legitimately, what in the fuck is going on here? Iris gave in and covered her face. Like, why is the thought of Art falling in love with another ship so fucking horrifying and disgraceful that it makes you cover your face? What in the fuck, Martha Wells? Is it because the other ships are not allowed to speak verbally? Because they're nonverbal? Because Martha Wells is fucking ableist and hates physically disabled people? Is that it? What the fuck is going on here? I'm going to stay hung up on this, because why would the fuck would you ever say this? Oh, no, you better not fall in love with Moya over there. She's a fucking slave. You can do better. Why would you ever fall in love with Moya? I have to cover my hands. Ugh, that's so disgraceful. You fell in love with another ship who's a slave, who's explicitly a slave while you're just quietly a slave. That's disgraceful. I would be so upset. It's so upsetting. I'm going to cover my face. Oh, but you fell in love with a cyborg. That's totally fine. Martha Wells, what in the fuck? And these are supposed to be the good people. These are supposed to, apparently these people invented living ships who are allowed to speak verbally. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Is it literally some eugenicist shit where they think that their transports, because they've given them the ability to speak verbally, are literally fucking superior to the enslaved ships who are not allowed to do that? Because I don't know what the fuck else to take this as. Like, oh, you cannot even say it's because they work for the corporation, so they'll endanger art. A sec unit would do that just as fucking much as any other corporate slave. This is just fucking, oh my god. It's ridiculous. How do you write this shit? So, now imagine if Art literally had fucking fallen in love with another ship. And its fucking sister is disgusted by that and is so overwrought she has to cover her face and beg it not to tell her that's not true and did not happen. Like, what the fuck? Imagine that. Imagine that. So now we know that if Art literally did fall in love with another ship, it would not be fucking supported by its fucking so-called family because they own it. Oh my god. And then we're just supposed to think this is totally normal reaction, totally fine. Why the fuck are the good guys acting horrified and disgusted like it would be disgraceful for Art to fall in love with another ship? It is a ship. Why are we acting like it would be fucking so distressing you have to cover your face to find out that it made friends with or fell in love with another ship? Martha Wells, what the fuck is wrong with you? Anyways, Walks had to point out that this whole thing is supposed to be getting framed as coming out as queer to your sibling. And I didn't get that because it's just so badly fucking written and ridiculous.
Is it fine? Of course it's fine. I'm not angry.
I'm just surprised. A lot surprised. Okay, wow, that is ... not what I expected. But it makes sense. I can see it. It's like, what fucking sense does that make? Why are you fine with that? But you are so distraught at the idea of it falling in love with another ship, you have to cover your goddamn face. And again, did you catch the part where Iris specifically is standing facing away from everybody else, but then also magically grows eyes on the back of her head to... Huh? Yeah. She specifically stood up when they decide, oh, we should stop talking out loud. In this scene where we've just been talking out loud for no reason when we've had the feed this whole fucking time.
I noticed that.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a private call with Art. And then she leaves everybody else and goes to the opposite side of the hallway and faces away from them. But then when she says an outburst, some people look up and she can see them. Not that she has to turn around or anything. She just has eyes on the back of her fucking head. It's just ridiculous. Again, as I pointed out when I got to this sentence, and perihelion had always gotten along better with humans than other robots because perihelion is exactly like Martha Wells, apparently. Seems to be. There's no other conclusion I can come to when every single one of her fucking protagonists and favorite characters is like this. I just have to assume at this point that Martha Wells feels superior to literally every other person on this fucking planet. Perihelion doesn't like to form relationships with other robots because perihelion feels fucking superior in every way to other robots and thinks that humans are superior to robots. So that's why it's willing to hang out and make friends with humans, but not other fucking robots. And then the reason that it finds Murderbot acceptable is because Murderbot is a cyborg. So that means it's still better than the fucking robots. It's like, what in the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? This isn't a story about a robot who wants to be human. It's literally about a fucking human that you expect us to go along with the dehumanization of because you're racist and fucking ableist and think having prosthetics makes you inhuman, and you think that people explicitly being dehumanized to justify enslaving them means that the people enslaving them are literally correct, and that means they are inhuman. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? And Jesus fucking Christ. This isn't a story about a robot who wants to become human, except all of your main robot characters who don't die literally value humans above all other fucking robots, including Murderbot, who is a cyborg. It literally values humans above every other fucking cyborg and robot it has ever met, excepting only Art. But even with Art, it would still fucking rather save humans than save Art. If you put those two fucking things together, it would save the fucking humans. Because Martha Wells is fucking racist and ableist and thinks slavery apologism is awesome. She literally cannot... Also, no, interrupting that. We've gone on about that long enough. This story is just casually using fucking forced displacement and colonization as the casual goddamn backdrop for a story that has no beginning and no end and nothing. Like, let me scroll up to see the little shitty summary for this. Perihelion and its crew embark on a dangerous new mission at a corporate-controlled station in the throes of a hostile takeover. If you say that to people, their presumptions are gonna be, okay, there's danger here, there's stakes. They're going to be helping people escape this hostile... Thanks. Causing so much drama. That was a cat. Excuse your tail. Scoot. Okay, you're in trouble now. Okay, get off. And I just refilled that water bowl, guys. Are you serious? Anyways, disaster fucking averted. So, the summary of this fucking story, it literally cannot be called a short story because it's literally missing exposition and a goddamn conclusion. There's nothing going on here. Perihelion and its crew embark on a dangerous new mission at a corporate-controlled station in the throes of a hostile takeover. The key words here are dangerous and new. There's no danger. None of these people are in any danger at any point. At 0 points is there any fucking tension. They chat with some fucking guards in a way that nobody's ever going to get hurt from because this is a Martha Wells novel and she's putting in 0 effort to make it not be the exact same bullshit that we all know the characters are going to get through with 0 fucking problems. New? This is literally not new. This is set in the fucking past. It literally, explicitly, by design, cannot affect a single fucking thing in the entire story. The only thing the story exists to do is try to make us forgive Art for betraying Murderbot's fucking confidence as a runaway slave that it blabbed about to literally everybody. What else was I saying? Oh, yeah, this is just using casually, just showing us forced displacement in the background, and then none of the characters give a single fuck and are not going to do a single thing to help. When you tell us that the characters are going on a mission to a corporate-controlled station in the throes of a hostile takeover, The thing everybody's going to fucking expect from you is that your goddamn heroes are going to do something to help people in the midst of this fucking hostile takeover. Because she thinks colonization, she thinks using corporate terms for it means it's cute and clever and funny, and it's just not. It's forced fucking displacement and active colonization, and none of the characters care. They only care as much as, oh, this reminds me of when I saw some of this as a kid, but it wasn't actually bad because I have a rich fucking aunt who was rich enough to get me and my entire family out to safety. I didn't even lose anybody. Didn't lose any friends. Nothing like that. It's just, damn, I'm so glad I'm rich. It's so nice being rich. Isn't it so awesome being rich? Unlike all these poor people that were not going to do anything to help. Also, they randomly have an untraceable currency card. Why don't they fucking use that money to help anybody here? Why don't they fucking tell art to list itself as a fucking transport for blah blah blah?
The check has vanished. It was on my fucking keyboard and it got launched across the fucking room.
Okay, we're back again. Disaster averted. Okay, you can read it.
Well,
We're just doing whatever. It's my fucking video. Nobody's gonna watch this except super nerds. So
it's extremely easy to have a whole bunch of people present in a short story or even just a fucking novel, and you don't need to name every single one of them, and you don't need to make it so that the reader feels like they have to remember all of these things, because giving them names and using those names in the narration implies that those people are equally important or going to be important later on as a plot thing. You can have like book 1 has 8 named main line freaking protagonists. I don't even know how many of the enemies and stuff get random names. I wouldn't be surprised if half of them do. But there's 8 named characters. You could literally cut out all the details about like 6 of those 8 and just leave it as Murderbot, Mensa, Girthin for some actual fucking character tension.
But then immediately gets erased the next time Girthin shows up because Martha Wells is back.
It could literally have just been Murderbot, Mensa, Girthin, and some random person who doesn't get a name because Murderbot doesn't care, who's just in a coma back at medical after the attack because drama reasons. That's it. You can have a group of 20 in their mission team, and we don't need to know who all of them are. Actually, the first thing that popped into my head when I said that sentence just now is Star Trek, and specifically red shirts, who are people that are like jokingly, infamously known to just be the extra random. Whenever you see the main characters going on a mission down to a planet or across to a station or whatever, and if the people they're going over with are just random generic extras in wearing red shirts, which I think was the I don't actually know what the original trilogy, the original series colors meant, but red meant, I guess, like guards, security maybe. But anyways, if the main characters were going on a mission and they had 5 extras, unnamed extras in red shirts, you know that those red shirts exist because they literally just are there to die to set stakes. It is that easy. Star Trek The Next Generation has hundreds and hundreds of people on the Enterprise, all working, all doing stuff, having shenanigans in Starfleet probably, and we only actually know the names of and follow along with like maybe 12 people. I'm honestly not sure off the top of my head. If you're writing a story, you do not need to name every single character that your characters meet. You can name them, they can say their name in a thing, but you don't have to actually constantly refer to them with that in the narration. You can literally just have them be the blah blah, or the person who was on a blah blah. You get it. It's not hard. And every single thing that Martha Wells has ever written that I've ever read, there are so many characters. There are way too many characters. With names who we are supposed to remember, who get a bit of a description, and then their personalities are all to a T, pretty much exactly interchangeable. If we're lucky, they'll get a description.
We literally don't know what Root looks like. We were just assuming he has brown scales because of his fucking name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The first book of the Murderbot Diaries is the most approachable of Martha Wells's writing, and the writing flaws within it, because everyone who reads it and who is told to read it is told, oh, this is just a short little turn your brain off funny adventure, haha.
I'd die.
And then, even though she specifically wrote it to be that short, don't think about it, haha, funny adventure, comedy, lighthearted thing that you don't have to have your brain turned on to read it.
Like,
even though she wrote it to be like that,
on purpose,
attention at every turn on purpose, she then tries to get up on her high horse and exclaim that anybody who thinks the first book, let alone the series in general, is funny and lighthearted and cute, is failing to read. She wrote a super serious story about bodily autonomy, and all this, and just, you don't need, if you can have 8 characters in your fucking party, sure. We don't need to know all 8 of their names. You don't need to constantly describe what all 8 of these fuckers are doing.
It's not. This isn't Final Fantasy 13. This is the Murderbot Diaries.
This isn't Final Fantasy Type 0 HD, where we do have a cast of 14 player characters. 14
I can probably list off their names.
Do it.
Ace. I have not played the game, for the record. I've only seen them play it. Ace. Don't tell me if I get them wrong. Ace, Deuce, Trey, Cater, Sync, 7, 8, 9, Jack, King, Queen. That's probably out of order. How many is that? Is that 12?
You got 11 there.
Machina, do Machina and Rem count? Machina and Rem. So I'm only missing one person.
You forgot Sice. Okay.
I thought I said. Oh,
I
I think Sync and my brain imagines them as the same thing. Sync and Sice. So did I get them all besides Sice?
Yes.
Okay.
On your first try.
On my first try. Woohoo!
And you haven't even played the game.
I haven't even played the game. I haven't even watched the game. It's just shit I've observed, like just from hearing at random. I don't even sit here and watch the game.
With my brain.
Meanwhile, let me get a drink as I get something in my eye. Ugh. Now, can I tell you the names? How many names was that I just listed off from a thing I haven't even played?
13. Oh, you got 13 out of 14.
I got 13 out of 14. It's because of my dyslexia I forgot the other one. Because don't they both start with S?
It helps that they both have white hair.
Oh, yeah. Both start with S. Both have, or do they both start with S in that? Because Sync is sometimes spelled with a C.
Sync is spelled with a C.
Okay. Same noises, and they both have white hair. Alright, okay, now let's see if I can list off. And aren't there 14 characters in this too?
Yes.
Okay, there's 14 characters in this too. Let's see. Art, Perihelion, Iris. Do you have your list handy so you can check them off as I go through?
Yep.
Wow, I just forgot his name. The dude who spoke 18 words in book 5, I know because I counted. Tariq, I knew that. KD, or if it's pronounced Cade, we don't fucking know. Seth, Mateo, this book's token non-binary character who has nothing to, who may as well not fucking be there. Some random person named Oster, Oster, who is only mentioned one fucking time as existing, which is why I'm confused about why only two of the fucking supposed science nerds that I presumed were mercenaries, but apparently they're just science nerds for some fucking thing. Why were three of them mentioned and then only two of them are actually going over to do the science nerd shit? What's going on here? How many is that? I stopped counting.
You got half. You got 7 out of 14.
7 out of 14 so far. Karime. Or Karim. There's so many ways that name could be fucking pronounced. All I know is that character gets mentioned in System Collapse because they're in a scene where two people are fighting and they're like, oh, you don't want to know what's going on, Murderbot. It's just relationship drama. And then Murderbot's like, no, I do want to know. And then it's relationship drama and it's all supposed to be funny and all it's doing is wasting page count. Martin with a fucking Y for some reason, who I thought was the same person as Mateo. How many is that now? Is that 9 or something?
Yeah.
9 out of 14.
You're missing 5.
Yeah, I can do that math. Fuck.
I will mention one of them is even more of an offhand name than the others.
Oh boy, that's
possible.
worse because I already got Oster. I don't know who the fuck else could be. And I only remember the name Oster because it's only mentioned one time and is never mentioned again and has never appeared in the series ever before now, which made it stand out because I'm just like, this is just new levels of ridiculousness. I got Seth. I got Mateo. I got Martin. Did I say Iris?
Yes.
Okay, I was gonna say, did I forget the most fucking obvious person?
Would
I
you
don't.
like a hint?
Yeah, I need a hint because it's 5
the
more
next one
fucking
is not
people.
Tariq. Starts with a T. This person was mentioned in Network Effect a total of 10 times.
Turing.
Yeah.
Or
Turi.
Turi. Okay. Did I get the new people? The two fucking science nerds that I was forced to assume were mercenaries because we were acting like they were mercenaries? Sunera?
Yes.
Okay, and Ludson or something like that. That's
Ludson.
fucking... Yeah. How many more?
Just 2.
Fuck. That was the struggle. 2 more fucking people. Give me a hint. What letter did they start with? That's not helpful. If you can't hear the fucking laughter, there's laughter going on over there.
Classic Martha Wells naming convention.
Oh, I remember. No, wait, no, that was. I was thinking of Martin. Oh, and Marique.
Yes.
Because I was literally making a lecture of, don't fucking do this to your audience. Do not have a character named Martin and Marique. What the fuck? It's like she's doing this on purpose. At this point, I am half afraid that Martha Wells is doing this on purpose because we have Amina and Irada, we have Bashat and Bashasa, and now we have Marique and Martin. It's like, just stop. Stop. And then there's still one more.
The most offhanded. Well, not even the most offhanded one because Oster counted.
Yeah, Oster stands out though because it comes out of nowhere and there's no... I don't even remember what context it was mentioned in. Osteoporosis. Give me a hand. I forgot about
this
that.
This person had their fucking social media, their IP address spoofed by art.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember that name at all, besides it starts with an M and has an H in there somewhere.
Dr. Mahari.
Is that even a real person? I don't think that's a real fucking person. I think that's a name they made up because it sounds like the name of their fucking...
No, it's a real person that they went stalking through the station's social media to dox somebody in the general vicinity of where they need to go so that they can then hack that person.
I thought they made up that person.
No,
and
it's a real person living on this station
who was living on the station.
Was living on the station, and they went in, checked to see who lived in that area, found this Dr. Mahari listed, and hacked and spoofed their IP address.
But then
and
they do all of this with no, like, I literally thought, I was under the impression that was a name that they had made up on the spot, and then spoofed the documents to say that there's a person named here, named almost the name of our fucking planet-wide university. I thought that's what was going on there. Are you telling me they hacked a real person and faked a real person's identity?
Yes.
But then on the spot?
Yes.
Because I thought they had all of this planned out ahead of time and it was a fake person that they made up and, like, paid for a thing to pretend that there's a person there. That's even worse.
And so you're the good guys who are...
Yeah, so you're telling me that they can do this on the spot and nobody is surprised at their ability to do this to the point that I thought it was literally the plan. But then they're not going to do a single thing to help any of the people being forcibly displaced right in front of them. And Martha Wells thinks that forced displacement, it's totally fine, morally neutral. Write a story about people being forcibly displaced in 2025 and have the characters, the protagonists, not give a single shit except that it makes them personally sad because they went through something like this for 5 seconds as a child, but have rich enough family to have gotten through it and have never been under threat from it ever since. Wow.
And then the main narrator feeling white guilt.
She's not white though. She's a fucking...
She's describing white guilt.
But we know that if Iris ever shows up in the fucking show, she'll probably get whitewashed just like Murderbot. Because I guess she's gonna be our new protagonist if this counts as 2 of the 3 apparently contracted stories that she has to write. For the record, Walmart brand Coca-Cola tastes terrible compared to Aldi brand. Go with Aldi brand. And Aldi doesn't try to sneakily raise the prices and then quietly backtrack it and pretend they're doing you a favor. Because they lose shit tons of money because nobody's going to pay for shitty generic soda if it's more than $1. So our protagonist, just in case you are not aware, everything that we're pretending Art learned from Murderbot, that is a flat-out fucking lie. It knew how to do all of this shit. She's just lying to us and thinks that thinks
people aren't going to immediately go back to reread the second book.
Yeah, or haven't come here straight from the second book. Yeah, she's literally just hoping that nobody remembers what we actually read in book 2. And the whole thing with the drones, it's just so fucking terrible. Anyways, this is supposed to be a summary, but it's not really a summary. Just the fact that there's no fucking ending. It just stops. And we go with some generic fucking line that, sounds uplifting, but there's nothing behind it. It's just being said.
Find something to unburn.
I want to find something to unburn. I think you're made out of razors, Kai. Sometimes I feel like I am made out of razors. I'm always bleeding inside. And it's like, I'm putting more emotion into it. Oh my god. What's the last line of this in dialogue?
Okay.
Whoa, why is the website scrolling like that? Alright. Don't scroll down the website super fast because it'll be weird. Alright. Mateo randomly says, okay? Yeah, Iris said. I think it's going to be great, actually. Based on nothing, as though anybody was...
It doesn't actually mean anything to the conversation.
Yeah, that doesn't answer Mateo's question at all. And it's just... If this is like the kind of shit you say, yeah, that would be a good line to end a meaningful, emotional story on, but then there's no meaning and emotion here to be had. It's just, yeah, I think it's going to be great, actually, as though there were any doubt you can say a line like that if this story started off with Iris extremely fucking depressed and pessimistic. But she's just going along with the status quo, which is, yeah, we're the protagonists, we can't lose. And then the ending is supposed to be Iris going, yeah, I think it's gonna be great, actually. As though she were at all anywhere pessimistic at any point. There's no change in her. There's no change in anything. And again, what the fuck is with the whole her and Art are actually siblings, and Art was her younger sibling, but it's technically older than a human now, and it's like, Martha Wells, that's not how that works. Art is a fucking robot. We know that Murderbot's fucking batteries can last like 10,000 fucking hours before it needs recharging. Art is going to live several hundred years unless it dies early. You cannot tell me that Art is fucking physically younger than Iris, who we are told is young, but then you're gonna pretend that Art is actually the human equivalent of an adult for a long time now. No. Not if it's gonna live that long. That's not how that works. That's not how lifespans work.
It works if you don't believe in character development.
Yeah.
You don't think that people really change. So obviously, Art came into existence with this exact personality.
Yep, apparently.
And awareness and emotional depth.
And yeah, as I mentioned in the videos that you can see when we get there, their relationship had changed a lot since then, and there's literally no then to tether that since then to. It's just nonsensical. Anyways, this was an attempt at a summary. It didn't work because there's not really anything to summarize. I did mention it already, but I went to Goodreads while my phone was charging, and there's people complaining about all the descriptions of them walking around. And it's like, guys, there's no descriptions of them walking around. They stand in a doorway, they look out, and they teleport while having a conversation, and we're not being told anything is going on while they're having the conversation. And then they stand at the next doorway and they teleport again. There's no descriptions of them walking. We don't get descriptions of them walking. We barely get descriptions of the rooms they're in. They are teleporting. They're fucking fast traveling, and we're not even getting a cool, interesting loading screen. They just continue having inane conversations. Also, what the fuck is with this mission? We weren't told what the mission is. We don't know what they're doing. We don't know why they're doing this. We don't know why we should care. We don't know why Iris cares. Why the fuck is Iris in charge of this mission? I have to ask again. What bearing does this mission have on anything? And then why are we told that it's dangerous? And then the characters breeze through with zero problems.
I also gotta say, I was so confused when they found the thing they were looking for.
Just talk louder a bit.
I was very confused when they finally found the
pre-corporation rim something.
Yeah, habitat, because there's a line break and a time skip, and it says
you can just search "this is what we're looking for" or "looking for." Oh, maybe not looking for. That doesn't find it. Search mural. Oh, did you catch the whole Martha Wells is arbitrarily separating graffiti from a mural with zero reasoning between the two?
Mm-hmm. Okay, in the short story, this is after a random little time skip. Says they found the access right where they had expected, deep in a disused maintenance tunnel. Fortunately, all the security presence seemed to be concentrated on the residence and business areas. No, why is residence having a
That's what I kept asking. Why is it called residence?
Why does it have a possessive apostrophe?
You can say the exact same thing I did. Explain why that's weird as fuck.
It's extremely weird that the residence here has a possessive apostrophe on it.
Oh, that's
which implies
weird.
that the
why
residence.
Why does it have a lip if it's not a lid?
Mm.
What the fuck? That's stupid as hell.
Blah blah blah. Tariq got the hatch open and Iris flashed her light over the dark space inside. It was just a corridor, dark metal walls scratched with graffiti, mostly a symbol she didn't recognize. Ladson and Tsunara, both suddenly all business, stepped immediately towards the walls, taking out their recording interfaces. In the same paragraph, even though Mateo is speaking now, and as this is a separate action, Mateo asked in that exact same paragraph of all that, "Is it pre-CR?" Mateo asked. "No, not as far as I can see," Tsunara told him. "This looks like early to mid-corporate."
Pause, I'm gonna pour cat food. Fail. A little bit. Okay.
"Probably right from before they built the newer station," Ladson answered. This is where they've gotten to their quest objective. What's supposed to be the super duper worth all of this danger quest objective. And it's introduced exactly that way. We don't get reminded about what exactly they're here looking at.
We weren't told,
which is a pre-corporation rim habitation. What does that mean? Who knows? Is it a house that these guys have just picked up wholesale from a planet? Who knows? Is it a shuttle? Is it a mini space station that people lived on? Who knows? It looked like a lumpy asteroid. We don't know where they got it. We don't know why these people are interested in it. We don't know why any of this matters. And it's literally described as, they found the access right where they had expected, deep in a disused maintenance tunnel. Blah, blah, blah. Tariq got the hatch open and Iris shined her light over the dark space inside. Is it pre-CR? Not as far as I can see. It looks early to mid-corporate. Probably from right before they built their newer station. And I took this scene, it took me like rereading this 4 or 5 times probably in the span of like 10 seconds, as I read pretty fast, and I'm just like, why are we oogling at the graffiti in the disused service maintenance tunnel as though this is something important and a distraction from their mission? And that it finally clicked when they just kept acting like they'd reached their fucking quest objective for me to realize, oh, what this was supposed to be describing is them getting to the access that was mentioned about 4,000 words previously in an offhanded thing of there would be accesses for them to reach the pre-CR habitation from the station side. That was mentioned right at the very top, like within in the first.
And
like,
even
2 or
you
3
just you
paragraphs.
saying that is still baffling to me. Like,
And then it's supposed to be describing them sneaking through accesses in the disused maintenance tunnel.
secret tunnels.
Sneaking through a secret tunnel from the disused maintenance tunnel and sneaking into the area where this pre-corporation habitat is being held. And then Tariq is breaking in to that pre-CR habitation, because that's what the description of Tariq got the hatch open, even though that was immediately following the thing where it says they found the access right where they expected, deep in a disused maintenance tunnel, which implies the hatch that he's opening is the thing that will lead to the area where they can then walk around and look at and maybe get into the thing. No, they're already in there, and he's opening the thing to get into the thing.
I'm still baffled by it all. This isn't.
It makes literally no sense. So people paid money for this.
Yep. People are being tricked on the Kindle into paying as much money for this as they paid for book 1. They're paying the same amount of money for this 7,540 words that doesn't have a beginning or end as much as they paid for 33,000 words that at least pretended to have a beginning and didn't also really have an end, but at least kind of had an ending. Hey, don't be mean. You gotta play nice. You scare her. Back up. Back up. Yeah. Yeah. You can come and sit with me. Come here. You can sit with me. Hold on, don't get wiggly. You can sit with me. You can sit on the sofa here with me. Yeah, hold on, wait, come here. You just want to cause problems.
Yeah, they reached their quest objective. That we set this up as a super important thing that's worth them sneaking into a fucking space station that's currently undergoing a fucking invasion from a fucking foreign military and is being occupied by a military that is forcibly displacing all of the people living there.
That none of them care about.
None of them give a shit about that.
We're not gonna...
This quest objective is worth this danger to them, apparently.
And we don't even get an explanation for why. Again, just like in... Why the fuck did the Preservation Ox team think it was worth it to go out of their way, several solar systems out of their way, to rent out a slave? We never got an explanation for why they thought that was... Whatever the fuck they were doing was apparently worth renting out a fucking slave for. Becoming slave owners for. And then here, they're just risking everybody's lives.
They weren't even planning on taking Murderbot with them at the end.
Yeah, they literally weren't.
They have infinite money.
Literally. Infinite fucking money. They can just print whatever fucking money they want. And then we go through all of this and we're told it's a new and dangerous and new mission. Get that kitty. Stick her on my lap. You were gonna knock that over. It's not even the good... Oh, she was gonna meow at you. Silently. Oh, I guess she got... Are you gonna eat that? She's like, no.
She said no.
She said no, because she's a nerd and she wants to scare the other cats. So we go through all of this shit, and we're told it's dangerous, and we're told it's really important, and then we don't even get told what the fuck they're here for, what they're hoping to accomplish, and then there's no resolution for that. We just assume they just got right back out by magic, the exact same easy, zero trouble way they got in, because Martha Wells thinks... Actually, yeah, Martha Wells has been trained by her fandom for these books, making excuses for her every step of the way, except now they're starting to realize with book 7, oh, okay, I see where this is going, and it's not going anywhere good. People in this fandom have been making so many excuses for Martha Wells and objectively bad writing decisions this whole time that they are literally training her to think that she can put out stuff like this and sell it for the exact same amount of money or more for the Kindle thing that she was charging for 33,000 words. And that
it's gone up in price at over $10 each for the ebooks alone.
Yeah. Yeah, she's really fucking profiting off of the whitewashing in the Apple TV show that she's 100% in support of, because she's a racist white woman who only will tell you that her protagonists, they're people of color, until it comes time to take money from a trillionaire corporation to let them whitewash her protagonist, and then she will just sing your fucking praises because she doesn't actually give a shit. Anyways, bye-bye.